tall ask, and so they go for these pistols, a whole lot of utility, so they can set up for an execute should they desire. Kadian's kind of alone over towards this B bomb site. One flash is enough to push him back. This time Heroic not going for an initiative play over at A, B, or mid. Just playing contained in these sites. A little boost up from Big could be quite dangerous. Kadian's even falling further away from this bomb site, so should Big realize this, if they decide to sort of contact in, they'll get a lot of open territory.
Even if they 1-for-1 the AWP, there's a chance that they can try and get that AWP back over to Cirrus and set themselves up in the post plant. Kadian has to try and fight 5 times for the rotations. The Incendiary is going to slow it down. Big have still got all of the approach to open up the bomb site. And Kadian goes, yeah, I have to fall back. I can't push through that smoke. I don't have teammate support.
Yeah, flashes are in as they rotate, but yeah, no sight lines. Too many smokes down. Tessa's trying to bridge that gap. Bounce right on top of Searson. Perfect lineup, and now they have to get that bomb dialed in once again. The smokes are fading, so there's no real coverage for a lot of these players to fall on back here for Big. The jump up from Gade, he actually overpowers Tessus. Unable to adapt in time. It's a 4-on-3 for this retake, and Keto's up close with his AK. They're trying to set up for a crossfire, a make-do-one at that, and they could really catch Heroic off guard. This smoke is so fresh.
Oh, Gade is close. Very close. How can they set the AK up? Time is running lower. They're going to start flying into the side. The Tech 9 up close to doing damage. Gade gets away with a couple. The CPC picks back. Refresh finding one and the second. Tizian's just got to try and play time. Defend that bomb the best that he can. Draw the attention over there. Stick in the defense. He needs to try and catch him off. The AWP player is going to stay alive from KDM. Another great recovery out from Heroic. One of those late retake scenarios again.
And it felt like Big had all the opportunity there. Sure, they're that man down, but they create this crossfire as that smoke is beginning to fade. Gade gets these 2 kills, and it's Keto with the rifle that's unable to really trade things out effectively. His teammate gets overwhelmed, that crossfire breaks down, and then suddenly you're relying on that P250 to perform. Man, Heroic have really been cutting these retakes close, but they have been able to convert consistently. Oh, quick decapitation in from Searson. That wasn't exactly a full buy from Big. They made it threatening. Now on the rifles, they find 2 opening picks.
I think just to narrow down your points in that around Yuumi is that it was a missed opportunity from Big in that situation, and at least they're answering back, right? Yeah. They've come into the next round, they've got a couple of opening picks out from ramp, and even Gade moving further forward, hoping to catch off, refresh on a timing. Doesn't quite happen. Away back in, and it's just a fake. They're bringing that bomb back over to B.
Yeah, 2 entries a day. Heroic start to fluster their way over to that site, and Big's gone the other direction. Stown had a chance at it, but a little slow to react. Real fine angle to peek. They've got 2 AWPs here on Heroic, so priority will be, you imagine the save. Problem is, it can be very easy to tempt yourself into this here if you're Heroic, because, I mean, we call back to Nuke. How many times do they find themselves in spots like this, only to somehow win the round?
I haven't seen a lot of double AWPing for either team in this series. Refresh catching off Tabson, so there's some exit damage to be done. You're just trying to hope to keep those double AWPs in that AK in play. We know that Heroic have Stown as their double AWPer, and then Big have Keto from time to time that picks up that double Big green.
Yeah, typically Dust 2, I think, is the most used for
They play
Big.
that a lot, don't they? That's the unfortunate thing with the veto in this one, is that Heroic just don't play Dust 2.
Yeah, like a natural advantage that they have. If Big were water, Heroic are electricity.
Oh my. Yeah. There we are.
I've been making a lot of weird Pokemon comparisons recently. I don't even know why. I haven't touched that genre in like 7 years, but
spur of the moment, I guess.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately Heroic naturally super effective.
Absolute classic. It's got everyone there. Big. Do they have the opening man advantage? Ooh. I thought for a moment Kadian was going to go for something risky.
Yeah, he dropped into his own Molotov. Would have been a madness play, but Searson, even on the flash, Kadian runs into the perfect timing for Searson to pull the trigger. So an opening kill on the AWP versus AWP battle, and you can see how much reliance they have on Kadian to kind of lock down this B side of the map. They call 2 more players over, a 3rd man en route to kind of line up a bit of support. Actually, no, never mind. They're trying to take some ramp control, it seems like, here on the side of Heroic, just using one of these spawn lineups. And that smoke's enough to dial Big away from that A side of things.
It's kind of crazy to think, too, that we have Heroic and Big playing in this 9th-12th decider bracket when both teams have won an RMR each. We saw Heroic winning, what was it, the DreamHack Open Fall 2020 event, and for Big, they won CS Summit 6. So both of these teams have actually come first in an RMR.
Now they're scrambling to make sure they don't fight for last. Oh, shush, the timing on the flash, but the spray transfer is missed out on. Keto was dropped so soon, but Tizian survives a little longer. Testis not Molotov out of position, could wait for another flash opportunity. Stan will drive their attention away, but they're just finding tags, not the kills instead. So it's a man down here for Heroic round these smokes, and it's dangerous stuff. Bomb now picked up here from Big. The smoke fades, and Refresh is just so out in the open. Big can get this down safely. The problem is Gade isn't sure whether his retreat back to that side is being covered. Yeah, Stound's backing off. Ult gonna be too much of a priority save. The rest of the squad not exactly firm money, especially in the hands of Shush. Man, again, this time it felt like Heroic had all of these opportunities. The flash timing was perfect.
Yeah.
You know, they went for those aggro peaks. And then Testis' position as well. Just missing out on the shots.
Well, I was enjoying the patience in that 3v1 from Big, and that's kind of some of the details that you can catch from these high-end teams in the Tier 1 atmosphere, is that there'll be 13, 14, 15 seconds on the clock, and they're not getting flustered at all, like some of the other teams we've maybe seen in the group stage in the RMR. That one right there, you've got what? Gade playing behind generators, they've got the bomb. He's not panicking to get that down. Slow it down. Wait for the util to come in from your teammates. You've got the time available. Use it to its absolute lowest. And I think that's probably where some of the CIS teams in the RMR differ from the EU teams, is they try and use absolutely every second on that timer and don't just get the round over and done with. They'll stretch it right down to the last second.
It's like you imagine you sustain an injury. The last thing you want to do is add a load of movement to it so that you might bleed out. Sometimes that can be often where those tier 2 teams kind of find themselves. Yeah, you've beat the bear to death, but now you're seriously wounded. It's like mental bandaging for those late round situations. And both these teams have kind of run through similar gauntlets. You know, Heroic, once upon a time, really had to prove their way into the tier 1 scene. Of course, now it's not a question anymore. Big as well. They kind of fell out of favor, then found themselves in number 1, and now struggling to get themselves back. And beating Heroic would be a big upset.
Tessus, has got to be careful he doesn't just get caught in the jiggles. Just a ramp take into an A-side execution could be on the card to pick. This is so much more pacey, and actually Tizian's going to be the first to fall.
Yeah, gap above the smoke and just spotting out the head. Perfect one-way created for himself, but right through the smoke, there's Tabson on the response, just lining up a spam. Refresh is still contesting in this area, and they're making sure that this cannot be free territory here for Big. They use so much of their utility on this initial presence. Cadian gets Molotov off, but now Big, if they try to re-exec, they have to do it a shell of their former selves. And Refresh ain't waiting around. He wants to take all of these fights. Still a trade in from Big, but they're a man down, and once again, lower and lower on that grenade count.
They know where the double AWPs are. Big and just got to try and hit these shots in dry. The NWPs are missing, and Keto actually punishes. Acadian drops that bomb, and now makes it slightly easier in this 2v1 situation. Gade, we've seen him in the clutches before. He really step up when it matters the most. He draws that first fight onto the AWPer, and now it comes down onto the next. He's got to try and see if he can bait out Cadian. He's got a lot of time to work with, trying to jiggle the angle. And Gade swings out wide, gets a massive clutch that comes through from the Big side, and the Dane does it again and again.
How does he keep performing? I mean, today of all days, when Big know all they need is one win, Gade has been there to deliver in so many of these 1v2s. Oh, man, and the fact that he's peeking straight into 2 AWPs, we saw this miss after miss opportunity there for Heroic, but then Gade just played it patient. You know, he got the firm information, then he just committed to the wide swing. Great stuff. And now Heroic's money is broken, so Big can look to tie.
Oh, that's a way in. That's a real huge way in for Big. And they'll take all the advantages possible. Heroic are getting all the information. Well, there's nothing hanging around from lurk plays. Let's rotate players back quickly over to the A side.
They're taking a long way around. The scenic route. but not exactly expected to come away with too much. Containment would have been nice, some weapons, sure, but Big kind of go in quickly, make sure that they don't fall victim to the rundown by these pistols. No harm, no foul. Heroic are looking to just kind of burst onto the scene and do some damage, seems like.
I might as well have a crack, I guess. What are you really losing? Maybe you get farmed if there's a Mac 10, which there isn't. Throw yourself, try and see if you can draw some fights, keep them in the bomb blast. Yeah. Let's have a look. They get a pick. Alright, they deal with Gage. Seriously, surely gonna die. No, taps him. Oh, almost an ace. Okay, they get a couple of kills. I would look at that as a decent round, really, for Heroic.
Yeah, they accomplished their goal. I think they may have pulled the pin a little too quickly. You know, could have potentially lined up to deal with those players saving in that corner that's become a bit notorious. But yeah, even if Tabson comes away with 4, 2 rifles dropped ain't nothing to scoff at. Back into this double AWP setup once again. Had a few difficulties on the A rotate. I think Stown hasn't really hit that same stride. Kaden even a little shaky on some of these opening moments. Tess is loving the aggression here. Heroic taking a lot of territory down towards A. Gade around the corner and just trying to keep him busy. Make sure they don't over push, but oh my god, what? He's spamming away at ramp all the way at the back, and I don't think he's going to go clear Tessus, but through the smoke, he's catching bullets.
And normally you might see an SMG do that, right? When you aggress forward in the smoke, you start running forward, you may jump around, hope to find a pick, and, well, the AK is going to be able to do the job. There is a trade back that does come in quite quickly. Some over-aggression out to the B stairs, and Heroic know we need an advantage. We need to try and take a fight. Let's try and get a way back into the round. No one's really there to trade at the B stairs.
Yeah, both for Heroic and Big, B has been isolated fights galore, it feels like. Now the Orpo Stown does make its way over. Oh, time just missed out on that wide swing, but Tabson not ready for the peak. Ready to clear the close left, and Stown now steps up to the plate, doubling up on the affair. Smoke will meet him, but even as it blooms, Searson's gone too. Gate has nothing to do. Holding for the flank, you know, he locked down his side of the map. Where's the rest of the squad gone? Heroic guaranteed the 6th. Unless we see something ridiculous. Doesn't seem like Gade's really picking up the pace at all. Don't think he fancies his chances. Yeah, there will be another buy around the corner here for Big, so this opportunity shot down. And finally, that double AWP really coming into like full flavor, it feels like.
Yeah, Stown in another world could be a primary AWPer, and maybe when he's so young, he's only what, 19. You have a look at a couple of years in the future. Maybe he goes, you know what, I do want to be a primary AWPer. For now, he's a secondary, and my goodness, does he really hold on. 3 kills there on the B side. He's not getting hit by a crazy amount of utility. He even had an anchor player that just wasn't even peeking. He was just baiting, wasn't he? Just not even fighting at all. The AWP's like, yeah, no worries, mate. Don't peek. I've got ya. It's all good.
Just pick up my AWP when I die.
Yeah.
And then he didn't die. Yeah, great peek after peek. You can see them trying to chase them down, but yeah, you're right. Not as much utility as maybe you'd expect there for Big to try and go for that chase. You know, a man with a lot of utility, I think, was Tabson, and yeah, he didn't get too much accomplished with it.
Ooh, smoke from there. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, it's a con one for mid, it seems like. So this could be some room here for Tizian to try and find. The problem is that Stown's kind of cheated past that in at those boxes, and Tessus, all the meanwhile, it has found a kill at ramp. So Big are going to have to pick up the pace here. I think the jig is up, and Kaden is there to meet the aggression in from Keto.
It might just all come down to these AWPs. Honestly, for Heroic on the CT side, we're seeing Tessus get very overly aggressive. That was a play that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, they already had the numbers to play off of. Now Kaden, the flick is missed. Again, these shaky moments do seem to come back time and time over. Refresh. Oh, he's accounted for. Tizian turns in time. Now triggering the plant. Big 3-on-3. These AWPs aren't finding too much. The shush angle held around that side of the smoke is a big deal, but Tizian there to answer back. It's AWPs here on the retake here for Heroic, and they finally find an angle there on Tizian. Oh, and find as well Searson round the corner. You could see Searson's POV. It didn't even seem like he caught a glimpse of him, but the double AWP for the retake comes through.
And normally we always say double orbs on the retake, it's tough. Very difficult to isolate those fights, and well held, because it really felt as if in that whole situation the orbs were posted and Big were the one that made the mistakes. It wasn't exactly like Heroic were moving forward. They were initiating a lot of those fights. They were just holding their crossfires and waiting for Big to start charging in. 7 on the board for Heroic. I wonder how many CT rounds are enough. You have to look at this sort of perspective from Heroic looking to get back into the series. Do we look at maybe 8 or 9 as being the goal and the target for Heroic?
I think 9 is definitely the target. I would hazard as much. Again, they're fine enough on this map, sure, but a little flub movement there from Shush. If they rushed him down, would have been very vulnerable. I think they can actually get up to that placeholder number. I don't think we get an accurate representation. Heroic have their own goals in mind. How dare you? We'll close out this half 10. Double smokes over at this B site. Once again, Stown will receive that pressure. Has that AWP once again. And Shush is playing close. They're trying to make this wrap work here on the side of Big, and that's to isolate the retreat and the rotate. Stown does find them in the back lines, but they're now overwhelming. They're all over the site.
Oh my goodness, what a great round from Big. It looked as if there was so much chaos going on. The way that they get the cross smoke, they fight CT, and then as well, the CTs, where do you look? Are you waiting for the wrap? Are you waiting for them to come up from the stairs? You don't know where you're looking. And for Tabson, he gets a P250 kill, gets an M4, gets a second follow-up. Okay, go take this, mate. Try and see if you can do some more damage with it.
They're playing gun game over here on this B site. It's quick hands here from Big, and I mean, what a rushdown strat though. The fact that they're able to isolate that rotation so quickly,
yeah,
you can see,
I like it.
I mean, yeah, it's a fantastic little pocket strategy to pull out of nowhere. Heroic, like you said, just, I mean, where do you look?
Just getting caught in 2 minds. What doesn't help is how quickly the rotate gets dealt with. Because if the anchor player falls and you sort of get yourself set up and you've got the util, you can sometimes have some more comfortability. It's just the way that the CT player is the one that falls the quickest. Great shot coming in. And even for Stown, he's kind of isolated with the AWP. He loses his teammate. He's just looking everywhere. He's just hoping for another fight. Doesn't quite present itself. And Big, that's probably a round you steal out of nowhere. Yeah, it was a nice strat and all. Are you expected to win it? Probably not. You're just looking for damage in a bomb plant. They get away with the whole ring.
Well, now, best case scenario is 9 here for Heroic, and now the nade as well, damaging Cadian early, Tessus as well, tag. How many times has he gone for this short fight? Big are very privy to it, so giving him a taste of spam, and jumping into the angle, Searson, no idea Cadian's close.
It's all about the opening fights, and even though damage has been done, it's Big that are now starting to lose even more. Keto losing that fight onto the B player, Shush, and things just get so much more difficult out from the ramp hold. Tessus just trying to hold a crack angle when the smoke starts to dissipate. Will get heard on the tag of the molly, so they know that he's around here somewhere.
Oh, flash is great though. Tabson taken out of the equation. Gade will find the trade. 4-on-2 and refresh, making sure they cannot go up side lanes. Gade thought about throwing the smoke, but trying to remain elusive for now. Oh, timing could be good for this. Just peeking around that corner. Gade was so good at jiggle peeking those fights previously, but too many members to account for. And even after losing against the half-buy, Heroic immediately answer back. They find these opening kills, and we've seen this a few times from them. They're not just satisfied with a 5-on-3. If they can get that additional information as to where remaining big players are, they'll take it.
Yeah, pressure being applied. And for Big, we start looking at Tabson and thinking to himself, all right, how's he going to pull him out of this one? Because he was leading by the front, not only with the calling, but the frags in the first map. Hasn't quite presented its same sort of ability here on Vertigo.
Much pace here from the big side. Tazian does find the trade on the MAC-10, but there's the instant response. Refresh has been there to cut the slack each and every time, but these SMGs are just overwhelming. Surely not. This isn't another half buy or scrappy buy that Big can pull together. There is a flank that is being threatened. It's all about keeping them distracted, make sure that their eyes are in front, but Big are thinking about rotating back themselves.
Stown gets one, but surely doesn't get the second. And now the sort of whole idea, where is Searson? He's in the back lines. Oh no, he's whiffed it completely. He saw both players, tried to cut the rotate, and the Deagle doesn't find it.
Oh my goodness. That's heartbreaking here for Big. They had a great read. Now it's Tito to touch and Shush on the off angle, taking the wide swing. It falls right in front of them. It's a 9th round for Heroic to get this one off the ground here on Vertigo. We'll see if they can continue that momentum swing and bring back this series, force it a 3rd map in the second half.
$150 maps with Cadian in North from late September of 18th to early April of 2019. Imagine joining up with the big side to 2-0 them, to reverse sweep it, because they've been down 4 times in head-to-heads.
Oh man, just to have that side swap, now he could be the lethal weapon that takes you out of it. It's interesting start to things though. Big on the CT side, Searson, Tabson, they're both chiming in a piece apiece. And Tabson's got 2, all to add to the tally. A 4-on-2 right off the bat. Heroic haven't got too much going here on this A bomb site. The smokes are down. All that utility's already hit the deck, and the flashes are in, but they're not finding anything from it. No distance into this site. And now it all comes grinding to a halt. The smokes will fade. They'll have no real opportunity. Just have to commit to these wide swings, these solo peaks. Hope that going dry works out. Cadian rotates in, and he knows that there are big players nearby. Oh, dink in front onto Keto is great, though. So room over at A that Stoun's called the rotation for.
Oh, Tabson, though. Does he get caught off by the wraparound? The Pig tries to turn around from start, but it doesn't quite happen. Cadian in the 1v3. How does he even get a bomb down in this position? He knows that Tabson's still aggressive out from ramp. There's 2 B players here for Big.
Oh, timing's great for this many steps. So Searson knows what's coming. He accounts for it, and he gets 2 himself. Between him and Tabson, they get all 5 between them. And Big, they'll take another pistol. The problem has been, throughout this series so far, the second round after winning the pistol. Can they keep that one together?
Yeah. Well, there wasn't a bomb plant, so it does mean, on the force up for Heroic, there's not quite the Galils or the Hero AK investments. Yeah, 4 for 4 in pistols, and not once ever a conversion. Oh, this is quick. This is very fast out in mid.
Gotta get worried here for Big. They could get run over on this B-side approach. They want to just descend from the heavens, but no, they're cut off on the rotate. The smoke is down immediately, and now Heroic, they're actually kind of reconsidering things. They just pumped the brakes.
I'm very surprised about that. They had such a decent chance of just running wild into that B-side, and as soon as that counter utility comes in, it slows things down. There are so many players in City Spawn that might just be on for the taking. Tabson completely blind. His teammate of K does get dealt with. There's a lot of chip damage in for these CTs, and the bomb, it gets dropped in the worst position. The trades are decent, and Refresh is waiting for an overextension. Tizin's now going to try and defend with that MP9. His teammate is so far away. That's his first. He needs to follow up, and it doesn't happen. Saracen has now got to try and come away from that B-side to retake.
It can't keep happening. It cannot. Big constantly winning these pistols and then suddenly Excalibur clutch. Searson does find one player isolated. Stown looking to find rotations deep. CT spawn could be coming down to timing. Searson seems to be accounting for it. Smoke will be out. Stown not pulling the trigger on it just yet, so not revealing his location. Searson doesn't have a kit, so he has to move quick about this, and now that he's finally found Stown, has to win this fight outright because it's too long of a kit stick to get, and Searson will get both kills. He finds the right timing even while jumping up. The problem is, it's going to be real close here on the defuse, but Searson, it looks like he's got it. Oh, that's a huge sigh of release here for the big camp, because if you really consider it, that's the first time they've gotten that second round together, but it had to be the Searson clutch.
Oh my goodness, a great clutch. Really, we saw the B defenders having a tough time, even out in CT Spawn. It started off so well from Tabson, and then him and Gade just get overwhelmed completely, and the clutch has to come through. And for Big, that really must just feel like all of the weight has been taken off their shoulders, that finally we haven't choked that second round again.
Yeah, because then Heroic are kind of postured up to build on a lead. Smoke deep B here from Big. They want to make Heroic nervous about this one. There's a gap around the side though, so it's easy enough to clear here from Heroic. Another smoke may be required. Searson all the meanwhile over on the A side. Also on to pick on the AWP. So I think Heroic may just get funneled into this one. Don't know how much territory Searson's going to continue pushing for, and with them kind of 3 postured B, be a great place to burst.
And there is that one player of Tizian that's defending B without any head Kevlar, so that back 10 or Khalil can just run wild. Keto with a great timing on the swing, and Heroic is struggling with the picks. We saw that opening AWP pick out onto A, and there's so many defenders on this B side. I don't know if Heroic just continue to commit.
And once again, they slow down, and Stown's actually found and put one to Pound Town. So this 4-on-3 definitely gets a little interesting. Heroic have options. The fact that they moved away from B, they've only got the smoke and the Molotov and a flash to really flush Keto out. He's got help as well.
Oh, great timing again on some of these pigs. Just the way that they're holding angles for so long, and then just when they have a gut feeling, okay, flash now. It's been a good 20 seconds since we haven't heard anything. Cadian gets peeked off. They peek together. Very smart there for Big. They realize how close they are to that situation on B. All right, why give up another isolated fight? We don't have another flash to get us through, so I'm not going to set you up with util. Let's just peek together.
Not to mention, I think we've noticed the tendency already from this Heroic T side to immediately just like hover if their initial aggression doesn't work. And so Big aren't kind of getting led into this full sense of security of, okay, we dealt with the B side push, you know, now we can maybe move towards a stack the other direction, because sometimes, especially on these low buys, it'd be very easy to read into what the alternative plan is for a T side. But Heroic have often stood their ground and kind of worked the advantage from there, or rather disadvantages, as it's often been. So a couple adaptations already coming out from the CT side, it feels like, and you know, that extra vote of confidence by getting a pistol in the secondary. Things are really looking up here for Big to pull this one together, potentially hold this upset and book their place into the major.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on it for Big, and I wonder how you funnel that pressure. Do you put it as a positive or a negative, knowing you're now 9-9? Saracen with the AWP has got it out very early in that last round, and Heroic just don't bring much to the table. Yeah, you got the hero Galil out of all weapons. What else do you really have to back it up? Some util, some upgraded pistols, some Kevlar here or there. Could be some damage being created.
Oh, if these counter flashes are going to keep blinding as many Heroic players as they have been, then do worry about their ability to scale. Smokes will be met on this A bomb site. They're trying to get in with these pistols. They are full flash. Big can get run down with the tech. As the bomb drops right at his feet, Tabson round the corner with him, and they double swung into those fights. They know Gate is still here though, and he has that bomb controlled. Heroic need to be able to get this one back into their favor. Soon all those smokes will fade, but they're just not getting the kills. Gabe gets out of there because he knows that that's a great opportunity for Heroic for an isolated fight. This is Clowny. They can't get anything going. All those smokes fade, and nothing going well for Heroic.
Mate, I was just going to praise Saracen for the patience of not peeking up from Orange. It takes him so long to peek. They're all waiting for that fight, aren't they? And then eventually he peeks up, catches one. They've got themselves a 4v2, and notice Saracen just gets on top of Orange and just starts walking forward. And he goes, actually, this might be a little bit more difficult than I thought. Let's run away again. Let's just get back into safety. And for Tabson, he stayed alive at the back of Yellow, that banger position, for so long, right?
Yeah, I can't believe like him and Gade were just constantly just pressurizing the Heroic side because they wanted to just get that bomb planted and force retakes, but
yeah,
they didn't get step one down.
Heroic are gonna have to dig deep. They are not having an easy time at all in the second half, and it feels like finally we've actually seen what Big can be like, pressing from the front in a half. Because you have a look at map one, half two backward. First half of Vertigo, again, same response, winning pistol, then losing 5 rounds in a row. Now we're starting to see some comfortability. We're seeing money start to grow. We've got an AK down on Taquito, already an opening man advantage. Yes, they've given up that map control to ramp. There's a lot going for Big here.
Yeah, big part is that utility and the ability to afford it. So often round breaks do cause you to run a little light on the belt. And I love that Big aren't just sitting into the site. Sometimes I think I've been critical. You know, they're sometimes too passive. That hasn't been exemplified this series. Constantly moving in for more information. Saracen in at the sandbags now. Problem is that the rest of Heroic could set themselves up for a very quick burst. Saracen needs to perform in at these sandbags. It's so hard to get more than this one.
Oh, is he done now? I mean, he can put the smoke down for a volley.
No mollies.
Which they don't have any. So here, Tabson can just peek on the contact. There's so much attention being drawn out to the sandbags, and Saracen with the AWP is going to peek up. That's very eager, trying to see if he can create something, and the B player has been dealt with. That's Tizian completely now disappearing on the side, and Stow may even deal with the rotate. Kino is so low. This could be an easy kill. Might be right, actually. No, it's going to go down just in time, I think. Oh my goodness, Tabson gets a couple of kills. Now that's going to be it. That's the bomb getting dropped. So many back and forth emotions in that round. Oh, thought for a moment that Tessus could have got hunted after time. It didn't happen. I'm pretty sure, Yumi, that bomb just had time to go down.
Just narrowly.
But Tabson had a couple of kills, right? And he dropped it.
Yeah. Oh, man. And you could see exactly what Heroic's thought process was there. They dealt with that B-side player. You know, they get that room, but we're hitting that about 15-second mark where the call is made. Let's run it back over towards this B-side. And you worry about that timing. It was narrow, but because they had to commit to those plans, just unable to really put the firepower needed to hold onto that control. And Big, once again, in this driver's seat. Heroic running a little light. They don't have flashes. Only these smokes and a singular Molotov. They need these fights, and they need them cleanly. Big have been contesting ramp continuously. This time they can at least clear out the sandbags, but a 5-smoke execute, nothing else.
Oh, just the chip damage. This isn't helping at all. Heroic haven't even had a chance of creating a fight or winning a duel, and they're already getting chipped in. Refresh even lower with the spam, and they're looking to retake ramp.
This is why I love they haven't been waiting around for their opportunity to come to them. Could have been a great chance to pounce, but they just wanted to get Gade secured in this position. Again, there are no Molotovs now for Heroic. They cleared this out earlier as well.
Do they expect 2 rounds in a row? That's the whole idea of they've done it once and they're going to do it again. And Tabs just continuous spam, trying to see if they can just get another pick forward. Wide swing out from the early entrance, does get a 1-for-1 trade for Tessus. Oh, they've got to check sandbags.
They won't. They cleared it earlier in the round with the Molotov, so Gade springs in for 2. That's the bomb dropped in at ramp. Tessus, sure, he has side lane control, but they're trying to set and keep Gade alive for as long as possible. Gade's got 3. Stown was lurking into the B bomb site, hoping for similar success, but there's no one home. No bomb, no nothing. Another round for Big.
Oh my goodness, Gade again. Another great multi-frag round from him. That gets him up to 16. And no audience member wants to see an individual that's made a roster change into a new lineup struggle, right? We want to see them do well. And for Gade, knowing that this is the game that could get you into the major, there could not be any more pressure on this best of 3 for Big to perform. And he is looking fantastic. He is really stepping up in a way that we haven't seen from him this entire tournament.
Yeah, and it's kind of going to that strength I was talking to you about previously. You know, from previous rosters here for Gade, it felt like he just had the raw mechanics and just often needed to be put in the right spots to succeed. And you could see that prioritization now from Big to put him in the sandbags angle that has all the benefits of being cleared earlier on, so it's not going to be accounted for there from Heroic, and then you just see the turret do its work. Yeah, Gade has been a big surprise coming into this series. We didn't see these burst outs from the group stage, so...
No. Again, he was, 7 maps? I mean, that does include the overtime tiebreakers. I don't know how much you can really draw from that. He was negative 15 KD, average 0.90 rating.
Yeah. Now,
it's not, 1.3, 1.4 in this series and in this map, but my goodness, that's a big step up from then.
Have they found the solution? Is, I suppose, the big question here for Big. A 2-0 over Heroic would certainly have people questioning it. Taking a lot of tag damage. Tizian's deep B stairs and hidden behind those boxes, so it'll be a hard one for Shush to clear. Not a lot of action. A little slow round here from Heroic. Again, running a little light on some of that utility. They've gone with that hero AK down, and that could get dropped very quickly. Yeah, Tabson full HP around that corner, wins the trade. Oh my goodness, the utility. Wow.
Yeah, there's just not much going for them at all. Trying to see if they can make their way up to the side. Saracen with the orb, maybe on for a couple of frags. There's so many teammates in and around, so really for Heroic, if they just keep swinging out wide, the trades aren't going to go down well at all. And they're just hoping for damage, hoping to drop these AKs, because there's just so many for Big that even 1 kill, it's like, right, we've dropped an AK, we've given ourselves an advantage in the next round.
Man, the Shush tags were actually very close. Tabson's on 6 HP. Still no kill. Oh, they're really just hoping for one of these to somehow find something. Kaden with that M4. Kind of slow working, trying to double peek alongside Refresh. Saracen ain't giving him the chance, ain't giving him the time of day.
Kind of heroic. Yeah.
There's just nothing going to happen here. Plan going to be attempted. Refresh is actually covered at a distance. Kaden keeping him alive, but Searson through the box. Come on, man. Give him a chance. He's trying to escape. And now Kaden, a 1-on-4. Deeg out distance. Searson's dropped. Now just trying to make sure that he can't get this defuse running not too soon. Big, a Molotov in, but Cadian actually siphoned off from the angle, has to take the high ground instead, but they're sticking the defuse. It will be snuffed out from right under his nose, and Cadian cannot even get away with his M4. No freebies allowed. It's 13 for Big. They have built some distance here.
And if any of the viewers at home are maybe fans of patterns or coincidences, the last time we saw Big winning a head-to-head Yumi against Heroic was in another IEM event in the 7th of October 2020. Today is the 5th of October. Is there something wild going on here?
Something about this month, man.
It's October time, and so is Saracen's time. That's the early tag. It's chip damage. It's a way in, and even for Gade, he's just trying to get a straight bullet, just trying to see if he can get some spam into that ramp smoke. And for Heroic, they've had a really difficult time of taking ramp with having everyone on 100 HP. It just never happens.
We enter the month of the spooky holiday, and it could be spooky signs. Heroic, the lineup for Searson almost lands, but it's just to find the instantaneous trade. Basically doubled up on top of each other. The counter utility, though, on this B site has been great for Big in previous rounds. Again, a Molotov to prevent the split. And now, pushing past the Molotov, and just as it fades, Tizian gets one. Keto as well, clears the low in front of him, and he's going to be able to hold true. In at the generators, they do not track him down, so he's a massive thorn in their side. Reinforcements is coming, though. Kaden with that ult, looking to get there in time.
I love that Keto's not overextending. He's just jiggle picking. He's just not wide swinging. He's making it so difficult for them to get that pick back. And he even deals with refresh. Cadian's got to try and clutch again. NWP 1v3 gets the first, but it's the lineup, right? Both players playing, I guess, in the same position, just with a separate height advantage. Just having that verticality of Tabson up there. 14 on the board from Big. Another tactical timeout from the Danes for Heroic. This CT side has really impressed me on Vertigo.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be impressed with how Big have really responded throughout this entire series. Sure, that first map may have had some difficulties, but as soon as they got that lead, you know, they win these pistols, they end up in this second half. Now they are in firm control. They haven't let go since they have entered this side. And yeah, Heroic need responses. These opening duels haven't been that successful. They're often so light in utility by the time it grinds out to that late round, which is kind of what Heroic want in a lot of instances. They want to go for these late round executes, but they are constantly losing out on these utility exchanges. Anytime they think they can sneak players in, it's often been a bit of a red herring. Does the pace change? Do we see a bit more mid-focus? Feels like Heroic need a response. Searson ain't allowing them even the chances, though. Tessus past the ramp smoke, gets plucked out.
We know Orpus love playing up to that 51 area, and if you're backed up by utility, you're in for an easy time to deal with that lurk. Keto thinking about some more presence out to the B stairs. Could put a HE down, could it do some mass damage? Try and see if it can help him out further late into the round. And for Big, this is what, 8 rounds in a row looking to go 9th? They were down 6-9 at the half.
Here we go. This run just don't stop. And now Gate up close. Another position where he could succeed. Doubled up over at B as well. They're both behind the plywood. This is very susceptible to spam if one of them gets spotted early.
Oh, it's a bait though, isn't it? They're going to think one player's here. They're going to think Keto's the only one. Oh, okay. The other M4 fires away. It's still damage, and now Keto's just got to try and stay alive. Teammates are coming on rotation. It's going to be Tabson, the nearest one there. They don't know he's here already.
Oh, Stown doesn't get anything. They both potentially line up, and yeah, the B bomb site hasn't been taken just yet. Tabson's there in time, and the refresh has to clutch. 30 seconds, this bomb is close by, but he has to find these isolated duels. Tabson finally dealt with, but he's down to 8 HP. And there's not many places he can go either. That molly just fades. Oh god, they're again going for this double swing round the smoke, and it's different elevations over and over. They knew that there was only one path that Refresh could take. Big, now the tiniest distance away from pulling us through this series 2-0 and booking themselves into the major.
Jeez, they have been tested in this second half, but my goodness, have they been able to show up, Yumi. We've seen post plants. We've seen multiple post plants coming through from Heroic. And in that one right there, just notice how quickly Tabson's able to get into position to defend that B side, and how they even had the idea of that mid backstab, right?
Yeah. Oh, man, they've been so dialed in. The nades and the frag there from Searson accounting for the boost. Nothing going right. Any gimmick, any small advantage they're hoping to find has been met at the gates. Big, this CT side, take a bow. So far, so good. There's still a chance. Of course, we know Heroic might be able to pull this back, but all these opportunities have often been missed out, and Tessus again doesn't get the lurk to see success. They're 2-on-5. It's seeming like Big are booking themselves in.
Oh, Heroic, they've run out of steam in their second half, and Big know just the importance of being able to claim this 5v2, claiming this 16th round, 2 kills away from making their big ticket into the major. Keto on the site itself to defend with Tizian. Both players thinking on the contact and the timings, everything. The M4 peeks out, the trade's there, and Big are going to the major. What a result to not even drop a single round in that second half of their map pick of Vertigo. All in all, a great grand performance.
They never stopped moving, and after they broke past that mental hurdle, they just kept on delivering. Yeah, big surprises here for Big to 2-0 Heroic. And yeah, we have another finalist or another contender coming into the major cycle. It's great to see, and to see Big make those development strides within their lineup, because there's a lot of questions about whether they could find the implementation fast enough.
Yeah, and for Big, they got the job done, but we're going to take a break and tell you exactly how they did it.
Either now or in that 11th place decider, but they dodge out, and so they're guaranteed at least that 10th spot. And what a game overall. We were expecting Heroic to kind of drive Big all the way to the wire, and we certainly saw that on the first map, but in the second half of this of Vertigo, it kind of just all fell apart.
And for Big, it's been, what, a year, right, since their last win over Heroic, and they play each other a fair bit. So this has got to mean a lot, not only in the head-to-head rivalry that they've got the upper hand, finally just getting that ticket into the major. And honestly, I look at that second half, and I don't think it all came down to that round 2 conversion of winning pistol and then winning the anti-force buy. But my goodness, Yumi, it must have been a big helping hand, because that's where they struggled massively.
Yeah, a big sigh of relief that I think just kind of spurred onto more and more successes and kept their head, I think, clear in some of these retake scenarios and high-pressure situations. You could see how many times they were finding opening duel success, even when there were, 2v1s and potential clutch moments there for Heroic on that T side. It seemed like there was always another player that was unaccounted for from Big, but this is what we saw throughout the entire series. I mean, Tabson was a beast, but we also wanted to answer that question of whether Gade would step up, and he was constantly there, knocking at the door on these 1v2s and just finding these great angles to constantly find multi-kills.
Well, he joined the team, what was it, the 31st of July, so it's been getting close to 3 months now, and this is his sort of first test with the team to really see if he can drive it forward, and he did well. He did very well for this team, and this is now an opportunity to see more of Gade and see more comfortability in the lineup. Gotta remember, he's played with Danish teams for his entire career, and now he's going into a completely different environment playing with Germans. It's not going to be an easy transition, but my goodness, did he show up today.
Yeah, and we're not the only game that's been going on at the same time. I think we had a little bit of a slow start, but because of that 2-0, we've got our 11th place decider match kind of determined as well. The fact that, FaZe have finished off their game as well, 2-1.
Okay.
So OG are down into that 11th place slot, which is kind of the best case scenario for FaZe, because I think if they want to potentially move forward, they need a first place finish, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for FaZe to make it, yeah. So they need to go as far forward. They need to go into that next game up against Big and beat them too. The thing with FaZe, though, is they've got other mitigating factors. So them making 9th place doesn't completely confirm it. It puts them in the right spot. They then need other results to go a certain way. So for FaZe to make it into the majors, still going to be a tough ask. And some of the results are even out of their hands.
Now, we've had a hell of a day and a real surprising best of 3, but we have to call it a close. These 9th through 12th deciders already decided, and we have to kind of move into those next playoff games and those next decider matches to figure out where everyone slots in, so that when the main group stage comes out, when those top 8 go head-to-head, we'll have a clearer picture. I'd like to thank you all for joining me. Of course, this has been Yumi and Dweg kind of bringing you all that action, but don't go anywhere. There's still more IEM to come.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the internal and another pushing on.
the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming in the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Now they're pushing on.
Intel Extreme Masters Fall is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, US Air Force, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It's time for the final RMR before the 2021 Stockholm Major. Welcome to IEM Fall North America. I'm Boggs, joined by JRT. And folks, we got a lot of North American Counter-Strike to get through today, and we're kicking it off with something that's been a recurring feature over the last few weeks, John. It's Extra Salt and Pain.
Yeah, they have been playing a lot of Counter-Strike together over the last few months. I mean, just over the last 2 weeks, I think they've played each other at least 3 times. It's absolutely wild, but at this point, I think they're both adjusting to each other. And the surprising thing is that Extra Salt had their number, and now Pain is kind of turning the tables, but we'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, let's take a peek at the overall groups here for this final RMR before the Major. We have Group A, Liquid, Bad News Bears, Extra Salt, Pain, Extremum, and then ATK making an appearance as well.
Yeah, this is a very interesting group, obviously, but we're going to jump into the next one. Furia, Evil Geniuses, Godsent, TeamOne. I can't...
I think it's 0-0 Nation.
0-0 Nation, got it. And Triumph, but yeah, another very interesting group. Actually, Furia, we watched them yesterday in IEM Winter Qualifiers, actually ended up losing to Godsent, so that makes this group even more interesting.
Yeah, I think that blows this group entirely wide open, and that really makes things a lot more open too, because EG's not exactly in the best of form. There's a lot for a 0-0 Nation or 0-0 Nation to prove, and Godsent really showed that they're a team on the up and up. So there's a lot of upset potential out of Group B. I think Group A will be the more stable one where we can really expect the results to end up as they should, but Group B is definitely going to be one to keep a major eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to see how both groups are going to go, of course, and see if those top dogs of Furia and Liquid will be top dogs in these groups.
Yes, indeed. But now let's get back to our recurring feature, our first matinee of the day, Pain versus Extra Salt. They've played 3 BO3s in the last couple of weeks. An absolutely insane amount of Counter-Strike between these two teams. And they've also played a lot of Counter-Strike as a whole, not just against each other. And of course, what more of a fitting way to kick off this RMR than between these two now? I guess you can call them rivals at this point.
Oh yeah, you definitely can. I mean, they've played 30 maps over 2021, not including Train, right? And that is even more if you do include it, but I won't because it's not in the pool anymore. But yeah, it's been absolutely wild. And Extra Salt, I do believe, were at a point where they were 9-1 against Pain. They were really dominating them, but over the last 3 BO3s, they've lost 2 of those. So I think Pain's starting to catch on to their strategies. And the interesting thing, of course, is, well, I'm not sure if we're going to jump into the vetoes yet, but it got quite interesting for sure.
Oh yeah, the vetoes are going to be very interesting when we get to that. I mean, it's a pretty stock map pool when you get to these two teams. Their pools do overlap quite a bit, and it just goes to show how on par these two teams are when it comes down to it individually as well. You have OC versus Safe, which is one of the best opticals you can expect out of the North American region. You have the heavy hitters, the Sonics, the Hard Zows, the Big Uzeras, and the Fangs over on both these two teams. It's really an overall incredible matchup. It's showing there's a lot of life to the scene, and they always deliver. There's always a lot of emotion. You can see the players spamming the bodies. And now let's look at these vetoes here. The typical maps you normally see between these two teams are Vertigo and Ancient.
Yeah.
And I like this ban from Extra Salt.
I'm actually really surprised, to be honest with you, because Extra Salt not choosing to ban Mirage right off the bat. Usually Mirage is out of the pool immediately, and they said, okay, we're going to float it. And I guess they kind of assumed that Pain wasn't going to want to play it, even though Pain have reinserted it back into their map pool recently, because they started banning Overpass, of course.
Yeah, and there's the Overpass ban right there from Pain to go along with it. Inferno was banned as well. And if you were watching IEM Winter Qualifiers last night, you know why this is an instant ban from Pain. And if you're wondering why the vetoes look a little weird too, it is following the same veto pattern as Premier Matchmaking from the CSGO client. So if you're wondering why the bans are a little weird, that's just the way it's going. That's the way that Valve wants to show. They want to showcase off that veto system from Premier Matchmaking. And so that's why it looks a little weird. There's your answer.
Well, and we end up on Mirage. So to me, it was a choice between Dust 2 and Mirage for Extra Salt. And I mean, if you look at their Dust 2 stats, they've played it a lot more, 20 times, but they're not confident on it, 11-9, which is kind of low for the Extra Salt squad. So I guess they said, look, I guess we'll jump back into Mirage. The last time these two teams played it was in June. So 4 months ago is when they last played Mirage against each other, and they've only played it twice, whereas all the other maps have so much more history.
Yeah, the thing about Mirage, though, everyone knows how to play this map. It's a pugger's paradise. If you're playing a pug, you're going to end up on Mirage. So it's a map that everyone knows how to play. It might not be the most tactically deep map for either of these two teams, but they have the individuals to power them through. They have basically all they need. They have the set smokes. Everyone knows Mirage smokes, and it's going to come down to who has the better day today, I think. It's going to be a very hard-fought battle for sure.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. This one is going to come down to the wire. And if you look at their previous series, it wasn't like there was any type of domination happening, of course, since I think it was 17-19 on Vertigo. And then after that, I'm just trying to locate that, but it was very close. I believe 14-16 was the other score line. And Pain ended up being 2-0 in that series. But I think it was Nuke that Pain, yeah, it was Nuke that Pain came back and won 16-14. Extra Salt were up 13-5 there and ended up losing. So I don't know what's going on right now. Extra Salt having trouble closing out their maps. Maybe they'll solve things here since we're jumping into one of the most important events for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, the major qualification is kind of wide open too. Extra Salt already do have some points as well. They have 1,200 RMR points. They've made no roster changes. They will keep all of them. They're currently on the cusp of qualifying, just 100 points away from tying up with 00 Nation or 00 Nation. Again, not so sure how we're exactly supposed to say that, but you know, Extra Salt, they're on the cusp. So is Pain. They're 200 points behind 00 Nation. So both of these two teams, they need to get out of the gate early. They need to get that win on the board to try and get as many RMR points as possible. Because realistically speaking, even Pain, they're 600-700 points behind Extremum for the most points total in the RMR. There is a lot of leeway going through here and a lot of opportunity for these two teams to punch their ticket to the major.
Yeah, and I think Pain's going to have to find a better rhythm than they had in the IEM Winter Close qualifiers. They struggled there against their Brazilian counterparts. Both Godsent and Furia really kind of taking it to them on several occasions, and Inferno was just a disaster for Pain. You know, you kind of talked about it. 16-7 loss against Godsent and 16-1 loss against Furia. So it makes sense. Get that map out of here. Do not go there because they look like a completely different team when they're on Inferno versus all the other maps.
Yeah, individually they look completely lost. As a team, they look lost, tripping over their own feet on rotations and reads. It's a map I think they should probably even try to look to an insta-ban on as it stands right now, at least going through these BO1 series to kick things off in this RMR. I definitely want to see Pain shy away from that map as much as possible, because any team that's going to be looking at those maps is going to want to try and punish them on that.
Yeah, and not to mention, right before they got to IEM Winter Close qualifiers, that is, they lost to one tap on Inferno 16-14, and that's just a premier move-up team from Season 38. So, okay, I think we've said enough about Inferno. Let's talk about the matchup a little bit more, and the two players we are going to have to keep an eye out for, and they always go toe-to-toe and head-to-head. It is OC on Extra Salt and Safe on Pain. The two oppers are always top fragging against each other, and it just comes down to who can get the edge, I think, at some points, Austin.
Yeah, which opper is going to have the most impact for the squad, I think is really what it's going to come down to. It on a map like Mirage, the op is going to have a ton of impact and a lot of say. These two oppers are incredibly competent, incredibly good at what they do, and they're both very good with the rifles too. So it's not like they're completely useless without the op. They are still competent riflers, they can still get the kills without the AWP, and that's what makes them so dangerous. I would say they're the top two oppers, at least in the teams that basically stay in North America all the time. And it's basically a battle between the two for that top spot, and there's not much separating them.
Oh no, it's absolutely, at least in Premier, it's absolutely OC and Safe. There's no question in my mind. They are the two best oppers in the league. It's hard to kind of choose one or the other, of course. Maybe lean slightly more towards Safe because he tends to have slightly better mechanics and movement than OC, but they're both so good. Like, when I say slightly, I mean like 0.1% probably. It's just so tightly contested. And if you look at their stats over their last BO3, actually that one went to Pain in 3 maps, I correct myself. It was 14-16 on Ancient for Pain, and 14-16 for Ancient, yeah, and Overpass 16-10 for Extra Salt and Vertigo 10-16, but OC was the top frag there at 69 and 55, and over on the Pain side, it was Safe at 61 and 48. So they were matching each other blow for blow.
Oh, yes, indeed. And that's what we're going to get here. A treat on Mirage between OC and Safe. Pain versus Extra Salt. First matchup of the final RMR. for the major for North America. Sonic out towards window, holding the line on the CT pistol round. Exasol winning the knife round, so they will start on the defensive end of things. Good Molotov in towards window, though. They gets a lot of information. The Keys is going to push forward. Marky's holding up on Catwalk. He's going to get the information that they're running up con towards A. There's 3 players here from Exasol as well, and they can shut this down if they play their cards right. Here comes Sonic and JT. Fake for a headshot, too. All these players being domed. Marky adds another. It's all down to Safe. He does catch off one towards Catwalk, but he does not have the bomb in hand. This is going to make this clutch attempt so much more difficult here. A lot of time on the clock, but he doesn't really have a lot of space. And again, that lack of the bomb is going to be a big problem.
Last time they played on Extra Salt, it was last time they played on Mirage, there was a 16-10 win for Extra Salt. And right now, they do have the early edge in the 4v1. Safe by his lonesome. He's very, very good with this USPS on the pistol rounds, though. So don't count him out of it just yet. But of course, not having the bomb will be a bit of a problem as that flashbang is going to fly over. And Sonic takes care of Safe pretty handily. 1-0 for Extra Salt.
Almost a team ace of headshots. All 5 were headshots from the Extra Salt side. Only OC goes without any bit of damage, realistically speaking. An Extra Salt, a confident pistol round win. Something they'll like to get is both pistols. It'll give them a bit of a boost against this Pain Gaming side. And any bit of confidence Extra Salt can get against Pain right now is going to be huge, because they have lost those last 2 BO3s in a row against this squad. They need something to get back into the series. And a pistol round like that is going to be a good start. Pain will not force into this round. They're going to have a flashbang sent out towards middle, and Glock spam it out. On clear, that's going to be Fang, but they're not going to have anyone in snipers, and I think that's what Pain was hoping for. To catch somebody off guard with the Glocks! Fang, he is lucky to be alive. He's mopped one up with the M4. So much damage going back onto Fang. He's going to swing wide and take himself a second kill. They're still out in middle with the Glocks, and it's finally going to be mopped up there in the end. PKL in through CT spawn, however, might get a backstab onto OC if he's not careful. And indeed, PKL might just get a knife kill out of this one for his trouble. Yeah. He's going for it, and there he throttles him from behind. Easy pickup for PKL. He's picked up an M4 as well, and he's going to toss that out of the map. That is brilliant.
That is a really good decision, of course, since now the MP9s cannot upgrade back to the A1S. JT's trying to grab it here, and he gets it! Oh my goodness! Oh, what a heads-up play by JT. Still, PKL gets a good chunk of money. $1,500 added to his bank account thanks to that knife frag, and that means that they'll be able to get a very strong buy up into this next round. You already see the op in Safe's hands. 4 AKs round out the buy, but over on Extra Salt, that's just a very nice recovery by JT to grab the A1S. It'll help them out tremendously into this next round.
Yeah, it's good to know, too. You can still grab that from outside of the play surface. He gets himself the kill, but he's going to go back for more and get punished for it. A little overextension. Yes, it is the lesser weapon, it is the lesser rifle, but you already have a kill. You don't necessarily need to go and force the issue for the second there and give Pain a 4v4.
PKL working his way around top mid. That is with Safe. They don't really see any targets, so they're going to fall off a bit for the time being and head back to T-spawn, where the bomb is waiting for them. Bigazera, in the meantime, was looking to gain some space in Palace, but I think he's just waiting for his teammates to get ready with some smokes, potentially, towards the A site before he makes his move, and, of course, have to wait for Hard Zhao to get with them as well. So Extra Salt have a couple of players waiting here on this A site. So far, I mean, they don't necessarily have any aggression towards B, but at the very least, they have Marky jumping up and down into the apartments to make sure that no one is up close.
There's a lot of utility still left for Pain. 5 flashes, 3 smokes, and a Molotov. They can go for the A execute here with relative ease, leave that player in towards Palisade as Hard Zhao. He's got a molly for under scaffolding as well. There's a good hold Hard Zhao back, though. This allows JT to swing, but they're ready for it. Nade comes in to counter. PKL's the only one to really take any damage, and Safe is still here with the op. He has yet to reveal his position. Lucy working in. Molotov towards bench is a great another play by Pain, because they know that under scaffolding play is cleared. And OC OC. He doesn't spot the planner, but he gets the kill in the end. 3v3 now evened up. They have an idea somebody is towards Palace, but the off safe is always going to be tough to deal with. OC clearing out, spots at the second player. They still expect to clear in Palace, but how do they clear out safe and ramp? They don't have the utility for this, and now we get into a more dire situation as the time begins to dwindle. Uncharacteristic miss from safe, though. OC's got himself 3 on the rifle, and now as Sonic holds the bomb, Hardzow's a little too late for the party. He's running into 2 players from Extra Salt, and OC with the quad kill. It's not the op that works for him, but there's going to be op in his hands next round. 3 straight for Extra Salt, and Pain with the bomb plant. They can force into this round with Khalil's, but it's not going to be the best.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the great thing for Extra Salt right now is that they get the op for free and safe. You know, we saw it against Furia. His shots weren't hitting shots that we expect him to hit, right? And that's another one. I don't know if maybe some of that nervousness is carrying over here to IEM Fall, but I'm sure we'll have to wait and see, because I do feel like Safe is going to be hitting those more often than not as we progress here on Mirage. That said, Extra Salt have to be happy with the situation that they have right now. Economy under their feet for the most part, and on CT side, that is of utmost importance. As you see Fang spamming through the smoke with the A1S, recently buffed, only 4 shots needed, 4 body shots to get the frag with that now, and of course, with that buff, you can spam through the smoke and do so much damage and not have to worry about the tracer fire. I think it's a really big difference maker on that CT side.
Yeah, and it's cheaper, so get that extra utility or kit. It makes a big difference, but look at Hardzow's positioning. He's got through Rat Hole completely clear. Nobody has the information. The 2B players aren't going to spot this at all. Sonic's going to get backstabbed or Hardzow. He's going to bide his time and wait and mark it. This is so smart from Hardzow. He's going to spot Sonic again. Sonic's just jumping out. Hardzow finally pounces, but now Marquis has to worry about Naps and Mark flank. He's going to get 1, maybe a second. No, Nikis mows him down with the MAC-10, and Hardzow goes back into the market door. They have to expect him, but the flashbang comes in. Fang trades 3v2, but Fang makes it an even 2v2 as the bomb is down and begins to tick further. OC with the op looking for an opening kill. Fang is still on site, tossing a molly back pillar, but these 2 players, 1 on apps and 1 on arches, going to be in very good post-plant positions given the plant spot towards apartments. OC not going to spot it. The utility running low. Fang swings open. OC 1v2. He knows where 1 is. He's going to hear the drop of the second, but it's going to come down to time, and he's lost the amount of time he needs. Misses the shot. Mop up for Pain. Grab the op. Upgrade to the M4 over the Galil. And a good round for Pain to get back on the board here. Timeout called by Extra Salt. Very good timeout, I think they didn't call, because this is twice now. A Pain player has gotten in through Rat Hole for absolutely free. This is something that can't really be allowed to happen. It's a bit questioning as to how they're just completely giving up mid, while knowing Pain do like to take this area of the map.
They're going to have to be careful here, there's no doubt about it. Can't let that space be given up. Of course, on Mirage, it's all about that mid control, right?
Yep. I mean, it is the mid map. A lot of teams will fall into a trap too where they just take mid so much, they have nowhere else to go. They use all their utility to get that mid control.
Yeah, exactly. I think the one thing, though, that I don't necessarily mind is if a team is fully committed just giving up mid and playing for the passive angles on the bomb site, it's totally fine. But you have to choose one or the other. You either take the fight or you hold or you stay back on the sites. You can't be in between, because that's usually what leads to complete disaster. As Sonic, well, now he's playing more aggressively here. Over the top of the smoke, looking for some information at top mid, and PKL could catch a couple of players off guard here from the underpass.
Slower round here from Pain, but they do get a good amount of damage dealt onto Extra Salt. Niki's tagged down very low, however. A scout in the hands of Marquis could finish him off pretty easy. I don't think he's going to necessarily want to take that op duel. Scout versus op against Safe. And the bombs don't spawn, so for Pain, they're slowing things down, really trying to reset and feel out what Extra Salt are doing, maybe even bait them out into the open. They have a good idea that the utility isn't great for Extra Salt either. So they're going to burn through most of that. There's only 2 flashes in the smoke left for the CT side. Fang's really going to have to win this duel with the aim alone. Moss out in the boxes, his head is shown, but he's still able to win that duel. And if Fang starts heating up for Extra Salt, that is going to be massive for them against Pain. He was the MVP player in their European tournament. I'm drawing a blank on which one that was, but on their European tour, Fang got an MVP award out of that one. So definitely a player to watch if he starts feeling his form.
Yeah, and he was the player leading the charge on Overpass, and they won 16-10 on their last BO3. So we'll have to see if he's got the magic once more. Had 23 frags in that affair. Fang, along with JT, waiting at stairs, joined by Sonic. They're set up perfectly here for this take, but Fang gets the TK. Sonic walks into his crosshair. It doesn't matter at the end of the day because they still clean things up, but, you know, a little bit of a miscue. Although I'm sure Extra Salt doesn't necessarily mind too much since they managed to bounce back after one Pain victory to get their 4th. And you're going to see it again here. It's just unlucky.
Yeah. Little over, a bit of a swing there from Sonic, and Fang, he's not going to stop shooting at the opposition. They win the round regardless. They keep 3 alive, so it's not going to be too much of a factor. Maybe a bit of a laugh, if anything, because these Extra Salt guys have very good comms. They do trust each other with a lot. This is a team that's been together for a long time, so they have really not much of a care in the world when it comes to that sort of issue. OC boosted up to very aggressive angle. He's going to take that shot and fall away. Utility spam's going to come through from Extra Salt to hold off this T-Rush. Half buy from Pain on the pistols. It's a good opening pick and a wise decision to fall away there from the Extra Salt Opper. There's a heavy presence towards B, though, from Extra Salt. They've given up a lot of A control. They're now going to start to stabilize again, set up more towards a 2-1-2, but mid control still being stressed here with Fang and Marky holding in towards Rat Hole. And they're going to fall off of it completely. And Pain seem to be edging their way back towards B. They're looking for an opening, but Extra Salt are not going to push forward. They're not going to give a gun over to Pain.
Sonic. Waiting. Still as a statue, almost a cat. Now he makes a move around this corner just to have a peek and see what might be happening. A lot of utility flying over. But still, no visibility on these Pain members. They have a couple of Tech 9s to work with on their pistol buy-up and a P250. But outside of that, no utility at all, and no body armor. So Sonic should be able to farm the frags, assuming he gets visibility here. A couple of players sneak through connector. He does see one, and as he's spamming for the player in connector, Hardzout walks into his crosshair. So that's a couple of easy ones for Sonic. Fang drops Big U, leaving only Safe standing. He's got a P250 upgrade, but with all that utility sailing in, and the bullets as well, it's only a matter of time, and yeah, he goes down. Extra Salt pick up a 5th for themselves.
5th round and a clean anti-eco at that. Great for the CT economy, which is not in the best of straits right now, given Pain's damage and their round victory a couple rounds ago. So for Extra Salt, it's going to be a boon to their economic standing. And now they're going to be able to buy up all the utility they want. That AK back to the hands of Fang, but his Pain on a full investment. Safe has the op. He really hasn't been able to get into this game just yet. That's a big question mark as to if he'll be allowed to. If he doesn't, somebody else is going to have to step up on the Pain side of things.
Yeah, I want to say it's a little harder to get in the rhythm on the T side with the op, but on Mirage, you do have a lot of angles you can take. Speaking of getting in the rhythm, OC gets a 2K with the op, and Fang drops PKL. 5v2 in favor of Extra Salt. This is a full-on buy round for Pain, but Extra Salt making it look like another eco. Flashbang flies over for Big U, but the timing could not be worse. JT frags him, leaving only Safe with the aforementioned big green gun, this time orange and white, of course. Nice Asimov skin. Safe, well, that's the only consolation for him, is being able to stare at a nice pretty op skin because he's in a 1v5.
Yeah, is he going to try and save this? He looks like he's playing this very pensively.
I don't see a path forward. He has to isolate 5 1v1s.
Yeah, but I also don't like the save call because there's a good chance he dies after time. There's 2 players coming from behind. I feel like he has to, at the very least, take a fight somewhere to give himself space. Because just jiggling back and forth is really going to delay the inevitable.
I think he'll be forced to take a fight, but he doesn't want to try and force it himself. There you go. JT goes down, and now he's going to wait for some more players to arrive. I personally don't mind the save, assuming he can get it done. He doesn't know the players above him, though. Save coming around this corner, and Fang will take him down. So he tried, but unfortunately for Safe, the op will not be carried through into this next round, and Extra Salt take a 6-1 lead. On top of that, they're going to get a double op setup. And does OC have, is that op being carried over all the way back to that round when he picked it up off the ground? I'm not sure. I think it's been upgraded since then, but still, the economy for the Extra Salt side is looking quite nice.
They lost the op when Pain won the
right,
round.
yes, that's right.
So, but they got another free op out of that round, so Sonic's going to have the double op set up for free. Timeout called by Pain to try and slow this Extra Salt momentum. But right now, Pain are looking a little weak here on Mirage, and Extra Assault looking much more confident. OC 8-2. 4K on the rifle round comes to mind as well. Not to mention his op prowess is starting to shine.
The thing is, despite the fact that Mirage was reinserted into the map pool for Pain, they still haven't played it too much, right? So, because a lot of other teams like to ban it.
Yeah.
Maybe Extra Assault realize that. Put in there and see if Pain decide to give us a chance to play on it, and they have. JT finds the opener here with the 2K on Bigu, and PKL 5v3 quickly. Another pistol buy-up, though, of course, for Pain. So Extra Assault heavily favored into this round. Utility flies forward, and they've completely pushed Pain off of the A hit. They're trying to adjust here mid-round, rotating back through T-spawn, and it will be an easier path toward that B site, because you only have one player watching, that's Marky, but he's going to try and gain a little more space onto the site and get a better angle now.
You know, we are hyping up Extra Assault a lot and ragging on Pain a little bit, but I have to mention it is the CT side of Mirage. So, for Extra Assault, they should be expected to have the better advantage. Pain, it is a little tough to get into the going of things on T's side. If they start losing this mop-up here with Extra Assault, that's where things really start to get scary. When that lead starts to grow to the 8 and 9 score lines. Well, Necky's might get himself a second kill. OC a little too aggressive with the op perhaps. Flame will keep Necky's alive for now, and he'll grab an op for his troubles. Nade is going to zone out his position even more. Eventually he will be finished off by Extra Assault. It's Marky to do the deed in the end. But again, if Pain loses this next gun round, an Extra Assault can start growing that economy even more, that's when things start to get scary. 8, 9, 1. That's where we start talking about Pain need to really flip a switch quickly, or else this lead could get insurmountable for Extra Assault.
Well, you know, you got Pain back on a rifle round now, as good a time as any. Get themselves back into it, full utilities, well, aside from Safe, who opted for the AWP, of course. Going for a lack of body armor in order to get that up and running. OC misses a shot, so that's an opening for Pain to charge down into Connector, and Nikiz is not going to waste that opportunity. He's already up there. JT trying to push up and see what's going on towards T-spawn down that ramp. Bigu was waiting on the other end, and JT does back off. He gives Nikiz the space to move into Connector. He finds the opener for his squad and makes it a 4v4.
There's no awareness from Extra Assault that they could have players up their Connector from Pain. Sonic's just tunnel visioned in towards Palace. You have JT walking around back turned towards Con area. And that's a free kill for Pain and a good opening towards the A site. OC's out towards spawn, but the mid angle is still open, and Fang's been tagged down very low. The bomb's going to make its way out ramp on towards the site. Sonic now is posted up in Palace. He spots out one, and he will reveal his position now. Has to retreat in towards Palace. The op not necessarily the best gun to take multi-kills from this angle. Now the bomb will go down, 4v3 in the favor of Extra Assault, but again, Fang is low and they know where he is. PKL is holding onto his position, Marky wrapping through top of middle. Will join up with Fang, who might just drop down into Marky, though, aggressed upon by PKL. Good opening kill for him. Takes the second on the Fang. Now the advantage swings to Pain. The time is ticking down lower as well. Double ops on this retake, going to be difficult. Nice little nade, but it goes a little too far in front. And Extra Assault calling it quits. They want to save these two ops. They don't fathom a chance in this round. And Pain win a necessary one to cut that deficit to 5.
There you go, Pain. Forcing Extra Assault to save the AWPs. And as you mentioned, that second round now on the board for them. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, considering how things were trending so far here on Mirage. PKL, that was a great job, clearing not one, but 2 players towards mid. And of course, helping Pain pick up that round. Timeout going to be called, though, by Pain to talk things over, despite the fact that they just won that.
Next, I think they realize that's not necessarily a sustainable way to win rounds, is getting these backstabs in. Both rounds that Pain have won, they've had a backstab. So they're going to need to find something else besides getting in the back lines, getting a blind kill, and then building off of that. They're going to need some more relative success. And right now for Pain, that success needs to come from some kills, because they've lost almost every 1v1 duel against Extra Assault, except for PKL in that last round coming back to mind. And for the most part, there hasn't been too many utility peaks for Extra Assault either. Fang's underpass swing is probably the only one that really comes to mind. Everything else has been relatively dry engagements. And And if they go out mid-dry into Sonic, that's going to be an easy free kill for him. Perhaps a run boost coming through? They are going to go for the run boost here. I always love to see that. Sonic, though, gets the leg shot onto PKL. OC swings out, rather, Sonic swings out, and he's going to be punished. OC tries to get a trade, but it's not going to happen. Good flashbang comes in from Big Zeta. There comes OC. His op sings, and now it's a 4v4 situation. The bomb has not been spotted, I don't believe, but Connector is going to be a viable contact option for Pain. I do like the ladder room boost up. Fall off of it, Extra Salt. Nice nade onto Nakiz, though, comes through. But B's going to be the audible call from the Brazilian squad, and it's a good read.
Still a couple of players waiting here on the Extra Salt side, and OC spots out Nakiz to make it a 4v3. Now it gets a little dire for Pain because you only have 216 HP combined amongst the last 3 players. And a couple of players waiting on the other end trying to solve at the B site. Fang going to get the opener here as they try to walk in, and he gets traded up by Bigu. Unfortunately for Bigu, he is gone as well, and it's only PKL left standing with 16 HP. The lowest HP player was on the flank, and you know what? The health didn't even matter because OC gets him with the big green gun. Extra Salt have isolated both of Pain's round victories and pick up an 8 for themselves. Not only that, they take a lead into the second half, guaranteed.
Extra Salt are going back onto the double op, too. They're going to give that back to Sonic. OC has really been an impactful player, and Fang as well. 2 of those heavy hitters for Extra Salt are really performing well. Pain are going to counter by again. Safe will have the op once again, and Big U's relegated to a Deagle. PKL onto a Mac 10. I like the nade stack top mid, though, from Extra Salt, adapting well to the Pain pressure. It's not going to really do anything, though. They throw it a little too early, not even. However, it's still a good counter to the Pain rushing. The Pain boosts out towards middle. And just their standard mid-control setups. They're going to force Pain to default out now. Slow things down. But Pain have done a good job of burning through the Extra Salt utility early on. Only 1 flame left on the CT side. Other of flashbangs and a couple smokes. But still, no more nades. Only 1 Molotov again to stop a rush. That's a good amount of utility burned for basically no investment from Pain.
There's still a decent amount left on the Extra Salt side, but you're right. Quite a bit has been spent here. And now Pain are going to go for that mid-control. Fang's fallen off of window, right? Because they've thrown that smoke into it. He's just waiting to see if someone's going to boost in. So far, no movement from Pain in that direction. With 50 seconds left on the clock. Hartzell peeking around into Connector, hoping to spot out something. And he will post himself up. Wait for the rest of his team to decide when they are going to move in, likely around the 30-second mark. OC pops a flash towards a ramp, predicting that someone's going to come up there, but still nothing doing. Here's that 30-second mark, though. Nakiz gets the opener on Fang. 5v4. OC going to be critical here. Can he hit the shot? They're trying to bait it out. Our Pain still has not rung off. Now it will, and he gets it, but it's an insta trade coming from Safe to make it a 4v3 and retain the man advantage on Pain's side, and Safe just barely misses a wallbang on JT. Now JT finds Bigu. Bomb going to be planted. Sonic picks up the op, and he's trying to do some damage with it himself, but it's Safe to drop him, and Marky getting the trade. 2v2, back and forth. Marky from Cat is doing all the damage. It's now up to Hartzell. He's not on the site proper. Marky's going to communicate that, of course, to JT, who can try and stick the diffuser.
Marky gets caught off. There's a smoke from Marky onto the bomb. A flashbang
What a
comes in from
smoke.
Hartzell, but JT's holding. Great lineup. A spray comes in from Hartzell. He's out of ammunition. He's out of time. And he's out of the round. JT clutches it up, but it all comes down to Marky. Both of those kills from Catwalk, buying more time, and that smoke onto site over the top of Connector. If we could get a replay of that, that would be fantastic, because that smoke, again, is what seals the deal. Also, JT does a massive job there, but that smoke, you can see the tracer right there. It perfectly lands, and that's what really wins that round for Extra Salt.
You want an example of perfect teamwork? That is it right there. Unbelievable work by Marky. He knew he was going to die, so he tosses the smoke, ensures that at least JT has the ability to hold the defuse without being spotted, and he knew, of course, that the other player would have no idea where the defuse started. Now JT goes for some aggression up mid, finds Safe. He's got what he's looking for, backs right on off to the A side, but does take a little more damage from the utility, of course. Still, another frag comes in here, this time from Fang, and we have a 5v3 in favor of Extra Salt. They are really on cruise control right now here on Mirage. They haven't really let Pain gain any space, aside from the 2 rounds that they won.
Yeah, John, I was about to say something just about as similar as you did. It's Pain. It's Extra Salt heaping the coals on the head of Pain, just continuing to load that pressure on. A double-digit scoreline now looking likely, given the scoreline here in this round. 5-3 advantage for Extra Salt. They are indeed on cruise control, and it's going 65, 70 down the highway. They are loving life right now. Nade will go out, not going to catch any damage, but still good preemptive utility coming in from Extra Salt as Pain are stalling out again. They're down 2 players. There's not a lot of options for them either. So they're going to decide to go towards B from the looks of things, but look at Sonic's position. He's aggressive out towards Balk or Van. He's just got a good angle here to shut this down. Has Marky from Catwalk 2. Flash goes over. That'll signal Marky's smoke. Sonic gets flamed out of position, but he rotates out. Things watching the Catwalk. And now it's time for Sonic and Marky to pop up these last 2 players. Marky will get 1 and does not expect the second up in Powerman's, actually. Thought he saw both of them, interestingly enough. But only 1 kill for Pain on a full gun round is definitely lackluster. And they're going to be back on a bit of a half by force up if they want to go for it again because of no bomb plant. 10 rounds to 2 for Extra Salt. A chance to get 13 out of this half is still alive for them. And then with that, pistol round basically secures you the match.
Well, Pain. Oh, wow, they go conservatively here. I thought they were going to force up, but instead they decide to get an AK, Tech 9, CZ, P50, and a Deagle. Everyone on a different weapon here. They're banking on safe, doing some damage here. I love the aggression from Extra Salt, though. Here they come. They get one, maybe not so much on that, because they go a little too far and let Hearts out with the frag. He will be able to get an M4 if he gets past Sonic, but Sonic sticks around to ensure that he not only gets control of the bomb, well, at least momentarily, but he takes another frag to his name.
Hardzao still picking up, and that nade, yup, perfect onto the feet of Hardzao. Can't kick that one away. The bomb is still down. Don't know it. Neki swings into the open. Bang there to punish. And Biggie, the last alive in a 1v3 with armor, pistol, and a good amount of utility, actually. Has a chance to win this round if he can pick up Marky. Marky has to look the right way, but I think Biggie might be making too much noise. Marky should be able to hear relatively quickly. He's just stomping away. Marky's been spotted by Biggie, and now he decides to shift, walking away. Marky knows exactly what's coming, holds the angle narrowly, finishes off the job. Extra Salt 11, Pain at 2. And it just continues to be a Pain train right now for Pain.
Not the good one either.
Yeah.
As it is 11-2 for Extra Salt. Only 2 rounds remain here in this half, and suffice to say, Pain needs to do something, anything, to get some more rounds on the board before we get into this second half. 13-2 would be an extremely daunting scoreline against a squad like Extra Salt, despite the fact that they have definitely had their number over the last 2 BO3s. Doesn't look like it's working out too well right now. Fang had his back turned there. He expect cards out to be pushed up as aggressively, and there we go. A couple of early frags come through for Pain. Response from Marky. Could get a second. He doesn't. Sonic drops safe. Just like that, the round is flipped on its head. 3v2 in favor of Extra Salt, and Biggie and Hardzao are trapped. Position might even be known here as that nade connects for quite a bit of damage. Oh my goodness, just when things looked like they were going right, Austin.
Marky shows up big from Catwalk again, and then Sonic getting that additional kill towards middle. Absolutely massive for Extra Salt. Pain, what can you do now? You're getting out-aimed on every level. The utility damage from Extra Salt 2. Marky's blinded, he almost gets Big U! He just is 1 round shy of taking out the next player completely blind. Hardzao's flash was perfect, but Marky's spray was almost better. Sonic's on a hard flank too. If they take too much time in through middle, they could get caught out from behind. JT's going to have to fall away. And actually, they're going to split towards B. Sonic's got a good read here. He's got the right idea. Wait, are they going to go back towards A? They are faking it, but JT's fallen back towards default. He's just going to hold on site, wait for them to walk up, wait for them to aggress. He's keeping an eye on all of his angles. Surely they'll make a sound soon enough. Now he's got the right idea. Swings out for the timing. Takes the next.
Wow.
An Extra Salt. 12 rounds of the CT half. And Pain's bind to this last round is not going to be the best. Galils will be the best they could hope for. Or AKs and no utility. Let's watch this again from JT, though. Just catching the timing there. I think he hears the footsteps. Swings out. 1 and 2. Easy as pie. Extra Salt. Whether they're a man up or a man down, they seem to always be able to come out with a win.
Look at the ADR for Fang, 131 and 18 frags on the board. As mentioned, it's usually OC popping off for this squad, but Fang has his moments, and this is certainly one of them. JT, up close and personal over at T-Ramp, loses the battle against the Galil there. All right. McKiz gaining that space, and here comes Payne charging on board. Will they beat the rifle Sonic, or can they get past it? So far, no. Sonic gets the opener for his squad on Nikiz, and he's going to swing around this smoke, trying to do more damage. Safe, watching for it, spams through, and it's actually PKL to spot him out. So another man advantage for Payne. This time they have the smokes to guise their advance towards this A site. Will Marquis be a thorn in their side again? He's watching top mid, waiting for the peak, and he actually goes down to Bigu. 4v2.
Characteristic miss again from OZ. He hits the second shot. Molotov out, but Hard Zao swings. Perfect counter. Fang now 1v4, but these players are all very low. They're all in 1 to 2 shot range. Another Molotov will go on site, and that'll reveal the positions of these players. They're all towards ramp or palace as far as he knows. I think he knows CT is clear. He's going to swing out. He has to get these isolated 1v1. Spots out one towards Sandwich, but it's a nice swing from PKL. And extra salt. They still finish up 12 to 3. Payne won a very necessary round at the end there. But half number 2 will be coming right at you after a short break. To try and stay in this map. They've gone for 2 kits, John. Interesting call. Minimal on the utility. An extra assault. They got a P250 and plenty of nades.
Well, buying up the 2 kits makes it feel like they are going to give up a bomb site and go for a full-on retake should Extra Salt gain the space and, excuse me, should Pain gain... Extra Salt gain the space. Yes, I was right the first time. Anyway, let's move on here. Extra Salt have a couple of players going up towards that A ramp. 3 into Palace. Sonic leading the charge there. And of course, this pistol round victory could just put an end to Pain's hopes in this map. Just a BO1, of course, guys. In the group stages, Pain will have more matches coming up later today. But this one is not the best of starts to their IEM Fall competition. Safe gonna spam through the smoke there. And there is the plant. As mentioned, Pain, with those 2 defuse kits spot up, we're already planning on going for a full-on retake.
It's a risky idea. It's a bold move, and they're going to have to make this retake happen against the Glocks holding close angles. I guess JT is probably the easiest one to pick off at range because the USP has the advantage over the Glock there. Perhaps Marky as well, but there's still 2 more players over towards Spawn. There's a great flashbang though. PKO with 1, make it 2 for him, but Marky stood tall for 1 at the very least, and the bomb continues to take. OC pops another head. He's taking the P250, taps at range, looking for another victim, but in comes the Palace flank of Big Uzetta. This is where the push can come through. Hard's out 1, Big U with 2, and now it's all down to OC. The bomb is being stuck. It's going to be defused, and Pain narrowly get a victory here. The kit comes through clutch. The flashes as well, and they win a round they could not afford to lose. Perfectly played there. Those opening 2 kills, courtesy of Nikki's flashbang, and then the flank from Big Uzetta really seals the deal in the end.
And that's why you need the 2 kits, because you want to make sure that one of those players stays alive to jump onto that bomb. I loved that plan by Pain. Give up the bomb site, it's okay. Plant happens, sure, there's money in the bank for Extra Salt, but they were ready to rock immediately, had that flank planned the entire time from Palace, and that was really the difference maker because Extra Salt were just splitting the difference at that point because they didn't know where to look, and Pain were able to overload onto the site. But Extra Salt are walking into this one with 4 Galils and the Tech 9. Hard Zal likely going to get the information. There it is. So the smoke's going to go out. And he's actually going to throw that next to him to give himself a mini one-way with the MP9.
Extra Salt, though, they don't seem too committed to this B take just yet. They might be setting up smokes and utility to rain over on towards the B site, but they seem to be abandoning the T Apartments area, leaving JT and his Tech 9 as the only guardian of this vicinity. They've gone for 4 Galils, which is a lot of firepower into this round, and it also might catch Pain off guard. Nice little smoke comes in from Sonic into window, which is going to keep PKL occupied. Smoke top con, however, as now Extra Salt start to stabilize here and probably try and just delay over towards B and eventually hit this side again. Maybe just trying to burn out whatever utility Pain have left and maybe make them a little more antsy, perhaps getting an aggressive peek, but Hardzao has not moved from his position. He continues to jump this angle. He continues to hop and crouch. Flash being prepped, spots the 1, tosses it out. Now it's time to hold down for Pain. In comes the utility from Extra Salt. He's really crossed just yet. JT entries, and in they pop. Big Uzetta has 1. Bang has only 1 for Extra Salt so far. Kills go back and forth, but it's still the advantage of Pain Gaming. PKL being a monster, and now it's all down to 1 from Extra Salt. But it is Sonic at the time. It's too far gone. They burned way too much down, and Sonic knows that he's going to bail. He cannot afford to lose this gun. And Pain Gaming 2 rounds straight. A good start to try and come back into this map.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. No lead is insurmountable in Counter-Strike, and that's what makes it the greatest esport of all time. Down by 7 rounds, though, are Pain, so they need this momentum. And Extra Salt, having invested heavily into that previous round and not getting a bomb plant in it, means that they are going to have to go on an eco for themselves. That said, Sonic does still have the Galils, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they'll pull this off, especially considering that Pain have a couple of SMGs into this round. 2 M4A1Ss, though, and the FAMAS to help bolster their hardware. PKL staring down with that A1S towards mid, and no one really showing face for Extra Salt. So far, they've leaned into this B site. Oh, Big is in a perfect position to counter this push. Underpass, but oh no, he does not connect. What happens there? OC is able to get the shot with the Deagle, and now Extra Salt have an MP9. Know that there's a little space gained at underpass, and that could get in the heads of Pain.
John, that's not even an armored opponent that Biggie was up against. That's That's real rough right there. That's going to be a big opening for Extra Salt. It's a lot of map control they can gain now. They're going to split up towards B. Necky has an angle. Can he catch the timing? Does that hit him? Sonic, but in comes PKL for the mowdown. 1, 2, 3, and the nade from Necky's to finish off one more. Hardzal comes in for the last. And Pain now have 3 straight. A little more costly, I think, than they would have liked out of that round, but in the end, it's not too big of a deal. PKL, nice bit of work there. 3 and almost the 4th. Perfect nade there, and to finish off the last one, too. That's more or less what we expect from Pain. They recover well, and you have those individuals that can really hold their angles when they need to.
Oh yeah, indeed. And now Extra Salt, well, they're going to be back here with the rifle buy-up. It's not out of control just yet, but I did talk about the fact that they gave up a 13-5 lead. I think that was actually against Godsend, if I recall correctly now, and lost that map. Again. Yeah.
Oh, the trades go favor Godsend here as the flash push up middle equates to 2 kills. Time being burned down by Extra Salt. They have still some map control over towards B, but this is where Pain can really start to stabilize themselves and where Extra Salt's perhaps crutch is going to come through. The big leads might be their bane. They could be just closing things out that they struggle with in the end. So things are really not over yet for Pain. And Pain connecting that shot onto OC. It's going to get a lot more difficult for Extra Salt. PKL comes in. Marky walks back into the spray. And JT spots the player out bench, goes back to apartments, and Hardzal finishes the job. Now only 5 rounds separate these two teams, and it's another save round for Extra Salt. Half buy probably going to come through from them because they cannot buy full. They have no bomb plant. And Pain are minimizing their casualties here. Their bank is starting to grow quite well for a CT's side. This is a good timeout from Extra Salt. They need to figure out what is going wrong and what they need to do on this T side, because so far, it's come up empty, and it looks like it lacks any bit of to it whatsoever.
Yeah, they don't have their fangs out, so to speak. Fang is not really contributing as he was in that first half of action. And let's see if they can bounce back here, because they are going to be likely on another eco. They don't have to. They could force up here, but Extra Salt tend to be a little more conservative in that regard, and you're going to see that happen right now as it's 2 Tech 9s, a CZ, probably a Deagle on OC, yeah, and Sonic will get a Deagle as well. So there you go. Pain Gaming, though, are cruising. They've already got the op in Saint's hand. You saw him really start to find his rhythm, which is great news because that first half was one to forget about on his side. And Extra Salt, well, I mean, they still got that buffer of 5 rounds, but it's slowly but surely dwindling.
Molotov was a little too deep. The nade should do some damage, though. In comes the push. No kills just yet for Pain, but here comes Hardzal. He's going to get pretty much a free kill there. More utility coming through. And Extra Salt have not gone forward. They completely bait JT in that scenario, and it's going to make a clean round for Pain. If Extra Salt just go through with that initial utility, it's a lot better off for them. They go out one at a time, and then they get bottlenecked in towards apartments. Sometimes you got to take a little bit of a hit to make a play there. In Extra Salt, they play a little too scared in apartments, and they pay for their transgressions dearly. Another clean round for Pain. Their money, fantastic. The op is in the hands of OC. Full rifles for Extra Salt. In a round where they almost assuredly need to swing the momentum back, or else Pain are going to be 2 rounds away from tying this back up.
Yeah, this is their chance to put a stop to the momentum that Pain has gained here on their CT side. And you have 4 AKs and the AWP. Outside Sonic lining up this Molotov. It's going to go into balcony. And Safe gets the opener. There it is again. Bang, his first victim, 5v4. And this is the tough part of taking the A site when you have Safe to worry about. Now Big U from jungle spots out JT, trying to peek out Dry over at Connector. It's not going too well for the Extra Salt side. They do get one, but Marky gets naded to oblivion by Nekiz. And now it's a 4v2. OC has managed to sneak out here. He spots a body, but then he gets spotted in turn, blindsided by PKL, leaving only Sonic standing, and again in a save situation. What has happened to Extra Salt since this first half? It was 12-3, and Pain have just picked up 6 rounds in a row. They cut the lead to 3. Economy's not looking good for the Extra Salt side. Sure, it's full loss bonus at 3,400, and they might be able to squeeze through another buy after this. They have to find a way to get past this defense. So far, it seems to be the battle of the CT sides.
It really is. Both T sides really lack any sort of tactics whatsoever. They lack the utility timings. They lack the basic flashbangs. They're peeking dry. They're peeking dry into ops. That's never a good idea.
Well, I think it also plays into the fact that both teams haven't played Mirage lately, so it kind of makes sense that the CT sides would be more effective since their T sides require more coordination, which isn't there right now.
Yeah, but I would still think the adaptations would come through from both of these sides. You know, try and flash off the ops, peek with the flashbangs. The timings aren't that difficult in terms of Mirage. You can get that good flash over ramp and blind out pretty much everything on the side unless you're playing anti-flash. The smokes really haven't been there either. Nobody's really gone for the straight smokes A. It's a very telegraphed play, but it does work a decent amount of the time. There's just been a lack of originality, you might even add, too. A lot of smokes coming towards this A side from Extra Salt. They're going to flank up through Sniper's Nest. This will give them an opportunity, but Sonic, he's going to be dealt with first, and Fang. He yells at the footsteps, but Fang will punish. Nice little headshot on the Deagle. It's going to be an AK. He knows where Nekiz is, and he gets the kill, but Nekiz did enough to get the Martyrdom achievement. Nade from the grave. 3v3, at least damage being exchanged by Extra Salt. They still lack that critical T-sided round. Safe jumping around, looking for the next player. Time is still in the favor of Extra Salt, but where do they go from here? It's the common dilemma. You have mid, you don't have a site, and eventually you do have to go to one of these 2 bomb sites to be able to win the round.
Bomb on the back of OC. He's going to connector. He's got some support from JT, but they still have the op of safe to worry about, and he's jumping all around from Ticket, just looking for information. They could isolate him here. In fact, OC sneaking up. This is helping them a lot because JT's doing enough to distract Safe and prevent him from realizing that the push has come in. I'm surprised they don't go for the fight right away and go for the plant instead, but they look at that bomb planted. The money is in the bank, but Safe's got the frags in the bank for himself, and the third coming through. Oh my goodness, did they just forget he was there? I don't know, but Pain is going to get a 10th round. I see you shaking your head, Austin.
Yeah. Again, dry peeking into an op. It doesn't work very well. And I think we're going to get this on the replay, too. At the very least, we'll get this nice second kill from Fang. Look at that time. He literally shoots that shot right before he dies. At the end, look. Not even a wide swing. It's a walk swing into an op. There's options from Triple. You can jump on top of it. You can wide walk swinging into the op is probably not the best idea, especially as Safe had a lot of time to reset. And he knows that he has 45 seconds, or about 40 seconds on the clock to really play around with. He has teammates coming in. He's not going to be forced to make a play there. And it seems like Extra Salt are panicking in these situations. They're panicking and just trying to win out with raw aim. And it's something you can't do against the likes of Pain.
I just would have rather them try to catch Safe off guard before going for the plant. I know time was dwindling away, but still, it could have been the higher percentage play. At least you find a trade, hopefully, on the offer. But I don't know. Anyway, that's a rough round for Extra Salt, despite the fact they do get the bomb plant, so they have the economy to buy up here. PKL could have the edge on Fang, or vice versa. This smoke fade will determine who gets this. Fang. And PKL finds JT. Now Fang can't connect with a trade, and Fang goes down too! Disaster striking for Extra Salt. 5v3 in favor of Pain. You absolutely have to get that trade. The spray control was a little rough on Fang's side too. And now Safe finds himself one. 5v2 in favor of Pain. Hardzao sees a body. Doesn't even get the frag. In fact, it's Safe who gets it. And Hardzao finishes the deal with a bit of BM added at the end. 11-12. Pain have not lost a single round on their CT side. Oh my goodness.
It's been good individual performances from Pain, but granted, they haven't been challenged too much by Extra Salt either. They're getting these 1v1 duels, they're catching a lot of timings and backstabs, and Pain are playing this relatively well. But the onus is on Extra Salt to change things up and figure out what's going wrong, and they continue making the same mistakes time after time after time. They're dry peeking time after time, they're not using smokes on their entries, they're not using their Molotovs efficiently. There's a lot of wasted utility if it gets used at all from Extra Salt, and it's costing them big time here. Pain, they have not been tested on the CT side. Not once have they really had a significant challenge. And for Pain, they're just going to keep on boosting their confidence and momentum. And for Extra Salt, this is just bringing back Shades to the last time they just had a big lead. They lost it. JT does pick up PKL. This is the utility that you need to use. You need to peek with your utility. You need to get kills with it. They force Big Zeta into a corner as well. They have the man advantage. And if Extra Salt can adapt, then they have a chance to make this one their map. But Pain, they're very quick on the draw as well. And they're going to not overextend their arm too far. Hardzow's going to go back to B. And Neki is getting aggressive up ramp. Is at the very least in the spot where he should be able to get one. And he's backed up by Safe. This could be a very dangerous hold. The flash is going to telegraph it too. Now Neki, he's going to get... Oh, actually Safe for the first free kill. They're going to tunnel vision on it, but no, Neki still gets cleared out. Safe has to retreat. He's flamed out. He goes towards default. They have the angle. They're going to spam him away, but there's no utility to really flush him out except for the Molotov. It goes too late. Fang has the kill, but still, time. It's on the side of Extra Salt, but Hardzao and Big Zeta are already on the rotations. One through CT, one through jungle. The bomb has to cross. They're all pinned down. Flashes are here. Smoke as well. Molotov in the hands of JT. Or will they use their utility? Smoke towards jungle. Good idea. How do they clear CT spawn out? Hardzao's going to reveal his position actually. Give himself a bit of a one-way jump up if he wants to try it. He'll spam and do a little bit of damage. Big Zeta has been hurt by JT. And it's all on the shoulders of Hardzao now. He does not have any utility. He does not have a kit. Or he does have a kit. But this is a tough 1v3 to work with without any util. Not to mention JT is holding out towards bottom con with the Molotov. He's just playing time. His job is to make sure there is no defuse. And Hardzao, he realizes this is a pretty lost situation, so he's going to probably try and save this AK, maybe get one more exit for his trouble. The money on his side is incredible. They'll have about 3 players on max loss before they reinvest into this next round. But overall, Extra Salt did finally fix their mistakes. They peek with utility, don't dry peek into ops, and look what happens.
Finally pick up a round for themselves. 13-11 in favor of Extra Salt, but still, I mean, what a run from Pain to even get here. 9-1 in their favor in this second half, and given the fact that they won so many in a row, their economy has just blossomed. They can buy up a double op setup again if they want to. This time they decide, okay, it's going to be 4 rifles and the op instead. Safe, likely going to be in his familiar position over at Ticket, as OC's having a peek in towards that A site. Extra just kind of feeling around the map, looking for that opening frag before deciding where their final destination will be. It's PKL. Waits patiently in window room. Front boost comes through from Marky. They timed that with the smoke fade. Don't spot out anything. And now Extra Salt, well, at the very least they have Marky playing over around top mid, and then Pain does not know his positioning.
Utility's low for Extra Salt, though, particularly on JT and Marky. A Molotov and a smoke across those 2 players. And Pain have plenty of it. Molotovs on 2, 4 nades, 3 smokes, 3 flashes. There's been no real posturing from Extra Salt early, but it's a dry peek that gets Fang dead to Safe. And Safe's going to get legged on the crossback from OC. They still have to hit a site, and they're not going to expect Big U in ladder room, are they? Nakiz gets caught out by OC, but the gun shows! But JT still wins that duel. PKL from Connector, though, has a backstep on Marky, and needs an opportunity for a second. Sonic peeks out wide, lets him stay alive there. JT taking the fight against PKL, 3v3. Time now getting lower and lower. OC has a lot of work to do as JT is out of this round. It's going to come down to Sonic and OC taking the site. JT is just a bit of a snake in the grass. Sonic 1 for 1. He's still alive as OC falls. The bombs get to go down, and Safe! He has now got this to a 1v1 against Sonic, has health. Now he has to win the op duel. He swings Sonic, had the gun out, the knife out rather. It's going to be down to 1 round. Time, it's out. Safe is running. Sonic can plant, but Safe can hit the wall bang. He's lining it up, does not connect it. It's going back and forth. The Molotov will buy some time for Sonic. The flash will buy more, and he's going to wide swing open. Does not catch Safe out. Sonic is playing with fire, quite literally. is safe. He looks so confident. He looks like he's already won this despite being one shot. The AK repositioning towards benches, Great Shadow will show, and Sonic will finish. Overkill there. An Extra Salt will grab a 14th, but it comes down to the wire, and Sonic is the hero.
Whoo, boy, that was a wild one. But as you mentioned, Sonic, the hero in the round, wins the 1v1 and brings his team onto 14. They expend their final time out, none remaining, as they want to talk things over in what will be a very critical round for them. Economy is still great for Pain, so they'll be able to get a full-on buy-up. Wonder if they'll go with the double op setup here. Safe has 10k, PKL at 7.4, so PKL could drop that for Hard Zao. Typically Safe and Hard Zao like to go for those double ops, but as it stands, maybe they just want to make sure their economy is in good condition should they lose this next one as well. Extra Salt just looked completely listless in the first portion of this second half, and finally have strung together 2 round victories in a row. And hopefully, for their sake, they'll be able to close this one out.
That last round was courtesy of some very good individual efforts. OC on the initial entry, Sonic in the end to clean it up. That one was not the utility-heavy round that got their first T round off of it. But it worked out in the end. Fang's gone past the Molotov. This would give him an opening onto Hard Zao. Good nade damage, though, onto Extra Salt. And OC's finished off by Safe. It's a fantastic start for Pain, as they need this round to stabilize and keep Extra Salt off of map and match point. Again, these RMR matches in the group stage are all BO1s. So it all comes down to whoever wins this map, whoever is the better in this basically hour of Counter-Strike. B hit on the cards from Extra Salt. Utility is a little low. No smokes for them left, but they do have Molotovs. Fang will prep one of those. He'll toss it out towards Van. There's nobody there. In comes Safe, though, onto Sonic. And that's going to really send Extra Salt into a downward spiral.
JT into the underpass. Extra Salt. Still a chance to make something of this round, but should they lose it, their economy is not going to be in the best of shape. That nade is going to tag JT down to 58 HP. That softens up their execute. Onto the site. That hurts even more. PKL getting Fang 5v2. Do you pull the plug at this point? 26 seconds left. You don't have any map control towards either site. And only a couple of pieces of utility. Not to mention that your economy is not in good shape. If they save these 2 AKs, I think they'll be okay, but look at Big Uzera's positioning here. He's waiting for them to double back towards the spawn, and he will take down Marky. JT at least gets the information, so he should be able to get a trade, but that means one of the AKs that would have been carried over has now been lost.
And is that trade really worth it in the end? It's a very small victory, if you can even call it that. Barely a silver lining. It's rough times for Extra Salt right now because Pain are within striking distance yet again. I don't think Extra Salt are going to force into this round. I think they'll probably play the more prudent course of action and go for a bit more of a save here. Maybe some utility will be purchased up in an upgraded pistol for Sonic and Fang. Deagle for OC2. But overall, it's going to be very tight on the buys. JT goes through the fire and, well, he's barbecue.
I mean, you got to make a decision, right? You're either going to push the Molotov or you're going to wait for it to dissipate. And, well, just gonna make it down. OC is going to get one, but look at Nikiz flicking around to find those 2 headshots. That is nasty. Fang and Marky, the last 2 standing, and, well, it's only Fang now with the lonely Deagle. No utility, no body armor, and he is just going to face off against a barrage of bullets as soon as they spot him out. Nikiz is the one to get it, and that will make it a 13th round for Pain. 1 round away again from tying things up, this time at 14-14. And looking at Extra Salt's economy, they should have enough to get a proper buy up here. But yeah, that was just a great hold by Pain on the A site.
Nice hold again. Neki is really the man of the round right there. Headshots galore, holding things down from default, and the final style one on to Fang. Here comes the buy-up from Extra Salt, though. OC with the op. If they lose this, Pain have a wide open lane to get to 15-14. A lot riding on this round for Extra Salt. They're going to go for the mid-control. control here. A little bit of damage done by the Flame, but in comes Hard Zao, flashed in. He's got one in combination with Safe, but JT and Fing answer it back. Big U and Hard Zao are both dead. 4v3 in the favor of Extra Salt now, looking to get to match point first. Nade damage will not go back onto Fing as he's tucked in towards Chair. Bomb rotates back towards A as well. Safe is solo holding B. And if these A players get obliterated, I have to assume he saves the op here. Does not want to give that back over into the hands of Extra Salt. They're going to go for a Palace pop, perhaps? No, they're going to go for more standard A take. One towards Palace, one through Con, two through Ramp.
But Pain is pacing their utility quite well here. They just threw a smoke towards Ramp and a Molotov into Palace. That forces Extra Salt to wait a little bit longer. Now they still have a smoke left in Safe's hands. And he's actually not in his usual spot. He's pushing up into the apartments. They don't have the op of Safe to defend on what will be almost certainly an A hit here as the utility flies out from Extra Salt. That is one for Connector. Another smoke still in their back pockets. Fang gonna line that up. Soon enough, you'd imagine. Anyway, flashbangs are gonna be thrown over instead. JT spots out Nikiz, and PKL can't do anything from Sandwich, leaving only Safe standing, and he's, as mentioned, nowhere near this A site. It looks like Extra Salt, while they made it hard on themselves here, Austin, will be on map point.
They will have match point here, but still, it's been hard to come by T rounds for Extra Salt. And you only have 2 rounds for Pain to get back into this one to get to OT. So there's a very tight margin for both of these two squads. And I cannot count Pain out of it whatsoever. Especially with Safe starting to heat up. If he loses, they're not even really be too fussed for cash. They have more than enough money in the bank.
Oh yeah.
And they come. Buy up once again. An AUG for Nekiz, I do like that call. Only one op for the looks of things, though, again, John. I think it's because of the retakes. They want to make sure they have the rifles for the retakes. And maybe a little bit of the extra util, too.
I don't mind it, and Nikiz on the AUG, it's alright. So, you got the op, the AUG, the M4A4. Why are you still running the M4A4 Big? No, I'm just kidding. It's still viable, but like the A1S has become quite effective, and most players are deciding to switch over to it. Either way, there are 2 A1Ss to round out the buy here. Over on the Extra Salt side, 4 AKs and the op. Good chunky utility as well, and they're already using quite a bit of it just to try and gain that mid control, and looks like they have it. Fang has moved up to the boxes. PKL having a peek around the edge of the smoke, doesn't see anything, and goes back to jungle to support a potential A hit, which Extra Salt are lining up their utility for, and the bomb is on the back of JT, right near Palace.
Looks to be the standard A smokes coming out here. From Extra Salt, at least one of those going in towards top of Con, so perhaps a B split? But they're not going up Cat. They're still committing towards A with a deep smoke. This is it. They're going to walk out dry Safe again.
No.
He's going to get a free kill to open things up. Look for a second. He spots the player behind the Molotov, I believe. There's sound cues into Connector. Extra Salt don't have a lot of cash. They need a bomb plant at the very least, but Fang has found PKL. Nade should do the trade, and indeed it does. Dunked down, but Safe is a critical shot. Forgotten about this triple player. All these Pain players are all congregated on the A site. Marky and OC now have to make their way back onto the site here, and time is lower and lower. Marky swings to 2, and Safe will finish off OC 15-14. And we go to all 30 rounds. Remember when this was 12-3?
I do remember that. It looks like it's going to be a 12-3 half for Pain in return. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that yet because it's far from over, but Extra Salt don't have an ideal economy right now. You need to make sure that utility is in play pretty much every single time you're on Mirage on T side, and they have to, as a result, have JT on a Tech 9, but the buy-up's not too rough overall. An AK, 2 Galils, and the AWP for OC, who has been very, very quiet here on this T side for the Salters. JT just locked in there towards window, hopes to pop ahead with the Tech 9. And here comes full-on X towards A by Extra Salt. Well read by Pain. You get 1 and a second. JT responds with one of his own, and Marky finds the trade again, but it's the man advantage for Pain. Only OC and Marky stand in their way to prevent overtime from happening.
Do like the idea there from Nicky's to not overextend. If he does and he dies, it's a 2v2 and a lot more winnable for Extra Salt. Look at the utility Big U has. He's going to chuck the nade in and probably the Molotov too. Hardzao has Marky on the cross, and it all rests on the shoulders of OC. He's a great opper, but can he live to his reputation in this round? Utility goes over, blinds him. Hardzao, I believe, has spotted him too, and he's going to finish the job. OC's still a little blind from the flashbang. Overtime is going to come through here, and Payne pull it back down to match points. Not even map points, because it's a BO1. They pull it back down 12-3 as well, and overtime will now decide who takes this first match of day 1 of IEM Fall North America. They seem to love this comeback atmosphere. Now they're only 4 rounds away, John, from taking this matchup.
I think it's safe to say that both teams had lackluster T-sides and a lot of questionable executes. As we're going to get some action early on here. OC gets a couple over on Safe, Safe and Big Uzera go down. Sonic is going to drop Nikiz. 4v2 in favor of Extra Salt, making a 4v1. What the heck happened? Why wasn't this here in regulation?
I think it was because OC got that opening kill. It threw everything out of whack for Pain. They started to over-aggress and try and get information on what was going on, and then they just got punished by the aim that is there from Extrasalt. It was almost like what happened on Extrasalt CT side, where Pain started peeking into angles, and Extrasalt were winning those duels. They caught Pain trying to throw utility, they caught Pain trying to get information peaks, and overall, it was OC's opener, and then that second kill that enabled everything for Extrasalt in this round and enabled them to get that 16th on the board. Is it replicable, though? That's the big question. Granted, if they only win one round of this half, they only need to win 2 to secure second overtime. 3 rounds on CT side, though, would get them the match. And, oh, it's MR3 10K. No wonder Hard's out trying to save.
Yep. Only 10K, so that is going to hurt here on the Pain side. They lose the M4, and you're going to see the money dwindle away now. Extrasalt give themselves a considerable edge finding that opener. Up 16 to 15. And you look at Extrasalt, well, they are not too fussed at all. They will continue to run the 4 AKs on the AWP, and OC in particular, was expecting to see him, as mentioned in regulation, really popping off, but it took until overtime for them to warm up on their T side, it seems. As a Molotov's going to get thrown there by Pain towards the A ramp. PKL waiting in window. That's an excellent molly thrown in return by Extrasalt, because if you miss by even a hair, it lands in the smoke and does nothing. So now it's going to force that Pain player off of the angle, and he has to wait for the Molotov to dissipate before repeaking it. That's a smoke thrown to close the game as well, but OC, there we go, finds another opener for his squad. PKL is down.
That's a disgusting shot from OC. Really makes you say, oh, on that one. I think the Extrasalt are going to go towards... They're not going to push the smoke. Surely not. Surely they go B off of that smoke, right? They're posturing A, and Nikias is in a great position to shut them down. In comes another smoke. They're going to walk through it to go towards the jungle. Nikias has an opportunity. He only gets one, though. He's blind as a bat, but safe has Sonic, bringing it to a 3v3. He's still towards CT spawn. The bomb has to make its way all the way towards ramp. In comes Hards out, but he's only good for 1. Fang's flash still there. Good enough for Jay to get that kill. They know where safe is, however. And Big Uzetta pops through the smoke as well. Smokes aren't walls, folks. And he can walk right through them. Gets some kills, and it's all down to OC, who opens this round up for Extrasalt. Needs these 2 kills, has not recovered the bomb, or he does have the bomb, so there is that, but it's going to come down to the time. Has he spotted safe there? He might have, but he's looking to make sure stairs are clear, and look at Big U's positioning. Oh, the timing. Big U's gone back towards B, but there's no time for OC to realistically run back that way. Big U's going to hold the line. Big U's going to make sure he can't go B. Safe has to clear the right angle. He's going to walk right backwards into Big Uzetta, who sits on the cash register and puts him down. Last half of the first half of overtime, and Pain are going to get a double op set up into this round, courtesy of the donation from OC.
Oh my goodness. This is setting up to be quite an interesting one. Honestly, thought the Extrasalt would be able to close that one out, but good on Pain to strike on back, as they've done throughout the entirety of their time on CT. And they're going to throw a Molotov into window now. That's the count for the window smoke. And then the nade flies into connector. So yeah, Extrasalt just trying to go for that early mid control. They have 3 players there already, and no one really countering from Pain because they can't. No visibility from either window or connector.
No early pick for Extrasalt just yet. We've seen them do quite well at getting those early man advantages, but they're not going to have that now, it seems. Safe still on A, which is his haunt. Never really seems to leave this position. He's going to continue to hold this down. Nice pick by Marky, though. PKL might have been with the advantages. Marky was blind, but it does not matter. Marky hits that opening shot. Extrasalt have the advantage. Way to commit towards A again. Neki is only able to get 1, though. Leaves it open for Extrasalt, but Safe is still here. He's shut down by JT. He's not aware of the walk-up, and that now opens this round wide for Extrasalt. Bomb goes down. They only have flashes for utility to hold here, but there's no Molotovs for Pain, a smoke and double nades. No flashes either on the retake, going to be very difficult, and they need an opening pick from either Hardzau or Big Uzetta to really spark something, maybe an over-aggression from this T side post. But there's a nice flank in from OC on connector, And the rest of the post plants are very strong from Extra Salt. Good nade onto JT, however. Marky knows where one's coming from. Hearts still wins that duel. Bigu's on site now. Time is low, but the smoke is down. He could try and ninja this. He's going to attempt this, but he has to pop off. He gets the kill. He needs 2 more. He's holding. He's off it. And it's going to be OC to finish the job. 17-16 for Extra Salt over Pain. They only need 2 more rounds, John. They only need 2 more rounds to win this.
Well, we've seen this before. At least they're on their CT side, right? As that one looked way more convincing than when they were on T side. So, a couple of rounds out of the 3 here. And Extra Salt will have this one in the bag. A lot longer than they probably planned on it, assuming they do get it. But at the end of the day, as long as they get the W on the board, that's the important part.
Oh, yeah. That's all you want. You just want your wins.
Hartzau is going to work his way out towards that B site. No, he decides to double back here, sees the smoke, makes better of it, and actually hangs on to the Molotov for a little bit longer as well. Sonic tosses the Incendiary down into the underpass so that he has a little bit of maneuverability and towards Cat to check out what might be happening, but not seeing anything at all, backs off to the B site, and he will join Marky there, as they are just going to hang on to that site and wait for anyone to greet them on the Pain side. Now, Pain has sent a couple of players into that underpass, and they're waiting for the chance to explode outwards. A couple of players going down towards mid. So they're going to try and distract from mid, and then send the underpass players out to try and put a pincer attack on, assuming there's even an attack that happens here, because it looks like Pain's going to be given mid for free.
Extra Salt gave Pain mid a lot on their CT side, and it didn't really equate to too much for Pain in the end. Extra Salt were able to collapse down on them, particularly from window positions like this from Fang. Also the op Sonic, this double op setup early on, might come back and help them out huge. He's going to spot out the last player. He gets the first. Sonic gets another. Is he going to re-aggress? No, he's going to spot out the Cat player, and he's going to get flanked upon. Netkeys and PKL have the opening kills, bringing it to a 3v3. The rotations are here from Extra Salt. OC peering through window, and Marky with a critical kill onto Netkeys, leaving safe in PKL. Now just PKL in a 1v3. Time is also dwindling down. It's almost out, and OC tips that scale back into Extra Salt's favor. 2 more match points for Extra Salt, but this time they're on the CT side to try and close this out. Can they put the final number on the board, John?
I feel like the answer to that is yes, because their CT side, as mentioned, has been on point. They were actually pretty fortunate to get a couple on their T side in the first half of this OT, given how they played in regulation. And, well, Pain, you see that their troubles on T side still have not been resolved. They're going to have to do it here. 4 AKs and an op to keep things alive and keep this overtime flowing forward. Hardzao heads towards that B site once more, and I've got to give a lot of credit to Extra Salt. They really fended off that advance from the B site quite well. Not overly aggressive. Molotov is going to get thrown this time by OC, and he's posted up with the AWP to deny any presence. They've also got 3 players waiting on A, so should Pain Gaming rotate around there, Extra Salt will be ready and waiting. Here comes some smokes being exchanged on both sides. Fang sees one thrown towards him, and then throws one to mid, so he gives himself one way into underpass. He gets some visibility on PKL, tags him down to 37 HP. The nade flies out, and oh, it misses the mark. Doesn't go to underpass, instead hits the wall and bounces right on back. So it could have been a frag on PKL. Probably just a lot of damage on both him and Hardzao, but at the end of the day, that damage will not come through. Nikiz, though, was hiding right behind that smoke, and now has gained the space into connector. I think Extra Salt are aware of the possibility, though. That Molotov into Con. Here comes Bigu, though, spots out JT, just lurking around towards that palace, and there's the opener Pain needed to gain some space. Is Fang gonna close it? He does. Frag on Bigu, and now no one is out of that ramp area anymore for Pain.
But they do know where Fang is. There's a Molotov to clear him out. Nicky's still out towards connector as well. Might way on through. Sprays, but Fang has one, almost a second towards ramp. Nicky's finally pops, and Safe has Sonic. It's all down to the shoulders of OC. 1v3, Hardzao and Nicky's are low, but he has the op, so it doesn't really matter how low on health they are. He just needs to hit his shots regardless. Has the first, flashes himself in for more. The upgrade to a rifle in this 1v2 scenario, I called it an upgrade because of the multi-kill potential. But he seems to be sticking onto the AWP, makes a jump on the bench. There's a wide swing from Hardzao. OC spots it, does not connect the shot. And Pain, they close the gap to 1 round again. The money on Extra Salt is not great either because of the hefty investments of the double ops. Sonic is low. Fang as well. Marky will drop an op to Sonic and take an M4A1S for his own. They are going to shuffle the economy around enough to salvage a buy. This is still a very dire situation, though, and a timeout called by Pain to make sure they can put all this round together and take it to OT2. Again, as we mentioned before this game, both of these teams are within striking distance for a spot in the major. That is what's at stake here, and as a head-to-head, there's a lot at stake between these two teams. They're only separated by 100 points. So, winning this could give you a big boost into that group stage, into getting into the playoffs and getting the larger chunk of those RMR points.
Is it ever going to end, though, is the question. So, I mean, Pain put together quite a nice execute onto the A side. After they found that opening frag, I mean, there was a response from Fang, but they still managed to continue getting the trades time and time again, eventually isolating OC by his lonesome. And I think OC had a chance of pulling that one off, but he didn't really know where to look because he couldn't spot out the bodies. So credit to Pain, of course, for making sure that they hit until the very last moment. Then when they peeked out, the flick misses, and that's the round. So, Pain, one more round victory, and they tie things up and send us on over to double overtime. Of course, Extra Salt have other plans. They've got the double op setup up and running here with 3 A1Ss around it. Pretty much full utility as well, except for Fang and Marky, who are a little bit short. Molotov going to get thrown here into the A ramp. Bigu just watching it burn away as OC. Surprised not to see him post up at the A site this time, but perhaps he's got a read on them potentially coming towards B. And Safe is actually on the other end with the op. We could see an op v op duel here between two of the top oppers at the premier level of play.
I mean, Sonic did play that same angle last round, so I think Pain are wary of it. But with OC on the other side of it, it's a different story for Extra Salt. They have their star opper in that position. He's posted up waiting for someone, and if Safe over-aggresses, he has the bomb. That's a bomb dropped in the vision scope. I think there's a triple stack towards the middle, and a good flashbang from Fang. He might have himself a second. It's Marky to help out, and that's a two-man advantage for Extra Salt now. The mid collapse works wonders. OC and Safe both do damage. The nade comes in, and Safe bails out in the nick of time. He's alive and bleeding. So is OC and Fang, but still the manpower favors Extra Salt here. Full utility for Pain. They'll chuck the utility in towards under, make sure that's clear. A lot's going to rest on JT's shoulders. The rotation's now finally coming through. Sonic reveals his position over towards Stairwell, and Marky's come through towards CT spawn. The execute's going to come forth, and JT still bides his time. Flashes will rain forward, but nobody from Extra Salt is overextending. They're just holding, they're waiting, they're playing the time. Now it's time for JT's pop, but a collateral from Safe. It's actually on the PKL. He's killed his teammate and basically sunk his battleship. There's no more chance. JT wins it, and it's going to be Extra Salt at long last. They finally pick it up, and John, it's a messy one, but they get their first win of this RMR.
Very messy from both sides, in fact, and those T sides left a lot to be desired, but finally, after holding a 12-3 lead heading into the second half, Extra Salt needs to go to overtime to take it 19-17. Full credit to Pain, of course, for coming out strong there to try and get this back in their hands.
Yeah, Pain never gave up. They never said die. When they needed to get a round one, they did it. They brought it back from the brink of defeat almost twice there. Well, that's off to them, but Extra Salt do take the victory. We got more RMR action, though, John. We got a few more BO3s to get through today. We're going to take a quick break and be back with our next matchup. 19-17 the score. It was 12-3 for Extra Salt after that first half. John, Pain, they brought that pain on that second half. They almost came back and tied it again. They just weren't able to get it over the line.
I honestly thought that Extra Salt was going to close it out when they had that 2-round lead in overtime, just weren't going to end at 19-16, but for whatever reason, they could not do it, and it made it as close as it could possibly be. But finally, they take it home, and PKL opening things up with a knife frag. That was crazy. It was just all Extra Salt in this first half. As you're going to see, they weren't fazed at all by the Pain T side. And even when PKL pulls off a nice play here, Extra Salt still strike back to get another round victory. They isolated every single round victory created by Pain on their first half of action and just looked lights out solid, especially Fang, who had 19 frags heading into the second half. Actually, 18, excuse me.
Yeah, Fang was huge for Extra Salt the whole time. OC came up clutch when he needed to as well. And Pain, they might have had good individual performances in isolated rounds on that T side, but it really came together on CT, where they all started fighting their form. Safe popped off as well, something that they desperately needed and was missing heavily in that first half of play. And even though Extra Salt did get to that match point first, Pain never gave up. They kept on with the momentum, and they kept on winning their 1v1 duels against Extra Salt. This hold from Nekis is absolutely crucial too in a very critical scenario, and overall it was just it wasn't an easy game for either side, and when it came to overtime it seemed like everything went out the window, and the conventional wisdom that would have held true throughout this matchup so far was now no longer an active point and was instead moot.
Yeah, it's just those T sides really haunted both sides. I think more so Extra Salt though, because we saw them just peeking dry in some rounds with utility in their pockets, peeking out dry and trying to take fights. It was very odd. A round that comes back to my mind, it was just an eco round, but instead of isolating the player over at CT and trying to go for a trade frag with a little bit of time left on the clock to go for the plant, they go for the plant instead, and Safe then just has an absolute field day, taking 3 1v1 duels. On top of it, those duels should have been at least a little bit more viable for Extra Salt to find the trade at some point. Anyway, look, the T sides were rough. At the end of the day, at least Extra Salt salvages it and looked much more coordinated on their T side, I think, in overtime.
Yeah, and the thing is too, neither team really likes to play this map. It came out of left field, I think, for all of us involved, us casting and the teams involved too. And it really just seemed to be well, it's Mirage. Everyone knows how to play the map, theoretically speaking anyway. Let's just throw it in and see what happens. Extra Salt, they were able to pull it away in overtime. Folks, only the first match of this RMR, this final RMR before the Stockholm Major. We still have plenty more today and the rest of the week. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with Triumph versus TeamOne.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites going into the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Now they're pushing
fight it? How can
We already got a banger of a matchup to kick things off, John, and now it's time to look at Triumph versus TeamOne in their first BO1 of this RMR, the final RMR for the Major. What are your thoughts on this overall matchup? Because I know these teams don't play all too often.
No, they don't play too often, and this Triumph roster is a bit of a wild card for me. You honestly don't know what you're going to get day in and day out, but what I do like is that they seem to have formed a new foundation around Sixy, who has finally decided that he is going to push forward and try to make a run for that pro level of play. And honestly, he has some experience playing at the pro level, very briefly, but still does have some. And he's a player that we've always looked up to in terms of his mechanics, but what we don't look up to is some of the antics that happen on the sidelines, which appear to have been reined in. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do with this roster as the IGL and primary opper. But over on the TeamOne side, well, I mean, what more is there to say about TeamOne? They are such an established roster. They've been in Pro League twice, didn't have much success there both times, but the last time they were there, it didn't go too badly. They got a lot of very close maps. It just they couldn't close them out at the end of the day and ended up losing all 8 of them. Still, TeamOne, a solid Brazilian squad, and I think that they are going to give Triumph a lot to deal with.
Yeah, and you know, those TeamOne players that always stood out to me since he joined this roster, and even before when he was playing on Infinity, is Malbs. He is always incredible for this side, and he's really the guy you look to on that squad to be the best player. But someone who really had a great performance at DreamHack Open 46 was XNS. I believe he had better headshot percentages than Malbs, and better ADR as well. And if they can have one more player like a Pesadillo join up with him, TeamOne becomes a very scary squad.
Yeah, honestly, XNS not only did that in the DreamHack Open, but also in the Premier Playoffs, which led them to getting the Pro League. He really popped off and had some impressive stats and impact for his squad, so definitely a player to keep an eye out for. But I think everyone on this roster has that pop-off potential, but as you mentioned, Malbs being at the top of it, and actually not Brazilian, of course, he's Guatemalan, but still, technically the core of this roster is Brazilian. Over on the Triumph side, we did already talk about it. Sixy is the one to highlight, so let's jump right into these bands and see what they decided to play. So we got Nuke and Vertigo banned right off the bat, and then Triumph don't want to play Mirage or Ancient, it seems.
Yeah, Ancient's always the Triumph permaban, and playing Mirage against TeamOne is never a good idea. This Dust 2 ban I think is also very good. Triumph don't particularly like to play the map. Nuke is also Triumph's best map, so getting that out of the way for TeamOne was a good move. And this leaves Overpass and Inferno as the last 2 maps. And I do like this Inferno ban from TeamOne, given it's a very strong map from Triumph. And TeamOne, they do have a decent record on it too, but Overpass has been strong for TeamOne as of late. And for Triumph, they've lost their last 2 performances on this, once to Third Impact and once to Extra Salt.
Yeah, the Extra Salt one may not be too surprising, of course, since Extra Salt are so strong. But Third Impact one, it's a bit of a head scratcher. As I said, though, Triumph is a wild card, and technically over the last month, they're 2-2 on the map with 55 rounds for, 36 rounds against for a plus 24 round differential. So that's not too shabby. Over on the TeamOne, you did mention their recent success, but overall throughout the year, they're sitting at 10-11 on their 268 rounds for, 278 rounds against for a minus 10 round differential. Still, as you mentioned, recently things have been looking up for them on Overpass, so I would give the slight edge going into this BO1 to TeamOne.
To give the edge to TeamOne as well. Not to mention, they do have a more stable roster than Triumph right now, who seem to have a different roster almost every time they play. They keep about a core 3, core 4, but that one final slot just always seems to be up in the air, and it does breed inconsistency, and inconsistency leads to errors. And at this level of competition, errors will lose you games, especially in a BO1 too.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. The chemistry is hard to build up when you constantly have a revolving door in that 5th spot, but I think they kind of managed to solve it, honestly. Exceed was picked up from GGPR. He ended up leaving that roster, and Hate is also, or at least is, I think, part of the roster. I didn't see him on the HLTV page right now, so maybe Viz is going to have to come back and play here in order to keep the roster consistent, but at the same time, that 5 appears to be the one that they want to stick with moving forward.
Yeah, I think, Hate has been a good addition to them in the Premier side of things. He also played with them as recently as last weekend, or this past weekend. So he is still there. I think Viz is going to be that one that slots into this Triumph roster. And how well will the Lego bricks fit together? That remains to be seen, because too, with Triumph, you never know what Triumph you're going to get. You can get the Triumph that's firing all cylinders, and everyone has the potential to win every single aim duel. Or you can get the Triumph that's stumbling around a little bit in a bit of a haze, and they fail to find any bit of consistency or even coordination. TeamOne, you know what you're going to get. Don't really have to talk too much about them. We know what TeamOne has to offer. They are going to be consistent, they are going to be controlled, and they are going to play together as one cohesive unit.
Yeah, TeamOne did surprise a lot of people in DreamHack, winning a BO3 against, was it Bad News Bears they won against, I believe?
I believe it was.
That was a crazy one. And then, of course, against their Brazilian counterparts, it's been kind of up and down. They lost to Pain recently, 1-2. Malbs, of course, is the player that you're always going to want to keep an eye on. In fact, he's been the top frag for them so many times on so many maps. So he's the one that will be carrying them forward.
And, looking at the actual standings for the RMR as a whole, it doesn't look like TeamOne or Triumph have any points whatsoever. So if these two teams are going to give themselves a chance at qualifying for the major, they need to get into the playoffs. They need to get top 4 at the very least, if my memory serves me right. So this is a very critical one. Another one much like Pain and Extra Salt, where this head-to-head could be the differentiating factor between playoffs and not.
Absolutely. And I think TeamOne have a lot to prove, obviously. They continue to go back to Pro League. Unfortunately for them, not find much of anything when they get there, and then they're relegated back to Premier. So I think they want to show that they can stay at the top level of play consistently, and what better place to start than IEM Fall by finding a top 2 spot in their group.
Yeah, their group also doesn't seem to be the weakest. I'm pretty sure that is the one with EG and Furia in it, so there's a lot of competition here. Yeah, Godsent as well. Godsent's a team I think we have to keep an eye on more so than EG, and this is what really blows this group wide open, is the fact that Godsent are here and they just took out Furia in IEM Winter Qualifiers. So with Furia as one of those top dogs in the group, it really opens up the door to see whoever is going to get into that 1 and 2 spot.
With that said, here we go. We are headed into Overpass. Triumph versus TeamOne. They got their pistols ready, and TeamOne is starting on CT side with Triumph on the T side. Here we go.
Utility out for Triumph here, as they'll have a smoke and a flashbang. PRT holds on to a nade, and there's another one that gets Stella. Utility coming back from both sides here, but it's XNS. Good flash from Pace to get the opening kill onto Triumph, as Zixi is going to try an entry. It is going to be Hate in the roster for Triumph. So it's not going to be Viz, HLT lied. This is the stable roster for this squad, and this is a lot better for them.
No, I'm glad, because honestly, that was a little weird. I was like, this doesn't make any sense at all, and if it does happen, it would be quite surprising. So yeah, good to see Hate in there, as they will have, as you mentioned, their usual starting 5 at least over the last month and a half. That's been their starting 5. And we're going to see if B Wills, who tends to be a very standout player, a star in his own right, who has stepped up big time since Cynic was poached by the party astronauts. Here we go, though, 53 seconds on the clock. And Triumph, well, yeah, they're going to eat that nade. B Wills and George both going down to around half health. George a little higher. His Hate pops around with that PG-50, hoping to tap a few hits.
He's looking to tap, but there's nobody really giving him that option. PRT, however, taps one. Hate finally finds one Exceed, gets another. Hate has 2, and it's flopped to a 3v2 in the favor of Triumph in just a matter of moments. George comes up with another, and it's down to Maluki in a 1v3. He has a bit of information. There's somebody towards Pit. He's going to catch George blind. Did, but he's not going to be able to land those shots. In fact, he gets dinked away. He's going to be aggressed upon now, but not over-pushed. Wise decision by Triumph to temper that aggression and not give him a window back in a 1v2. George keeps on playing whack-a-mole with him. Up and down he'll go until that crouch just continues to slow down. And now he's going for a jump peek. Maluki, he might just save the armor here. It's full armor too, so he does not need to invest for a helmet if he wants one into the next round. He's still taking taps away, but he's going to get finished off by Hate. And Triumph started off poorly, but Hate will really bring things back for them.
Good on Triumph to get that early lead. As I said, I think this is anyone's game here on Overpass. I do give TeamOne the slight edge, but losing that pistol round, well, we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't necessarily telegraph too much just yet, as TeamOne are going to force up. They got the 3 Deagles, the 5.7, and the Scout on their side, on Triumph, excuse me. They have 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and the MAC-10. They're going to force up those rifles immediately after finding that round victory. A little dangerous, of course, since those Deagles can pop some heads and then you lose the rifles and have a lighter buy in the following round. But if the risk pays off and everyone's left standing into round number 3, well, you're ripe and ready for the rifles to come out.
The rifles. Always what you want to have in your hands, but we've seen some pistol magic from TeamOne in games past. The Deagles in the hands of the Mobses, the XNSs, the PRTs. Always seem to find at least one head. It is the Nerf Deagle, though, so the body shot at range will be significantly limited. It's 4 shots instead of 3 now. And given the unruly recoil of the Deagle, it might be a little more difficult to connect that extra one. But I like how Triumph is burning down this clock. They're not going to take too long. They're not going to fall into a Godson style of 25-second takes, but they are going to see if TeamOne want to get aggressive early on. Now they'll finally start to make their way towards the ace side. Maluki has the Scout in hand. He'll go for a jump peek. Spot out nothing. And now he's stuck in a bit of limbo. Going back between lane and long. In comes the walk. He spots out now. CXEI. Hate has the first, but he's going to be traded off swiftly soon after. Maluki's still alive, but he's falling back, and he gets caught out on rotation. Bomb will go down momentarily. Back dice planted for bathrooms, where the team will posture up. 6E over towards Optimus will hold the line. PRT on a flank is being watched for, joined by Pace. But George should have these 2. He's only going to be able to get 1, though. Not expecting the second. And good damage now range for TeamOne. They could just save this here. And I think that's exactly what Pesa wants to do. No reason to lose that gun. And so we'll try and look at a 2-0 start, but TeamOne will have a free AK going into round number 3.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. And again, that's another risk getting those rifles up in round 2 against the save. You can lose one of them, and having an AK for TeamOne will certainly help them out because their economy will be broken. Maybe they can get some pistols in play, but outside of that, it's going to be the AK that will hopefully carry them forward. I think the best place to put it would be right into Canal because you can just farm away those frags shooting into Monster. But we'll have to see where they end up deciding to post it. That said, Triumph are up 2-0. Hayden George a little light in the money. We'll have to settle for the MAC-10s, but that's not too bad either because you're going up against those pistols and you can certainly get $600 per frag quite quickly. Let's jump into it though. Round number 3. As Triumph are going to send 3 players towards Monster. B-Wills flubs the flashbang. It hits the top of the doorway, so that's not going to do much. As Maluk is charging up. Oh, look at the nade stack attempted here by Triumph. It does not work out for them because there was no one hopping for that info. But still, I like the idea.
It's a good idea, and it very well would work if there is somebody. Probably something to employ when the guns are out for TeamOne as they save again here. First kill goes the way of B-Wills, though. And they're going to continue to play slow. If TeamOne want to aggress, they know that it's going to be weaker weaponry in the prior round, but the AK is still in hand, and, you know, Zeus's could be out. Perhaps an upgraded pistol, a 5.7 lurking around the corner. And TeamOne are going to gamble stack up towards B, or up towards A. There's only one player here. It's still B-Wolves lurking around, and he might get this information soon. He decides to regroup with his teammates instead and walk down towards the B site. In comes the utility. It's flooding in. They're crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's. It's definitely a good clean take from them. They're taking no chances. But the nades could come through to some serious damage on this retake. Pesa throwing the first one down. Doesn't find anything at all. Flashbang prepped, and B-Wills now walks up. He's heard some footsteps up towards lane, but he does not want to lose that Galil. Hate's going hungry for frags, so he wants the money. He only needs 1, but George is here as well. Blindsides 2, he swings around on the PRT. And the Glock is out, looking for the last one on to Pesadillo. To be the next one in line for Pesa. Doesn't expect to clear up long. There's no way he does. B-Wills with the backstab. AK recovered. And Triumph. They get that 3-0 start on the T side.
Yeah, but here come the gun rounds now for the TeamOne side. And, well, George did a great job farming those frags with the SMGs. That's $1,200 you saw earned right there. with the MAC-10, and that means that he'll be able to upgrade to an AK without much of a problem, and Hate the same. So it'll be 4 AKs and a Galil, unless Hate wants to get a little more utility up and running and buys that Galil as well. Timeout, I think, is going to be called here.
Looks like a tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, technical pause being called now. Unsure of what the issue is at this time, but it's probably going to help TeamOne more than it's going to help Triumph. It gives TeamOne more of a chance to stabilize and figure out what they want to do. Triumph, probably still riding the high of their earlier successes, going to be wishing they can get back into this round very quickly, unless Sixy wants to call a nice little strat here for them. There is always that chance. There's something up the sleeve of Danny, and he has something that perhaps a read on TeamOne that they can get to. This is a Triumph roster, though, that did lose their last BO3 that they played against One Tap, a team that came up in our analysis of the Pain Extra Salt matchup. They lost that series 2-1, John. Maybe a pattern here about teams that One Tap are able to best.
Yeah.
Don't exactly fare the best.
I think also we can't underestimate that TeamOne, sorry, not TeamOne, but One Tap has actually been quite good. They're in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
For Premier. So they have performed really, really well in their first season, and defeating teams like TeamOne, I mean, is part of the reason why.
Yep, and it's really been the coach, KJ, who's done so much good work for them.
Yep.
He's grown that roster so well. And no, it's a difference a good coach can make, and you can also have that calming effect in the server. Granted, it's the RMR, and no coaches are allowed here. So, instead, the IGLs will have to do the brunt of that work. So we still sit here, waiting to see what the problem is, and what is going to happen. Early days still, not really much to tell as far as TeamOne's CT side is concerned, given they haven't really had the op-out in the hands of Maluki. They haven't had the rifles. And until we do get that point, it's going to be hard to predict how this game is going to go. But if Triumph can continue to hit their shots they have early on, especially with Hate popping off, it's going to be a very difficult team for TeamOne to deal with, particularly in the BO1 standpoint.
It absolutely will be. I think Triumph is, like I said, always dangerous in these types of BO1s, and they've torn maps off of top teams before, so for them, it would be no surprise if they were able to pull this one off. But we'll have to wait and see, as we got a tech timeout still extending forward here. I wonder what is going on.
Maybe somebody dropped off and they're having computer issues, something along those lines. Looks like everything's been reset. So maybe things are going to start up pretty quickly here. You know, John, just looking about this series, though, out of all of the maps that could have been played, did you expect it to come down to Overpass?
I mean, not really, but I think that's the interesting thing about BO1s, right? Because you're banning pretty much everything that you'd want to, and sometimes you just overlook the maps that you really don't want to get into, and that map is Overpass. It's kind of like getting the final map in a BO3, right? It's always the leftover map that you're going to be left with in these BO1s.
Yeah, it's like a compromise. Nobody's happy.
Right.
And I guess it is the fairest extent of a compromise in terms of a Counter-Strike veto, because each team gets 3. And you're left with one that probably neither of you is actually too happy with, but we're finally back into the action here. Full guns for TeamOne, and Maluki is going to go aggressive with the Oppen party, waiting out that flashbang, but it's a well-timed flash from Triumph. So they've adapted well to the meta of just waiting out that flashbang. Great utility damage coming back from TeamOne, however, but it's even more spam damage going back the way of Triumph. George, though, chunked down to 27 HP, PRT at 11. And Pesa is somewhere in the 70 range at 68. Close up on the sandbags construction, looking to get an entry onto the site. As Triumph are full committing towards B from the early posturing, but it's going to be a fake at the very least right now. They have con control. They're going to rotate back up towards A. And TeamOne are raiding this. I believe they got the information from the jump spot that the door is open. But Exceed is still holding. And if he starts to peek out, maybe they signal the call back down towards B, because there's a 3 stack over on A, and disaster is imminent if Triumph continue to hit.
Malbs waiting on the other end. George and B Wills continue to fire on forward. They're giving away their position here. So Malbs has all the information he needs. George trying to hard clear the angle, though. Does he spot out Malbs here? I don't think he sees him just yet. Malbs now will be spotted, and he still gets the frag. He was baiting out some information, finds the follow-up too, and Malbs doing what he does best. find those multi-kills. He will go down at the end of the day to B-Wills, but it is a 4v3 advantage. And Triumph, well, they don't want to test any further towards J's site because Exceed just found one on XNS, and I take that back. Hate went down long. Maluk wasn't looking, and he gets taken down. PRT is still up and running, though, and he manages to get a trade on back, but it's a 2v2 and pretty much anyone's game. Anyone's round, I should say, as Hate will take down Pesa. And now it's a little bit tougher for TeamOne to get back into this.
It's a 1-2 punch coming in from Triumph. Hate baiting out that time, allowing B-Wills to get that bomb down and not over-aggressing, either going down silently. Hate is having himself a moment right now against TeamOne. It starts off well for Mobs in TeamOne, but the good rotation called by Exceed, that was something I was keeping an eye on earlier on in the round, was if he can get in behind, get that information that the side is clear. They send that bomb back down. That kill from Hate onto Maluki, though, is so critical, and it throws everything into chaos for TeamOne. They have no idea where that bomb's going down because it has not been seen, and then Hate just mops up the rest, playing well in towards heaven. Pistols out again for TeamOne. They have a bunch of nades, and a nade stack does seem imminent over towards the B site, but Triumph, they do like to default out against the pistols when they know their opponents are on lesser weaponry. And here we see Exceed getting that isolated duel against Maluki to kick things off. Bomb's still down and a lot of time on the clock for Triumph. They can work around the map and keep on sweating out TeamOne. We're going to rotate back towards A. Oh, Exceed with an opening kill. He gets 2 more. PRT will answer back. The A side is still relatively open. Pace of the lone defender here. Just going to have to fall away. Probably try and save. Actually, he doesn't have the gun. It's going to be PRT. Look at the rotation coming out from Triumph. They're reading this well again. And now it's time for the bomb to go down for them. The AK in the hands of PRT could actually yield some more damage, but they really need to save that gun. They need that AK in the next round, and Pesa just needs to go for some kills here. He's going to be hunted down by Exceed, who's looking for the ace now, or at the very least, for would be the ace.
Yeah.
George is going to go for it, though. And now PRT has to save.
Now, PRT, they know where he is, and given what a great lead Triumph have in the economy in their back pockets, they're going to chase this. PRT's just looking back and forth. He knows what's coming. And Exceed wraps up the ace here. All 5 frags in the 5th round of play. And TeamOne, well, you have to call a timeout after that to really settle things down, because this is an awesome start on Triumph's side. And looking at the money, of course, TeamOne are going to be back on the rifles, but it's important for them to make a statement soon.
Soon, especially as Overpass still does lean towards the CT side. Sometimes it can flip 8-7, 9-6 in favor of the Ts, but it's not exactly going to be a consistent thing to have Ts winning on this map. But this has almost given me flashbacks to Extra Salt versus Pain, John, where the NA squad gets out to an early lead. It's out to a good half. But then when the sides swap, things get very difficult. However, this is on the T set of Overpasses. There's a little more behind this Triumph squad than otherwise might be expected. And TeamOne, I would say, again, like I said on a Mirage, you really need to get this round in the bag to start to kill this momentum on Triumph, or else that lead can quickly become insurmountable.
I think Exceed was an excellent pickup by Triumph. He's actually the reason why GGPR were doing so well early on in the season. And at the end, they couldn't field 5 players and the roster fell apart once he left. So that kind of sucks for GGPR, but it's Triumph's gain, of course, as he's sitting at the top of the board here with 8 frags and 8 also at 8. Not the usual suspects, because 6C and B-Wills are typically the ones who are popping up. But this time around, well, it's a welcome surprise, I'm sure, for the Triumph side. Maluk is going to towards long aim, misses the shots, and now XNS goes down. PRT tries for the trade, but he only gets 1, and B-Wills frags him right on back. 4v3 for Triumph. They know that TeamOne are going to rotate to the B site to try and get some reinforcements here, so maybe they take this opportunity to rotate themselves onto A. As it stands, though, they're sticking around. They got a couple of smokes, a lot of flashbangs, and in fact a 3rd smoke now in the hands of 6C. Pesa waiting over at the toxic barrels, and TeamOne in fact have rotated everyone over to B. So a push to A wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea for Triumph. They still have time, but they're going to decide, you know what, we're here, 30 seconds left, charge on forward. Pesa's going to get one, then flick for the second. 60 finally responds, but that's the 2v2. And TeamOne could now take this one. Maluk fires a little preemptively. 60 and XC close the gap. Malb supports. 60 takes him down. 1v1 around the pillar, and Maluk will win it. His first frag on the board couldn't have come at a better time.
Not at all. What a round for TeamOne. They've read into what Triumph have been doing round after round 2, which has been waiting out and then going back to the side they initially pressured, unless they have it otherwise cleared on the other side, which Triumph did not have that poker this time, and they play right into it. TeamOne, though, it's almost one of those scenarios where you win the round, but you come out worse for wear. Look at their buy. MP9's on 3, Maluki still has the op, there's going to be an M4 for Pesa. It's still going to be rough, and Maluki gets hit with a Molotov. He's still going to get that opening kill on the B-Wills, however, and Exceed's tagged down quite low by some good utility damage. So for Triumph, they are reeling here, and TeamOne are setting themselves up nicely despite their lower weaponry. XNS has been tagged down low, though, and Maul can come up huge with the MP9. Flashbang from Pesa gets him too! The team play coming in from TeamOne and bringing them back into this one. George, however, sneaks up onto Maluk, pops his brain, and now moves forward into the next one. Pesa rotates around, but George has the second. A-side starting to look a little more open here, but look how far removed the bomb is in the hands of Hate. However, George has a lot of good fragging potential. He's someone who goes really overlooked on this Triumph side and can come up with big clutch plays many times, almost like a drop figure on Furia, just a little more consistent with the kills, I would say. And this is a very winnable 3v2 in the favor of TeamOne in terms of manpower, but Triumph, they have a good amount of utility, a decent amount of time, and a 2-1 split onto the A site.
Oops. Oh my, eats a nade and gets a bullet to the face. Hate. More space opened up now on the A site, and TeamOne are separated. The last two players, PRT and XNS, in very different positions. PRT is going to try and come in from the flank. XNS looking to sneak through the smoke. He can do some damage. PRT taps away. XNS does get one on him. There's only George standing. Has to isolate 2 1v1s, and he can't. XNS from Bank will get the job done, and the rare knife draw animation to boot, as TeamOne are going to pick up a second here, Austin.
It's a critical second, but they also still lose a lot of players. I don't know what Triumph do considering their money, though. They're within that buy range, particularly an op could get the hands of 60 and try and counter Maluki. This double kill from Malbs really sets it up, though, nicely. The great flashbang comes up from Pesa. But Triumph, they can force up, they can half buy, they could even hero AK on B-Wills, which might be a good idea. They're going to drop the op to 60, though. They are going to go for the full investment, leave George on a Mac 10, perhaps use him as the spearhead to go open up that space, because they do know that TeamOne's economy is low. One player surviving the first round they won, 2 in the last one. Their money incredibly low. Their utility is still there. They still have the op, too. But TeamOne are still on the edge of a knife here. They lose this round, they slip off, and XNS, he's been caught out early by B-Wills. And now B-Wills is starting to heat up too. Triumph players are coming online here. Maluki out towards long. He's not cleared by Exceed. He should have a free kill. And there you go. Even 4v4. But they do know there's a lot of information out towards long, and Triumph are going to take that as well. You think there's a lurk out long, doesn't know there's anybody else. Let's go long now for the back of that kill.
Maluk heading over in the short bathrooms here. Here comes the utility from the Triumph side to isolate this position. So Maluk no longer has visibility, has to fall back into the short bathrooms, and maybe have a peek at short A. At the same time, though, George and 60 are going for a run boost down long. They don't see anything, but I love the idea regardless as they gain that space.
Yeah, this is one thing that Triumph is going for, and that's creativity. They're also going to leave Hate as a lurker out towards B to keep those rotations here. Triumph haven't exactly shown too much of this split potential. They usually go as a block. Only one round they did go as a split, and that's when, I believe it was round number 2 or 3, where Hate just had the pincer in towards heaven. It's going to be hard-pressed to hold this side back, though. The utility from Triumph's about to rain in. The rotations are going to come up from TeamOne, but Hate has connector on lock. In comes Malbs, but he's going to get that first onto George. No counter just yet from Triumph. Time whittles down to 10 seconds. excuse me. Hate has Mobs and Maluki's been tagged by Zixi. Bomb can go down now, and the time now swaps into Triumph's favor. Health not favoring Maluki. Either a stray nade could do him in, but there's nothing of that sort on the Triumph bodies. They're gonna have to fall away now, all towards lane, grouped up. It's still gonna be hard to kill all three players from the same position for TeamOne. Time is swiftly becoming a factor.
Zixi going to spray down Maluki. And he tries for another one, can't find it. They're going to try and stick this defusal. PRT's down. Hate going to get the second one, and he finds himself a 3K on the round. Triumph strike back after losing 2 in a row to win that one. And the great news for Triumph is that they continue to get the bomb plants round after round after round, which has built up their economy and ensures that even though if they lose the bodies, they can still get the rifles back up and running. Sure, Exceed has to settle for a Mac 10, but they have 3 AKs, an AWP, and full utility versus TeamOne, who only have pistols here because it's been very tough for them to even get those 2 that they got on the board. 3 Deagles, 2 5.7s, 3 nades, and a flashbang. Not too bad in terms of what pistols they have up and running, but this won't be easy to deal with. It's a full-on push coming from Triumph towards B. No hesitation. XNS gets one, but there is Exceed with a quick 2-tap 2K from the headshots of the Mac 10. Maluk also spotted out. Molotov burning next to him. Nade flies in. He's done and dusted by the molly, and it's all over. Triumph just blitzing on to B and taking care of everyone.
Triumph, they're mixing up the pace, they're mixing up the sights, they are mixing up how they hit these sights as well. It's great calling from Zixi, and that's one thing that I've been skeptical of for this Triumph roster since he took over was the strategy calling. But this is a fantastic look from him.
Yeah.
He's reading this game incredibly well. He's playing with TeamOne and forcing them into positions that they don't want to be in. The pace changes have been there. The reads on the site takes have been there aside from one, I would have to say. And overall, Triumph are having themselves a field day, fueled well by Hate as well. He's going to get one more as I speak of his name. He's going to get traded out by Maluki, but trades still favor the T's, and Triumph now know where the op is positioned, and they want to push the op. Is there a read they have? They want to punish wherever Maluki's playing?
I think they're going to go here and hope that someone pushes. Yep. They were hoping for exactly that. Maluki peeks around the corner, and Zixi immediately spots him out for the frag. Now, one thing that's really interesting that's going on right now is George is pushing up long A, so he could really cause a lot of headaches for the TeamOne side should he gain the space. And I do believe Triumph were just trying to bait out a rotation there, which they were absolutely successful in doing. They only have one player. I say only, it's Malps. He's very, very strong, but he is by his lonesome on the A site. So if they play their cards right, ensure that a trade's in play here, should be able to take this site without much of a fuss. As Miles peeks around the corner with the M4, and he will go down. That's it. A site taken. Bomb gonna be planted.
That was the opportunity too. A lone player aggressing solo up long. That could have been disastrous for Triumph. But George wins that aim duel against Mobs. The AK headshot comes through. And now TeamOne are going to save. They don't have a lot of time here. It's going to turn from 20 into 40 relatively quickly. But overall, they cannot afford to lose the op. They cannot afford to lose the M4 for PRT. Don't know if Triumph are going to hunt too much. Maybe Exceed will be sent forth to try and find someone. But as it stands, Triumph at a win at the half at the very least of an 8-7 scoreline. And 8 rounds on your T side is definitely a great sign. And then when it comes to the CT side, I don't think they'll slow down all too much.
No.
When Triumph is playing like this, they are very hard to stop, and they are a team that can challenge some of the best, especially in a BO1 format.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm really impressed with this T side as well. 8 rounds on the board, as you mentioned. CT side tends to be favorable, of course, on overpass. If you just look at the map itself, it's so easy to rotate back and forth from each site. So you have probably 3 to 4 second rotations where you can get back to A if you're on B and vice versa. So TeamOne have a lot to work on here if they're going to hope to get those 7 rounds and make it as close as possible. But they will have a proper buy-up here. They're spreading the economy around. It's going to be a FAMAS, 2 A1Ss, the A4, and the AWP as Triumph continue to run forward and build up their economy here. Oh, nice Molotov. So aggressive push here by TeamOne, but the smoke is going to defuse it. Malps decides not to go up to Fountain. Now he is going to. to gain that space, tosses the nade on forward, hopes that it does damage, and it does. I mean, George taking down to 60 HP. The thing is, he doesn't really follow that up with much information towards the fountain itself, and ends up falling back towards short A.
Still a 5v5, and no real advantages for either team, aside from connector control for Triumph, which an overpass is a very critical part of the map because of the rotations, which we've seen Triumph take full control and full advantage of so far this matchup. Hate's going to catch up Pesa, though, and he's going to work in towards B. It's all an elaborate ruse, however, John, as Triumph have no business going to that site. It's going to come down to mobs over on long, and he gets antsy. His spider sense is tingling. He's going to fall away just behind the flower pot, try and play an off angle. He does have Maluki with him, but Maluk's swapping between two angles, between lane, bathrooms, and now towards long. Too much to watch for one man, perhaps, but a lot rests on the shoulders of young mobs. They're going to walk in, try. Do they clear him hard? 60, go for it. They're going to double swing, maybe triple swing. George, another entry. Maluki walks in, and 60's waiting for it. Triumph are playing this map to a T, and look what PRT and XNS are doing, John. They're running for the hills. They're running for their lives. They are out of it, and Triumph are going to confirm their 9th round victory. Once that bomb goes down, no contestation from TeamOne. They need to save again. And it's starting to look like an Inferno matchup now as the CTs continually save after the site's been taken.
Wow, just such a good job from Triumph taking these sites time and time again. Unreal, the shots that George is hitting now. He's really been helping in that department, and 60 as well. Alrighty, Triumph, as mentioned, pick up a 9th, and PRT and XNS, given the state of their economy, they just want to save these rifles. I believe they're at the full loss bonus of 3,400 at this point, which will help them out. Probably can get an A1S in Mobs' hands, and PRT and XNS might be able to buy for themselves once more. So it should still be a rifle buy-up coming through for TeamOne, and I'd be surprised if they go for a save here, because being down 7 rounds, you really need to try and get those additional CT side rounds on the board.
They're going to have to buy up.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to pull off something here. They have really shown no real signs of life on the CT side. The only rounds they've won have really been mistakes from Triumph, walking into the stacks. That's not sustainable for your CT side, and this is more what you need to see out of a team that looks down and out. You need to see some aggression, you need to see some risks being taken. TeamOne, what do they have to lose at this point? Already conceded 9 to a T side. Exceed walking in will probably not expect mobs over on the trash can. It's a very rare spot to play, but the B side's wide open, and look where Triumph are posturing. They are looking for it, and once they find out that Exceed's fallen, they probably will just bust in towards the B side. Ewell's out towards Con 2 is looking for an opening kill, but TeamOne are still so heavily positioned towards A that this B take can completely obliterate them once again. I think they would have to go for the retake at this point, even if they do go down to a 4v5, and XNS doesn't get anything off of this, but now a little bit more over towards A as George helps out secure that fake, and Triumph, they're going to hit this B side around 50 seconds on the clock. Smoke will cue them into at least one here, and now TeamOne are getting antsy. Exceed is ready for this. He's going to start getting antsy himself. They've fallen off. Maluki misses the timing. Mobs goes down. Does Exceed expect the second? No, he does not just yet. He's going to get caught in the back by Maluki. Finally falls. Then comes his B hit. XNS has one, but is printed out swiftly by Hate. Bomb will go down momentarily, but Pace actually has other ideas. He's got 2. He swung it back to the favor of TeamOne, but 60 swaps over to the AK, and 60 has the rifle. I would say his best gun in hand, but PRT on the sandbags angle will shut it down, and Triumph, they concede this round. TeamOne off of the back of Pesadillo are going to get themselves a 3rd.
Whew, that one got very interesting, but good hold by Pesadillo in particular, who gets the 2K and picks up the op, which he will likely drop for Maluke, and Maluke will be happy to receive that back into his hands. But TeamOne, good news for them, is they get a 3rd round on the board. Will it be isolated again by Triumph? Well, they certainly have the hardware to do it. They built up their economy, full buy-up coming through once more with 4 AKs and the op. Here we go, though. Round number 13 underway. Triumph, they tended to have success towards that B site. That was the first time I think that they were thwarted by TeamOne. And you're going to see that Triumph are looking to gain that early space towards Fountain this time. They were very patient in the previous round. Maybe this time they're going to show face a little sooner. They do. Maluk wins that battle, but it's Exceed on the other side to drop Malls. So the player who's typically top frag for TeamOne is out of the picture. PRT manages to get the trade on back and Exceed. Now he finds Hate as well. Could get B-Wills, and no. PRT will go down. No 3-man advantage for TeamOne. Instead, just a man advantage, and B-Wills going to use the space that he's gained for himself to throw that smoke, open up the squeaky door, and maybe he's trying to fake over a rotation from the TeamOne side and open up the space for his teammate and his Sixy to move in.
Very passive B-hold from TeamOne. Granted, their retake of the B site was absolutely flawless last round. They're giving it a very similar setup now, giving so much space over to the side of Triumph. B-Wills and Sixy going to shuffle the guns around. Bogdan's Law coming through, and B-Wills will try his luck with the big green gun. Sixy on the rifle. There's so much utility too, John, to hold this down. But this boost, this could end the dreams of Triumph right now if they're not ready for it. XNS has the angle. No utilities come through. They're going to dry peek it. Now they swing, and there goes the first. That's B-Wills to fall. Nade follows through as well. Sixy tosses a Molotov out, but he's got to close the gap. Time is low. Headshot onto the first. Does he expect to clear up bridge? No, he does not. XNS home and collected. Creeps his way forward and finishes the job. This play from PRT, though, absolutely huge. The second kill on to Hate basically secures the opportunity for TeamOne. Without that, things get so much more difficult. Triumph on a bit of a slide right now, but I don't think they really care too much, John. They already got their 9 rounds on the T side of things. Everything else is icing on the cake.
Double digits would be obviously the best case scenario for them, both heading into their second half and psychologically against TeamOne. But Exceed's going to walk out here, throw the smoke right into the Molotov, and they are probably expecting someone to be around the corner at Fountain. You see a boost is going to come through here. That's just to have a look over at Long A, in fact. Malps looking into connector. Here's a Molotov blooming out there. So now they've definitely given up connector. They can't regain that space. And that's good for Triumph to get the map control. XNS, though, spots Hate getting a little too antsy towards B, and then he gets the second on Sixy. Triumph have been unable to win these aim duels in the early goings, and that's been the difference maker for TeamOne and why they're potentially on to a third round victory, in a row.
TeamOne look to have awoken from their stupor, John. This is not the TeamOne we saw for the first few rounds. This is the TeamOne that we came into this matchup expecting. This is the TeamOne that can completely dominate anybody and takes close maps over in EU, makes it to Pro League 2 seasons in a row. This is the TeamOne that they should be, realistically speaking. And if they can continue this form moving on to the T side of things, they very well can bring this back, especially if they get this to a 9-6. So Triumph would love that double-digit scoreline. It's looking more and more unlikely, especially considering the economic situation on the T side. A bomb plant here would get them a bye, but without it, they will probably be pretty darn broke here. George and King trying to thin the economy of the CT side. George doesn't clear the angle hard enough, though. Now it's all down to Exceed in a 1v4. Not exactly an easy situation for him, and he won't even manage one. Malms gets both of the last two. And now only round remaining, and TeamOne primed for a 6th.
Yeah, you talked about some of the success they had over in Europe, in Pro League, in fact. In the 10 maps they played, 4 of them ended up being very close. One against NIP going to overtime on Inferno, 15-19. Against Furia, both maps going the distance, 14-16 loss on Mirage, and 19-22 loss on Inferno. Then against Gambit, making it close on Mirage. Again, 14-16. So they were very competitive. Obviously doesn't show by their map scoreline in Pro League, of course. But back from this deficit. They're making a good run for it, of course, as PRT gets the opener again. Every time you find that opening frag, give your team probably a 65 to 70% chance of coming out with the win. And Malps and Connector drops Exceed. Triumph just unable to do much of anything over the last 4. Maybe they can find Malps here? Yes, finally Sixy gets one, but at what cost? Pesadello with the wall spam will take down Sixy. It's only Hate and George, and Hate is a sliver away from death.
And he's the one with the rifle. It's not George who has full health, it's Hate. And he's going to walk right into XNS too if he makes a cross here. It's going to be a free kill there for the Brazilian player. No. Hate goes back the way of Sewer Pipe. He's going to go back towards A from the looks of things here, as George is going to try and close the gap against Maluki. But a dry swing against the op, despite the speed of the MAC-10, is not going to bode well for him. And perhaps he'll just wait up and get the Galil tossed over into his hands. Then comes a deep smoke. Molotov goes through as well. Counter's coming through. But it's going to be a fake towards A and a hit towards B. Oh, XNS, he could get caught in rotation. He's not going to see the right angle, though. XNS gets a double spray down. Has them all on a silver platter. And TeamOne battle back 5 straight rounds to close off this half and take us into half number 2. Half number 2, by the way, folks, is going to be here in just a moment. Number 2 of this BO1 here of IEM Fall North America Day 1 is about to begin, and TeamOne are trying to continue their storm of rounds, trying to tie things up as soon as possible against Triumph.
B Wills gets first contact here. Fires off a few shots and gets them in return. He's the one to do the damage, though. His pace is down to 75 HP. He will fall back here, but here comes the execute for TeamOne. They're going to throw those smokes on to B. One for Heaven and one 4 sandbags. B-Will's flashed out as well. This is quite well done here by TeamOne. They will be able to get the bomb plant, and Triumph are on for a full-on retake here with Sixy trying to charge up on the flank. He gets spotted out quite quickly. Hate gets the opening frag on Mobs. 5v4, Sixy moving in, looking to find another one, but it's XNS again to come back for a 2K. Is George going to be able to do more than one? No. Maluk finds him. Maluk still at sandbag. Sixy staring down in that direction, cannot do anything. It's all up to Exceed. He hits one on XNS, 1v1. Maluke waiting at sandbags, and Exceed's going to stick this one. Maluke! Oh, he wasn't even coming, and Exceed doesn't have the kit. Now he doesn't have any time, so TeamOne's going to win this one way or another, and they do get it.
If we would have taken the extra time to go and get that kit, he would have had a ninja.
Yep.
That's unfortunate for Exceed. That little last-second decisions coming back to cost you, but then again, TeamOne already got the bomb down. At that point, it is almost better to just concede the pistol round. But they are going to force up regardless here. Deagle's on 4, Scout for 60. Decent amount of utility, too. TeamOne seem to be ready for this, though. Only 2 MAC-10s. They'll keep AKs on 2 players as well. Pesa and Luki. The Galil for Mobs. And they're going to go towards B fast again. Nate does a lot of damage onto Mobs and XNS, though, entering out onto the site. And Mobs gets finished off for free. Flash is coming through now as well, blinding all players involved. And there's a player in towards Toxic. That's going to be George. It's going to be hard to clear out. And he's going to get himself another kill. In comes a nade, but it's not going to go too far. Does a tad bit of damage, but still the duels are favoring Triumph right now, and a reset needs to happen for TeamOne. They are bailing out here, trying to have a tactical retreat and go all the way back towards A. Triumph have stonewalled them on the initial. There's guns available for Triumph too. A Galil is down. Actually, no, it's just MAC-10s that Galil has been salvaged by PRT. Still, it's a little something extra to work with an automatic weapon.
Everyone on TeamOne grouped up together, going towards long A, and you hear George just spamming that MAC-10, free-firing, expecting TeamOne to come around that corner. Now Triumph, well, they do have a couple of players waiting here on this A site. It is TeamOne's round to lose, technically, since they just won that pistol and had the rifles up and running. Triumph are doing a pretty good job with the pistols on their side, and of course, the MAC-10s were picked up to help them perhaps take this round. PRT is going to get 1 on 60. It's at least 1 player taken down, but Exceed comes in on the flank to drop Maluke. It's down to only PRT and Pesa. They're lit. PRT is down. Pesa spams for 2. George and B-Will's at least down for the count, but Pesa still has to win 2 1v1 duels. Pesa staring down at the dumpster. Hate peeking around in the timing in Hate's favor. Triumph steal away around on their force buy and get a 10th.
That's a massive win for Triumph. No bomb plant either for TeamOne. They're all on double eco scenarios. They are going to full reinvest. The pistols prove better. And it's Hate again showing up big. 20 kills to his name, by the way, already. So he's definitely a very valued member of this Triumph squad since they picked him up. Him and Exceed have been... I guess they also added George recently to the roster too, as far as the beginning of the season's concerned.
It's been a
pretty
very
fresh.
A lot of switch-ups have been done as of late. That's why you can't really look at their stats beyond the last one.
That's very true, but this hit towards B, it's going to be B. Wills locking it down, swaps to the sidearm, not going to get the last one, finally does. And Hate's there to back him up too. And 11 rounds now on the board for Triumph. The CT side, the favored side of Overpass, and Triumph are making it look every bit as favored as they can. TeamOne, they're going to be on the full save now, and this is the opportunity for Triumph to get up to 12, minimize their casualties, and grow that early CT bank. They aren't going to have an op into the next round, but they'll probably have some aggression to make up for the lack of the sniper rifle and the information gained. This round, though, I'm just going to try and make sure they don't lose anybody, get some easy kills, and perhaps get some nade kills too. Nade goes in towards Khan, not going to find too much. Exceed wisely falls away. Lots of spam coming in from his B teammates. It's going to be Hate spamming through the wood wall. And in comes the stomping, the feet from TeamOne all the way up towards the A site. 60 faces first, has 1, tries for a second, not going to get it. He's going to need to help him out now. Hate swings for another, and a flank actually does catch off Exceed. As it's going to be Maluki who gets the only kill for TeamOne. Actually 2? He's got a second on a 60. Okay, maybe a third here. No, it's denied. but still 2 kills is more damage, I think, than TeamOne would have expected and more than Triumph would have liked to take.
Not often you're going to see 2 frags come through from the Glock at that range. A third one would have been absolutely ludicrous. And, well, good news for Triumph, they don't lose any more bodies, so they'll be able to reinvest into this round without much of a problem. But they do have to reinvest, which will bring Exceed down to 100 and 60 down to 1,000. Luckily for them, Hate is on 5.8k, so that should balance out if they need a full-on buy-up in the following round. X and S has the AK now, so do the rest of his teammates. And they're going to quickly try to gain this space towards the B site. XNS moving in towards water with mobs. And the other 3 might be joining them. In fact, it could be a full-on take from Sandbags by TeamOne. They're charging up. Mobs after the first contact finds it. And the trade doesn't come through after he falls, though. George and B-Wills get a couple. 4v3 in favor of Triumph.
The nade stack, too, that TeamOne had primed came up to absolute 0 damage. That was a good idea, but nobody's playing on the boost. It is Dello, though, jumps up on top of Toxic, traded out by B-Wills, and now Maluki in a 1v3. The bomb is down in the middle of sight, and he's being hemmed in from all sides. 1 on Toxic, 1 from Heaven side. Does at the very least finish off B-Wills, and now knows there's 1 player in through Heaven, but does he expect to Exceed coming in from Monster? Has no idea, John, and now he flips back. He has an idea somebody could be on the flank now, but I don't think there's too much of a chance here for Maluki. He spies nothing. Back, but not the right angle. Exceed does not go for the knife. He takes the secure kill. Knowing that his team's economy is not exactly the best. And Triumph now 3 rounds away from putting TeamOne down in this round-robin group stage of the last RMR of the year. Triumph, this is a good performance to maybe put them on your radar, as this Group B is wide open.
Yeah, they still need those last 3 rounds to secure it, and as we saw with the extra salt match, Austin, nothing is a guarantee. Exceed going to toss an aggressive molly towards Fountain. It's not a bad idea because TeamOne on the pistols might be going for some aggression in this direction. Now they fall off of it and end up in the lower connector. I think there's someone to answer here. Was 60, but he sees all those bodies and says, you know what, I am going to get the heck out of here. I have off. I can't deal with this at this range. So he falls back, hits the shot almost on the move on Pesa, flicks around for a second. Could he find the 3rd here? He does! 60's on fire in the anti-eco. Maluke, the last one standing with the Tech 9 in his hands, and he doesn't have the bomb, doesn't have much of a chance. 60 misses a shot, so at least the op goes down, but it'll be recovered by one of these remaining Triumph players, and there it is. B-Wills grabs it after finding the final frag. So Triumph on to 14 and 60, making it look way too easy.
That's an unnecessary 4th peak there from 60, but I guess he's feeling it there. Those 3 kills, all very active on the op. Timeout called by TeamOne, though, as this is basically their last-ditch buy. They lose this one, it's going to be a force, maybe a buy that can get the bomb down. If not, it's going to be a pretty broken buy for them going up against that match point from Triumph. And the BO1s really starting to rear their heads early on here, but Triumph definitely a lot stronger of a start that Extra Salt had in terms of actually closing things down. The money's also decent on Triumph, but for Hate, or rather 60 and B-Wills, it's not the best. That op going down seeming to harm their economy considerably, as I believe he had to drop an M4 over to one of his teammates. Still though, 60's having the better of the op duels right now, and the rifle duels seem to be all going the way of Triumph. Only George is negative. That's because he's been entering out a lot on the T side too. He hasn't really had to do all too much on CT. So Triumph, they are dominating in almost every facet of the game.
Pesa tossing a flashbang into Monster. I would have to say this is almost a must-win round for TeamOne, because if Triumph gets on to 15 with 8 opportunities on their CT side of overpass, I have to say that this one will likely end in their favor. 60 boosted up, staring down into water, and decides to fall off the boost. Didn't really catch off anything and doesn't want to overexpose himself in what is considered a common boost angle. Exceed, in the meantime, is waiting over at long. George in the water, and Triumph just setting up on their defense. They don't want to move a muscle. They don't want to give TeamOne any type of opening.
Triumph's specialty right now is not giving anything for free to TeamOne. When they have, TeamOne have capitalized on it. Triumph have done a very good job of minimizing their overall mistakes. Nice, well-timed Molotov, but Exceed found out towards one. That's the opening that TeamOne needed. Good Molotov from Hate to buy a little more time as the time ticks down very low. I'm getting Godsend flashbacks here, and we all know how well some of those rounds have gone for them. The bomb drops in the open, making things so much more difficult, but Sixy has 2 from Optimus. He's trying to make them roll away, but he does finally get taken out. B-Wills comes in now, spams away, finishes off the next. He's got 2 off of that spray down, and it's all down to Pesa. The time is so low, the Molotov might just spread to the bomb. The Molotov will not force B-Wills out of position. He's still buying all the time he has, and Pesa has no chance now. It's going to be a round of victory for Triumph. George will not face. He'll come in now and try and finish the player off before time, but he does not get that opportunity. Does not matter, though. Match point for Triumph. And they battle back well. Sixy with 2 and B-Wills with 2 from the truck. The individuals of Triumph are on point. The broken buy comes in from TeamOne. Galil's on 3. The saved AK is the saving grace. And Maluki's limited to a MAC-10.
Oh my. TeamOne. Their backs against the wall. Against a Triumph roster that really appears to have come ready to play here on Overpass. Succeed pushes aggressively down long. Doesn't see anyone there. That could call for a complete rotation by Triumph towards the B site, as Exceed's going to gain more and more information with every step that he takes. Here comes TeamOne, though, charging on up. George is waiting. The smoke is thrown, but it doesn't matter. He saw the player before it bloomed. PRT does get the trade, but he takes so much damage in that engagement that he becomes vulnerable at Sandbags. Waits for his teammates to push up, but they come out and actually find a couple of frags. B-Wills gets 1, but look at the HP here for TeamOne. They lose another player as well. Mobs and PRT only 88 HP combined. As this bomb goes down, they're not even looking towards Canal. Mobs gets taken down. PRT, the last one standing, now isolated by a smoke. The nade almost finishes him off, and now a Molotov at his feet, forcing him to push into the smoke. He gives his position away as well, and will go down. That's it. Triumph wins 16-7.
Triumph had a very strong half. They started it off 9-6 on T's side. It could have very well been more for them too. And it just took an eventual win on the CT side for Triumph to seal the deal. It only seemed like a matter of time before they would actually win it though, John, just because of how well they'd been playing and reading the game on T's side. Masterclass of calling from Sixy. Hat off to him. Fantastic job. And overall, the Triumph individuals not over-peaking, not over-aggressing, not making mistakes, and their reads to go in on those silent flanks were just absolutely great.
Oh, I love the way Triumph played their T side. You're 100% right. Sixy made some great calls, really kept a nice pace going on their T side executes, right? At times they were slower, and then they went for that full-on blitz towards the B site, reading the economy of TeamOne well, knowing they were on pistols, and just overloading them completely, and then go back to that slower play, just back and forth constantly, and TeamOne could not get a read on them until the latter part of the half, but by that point, it was way too late. Already 9 rounds earned on the Triumph side for T side, and then they just completely took over on their CT side.
Folks, we're going to break this one down all in its glory after a short break, so stay tuned. to a 9-6 half, and then once they swapped over, John, they never looked back.
Oh, they didn't at all. As I mentioned before, just looked extremely strong on their CT side. There wasn't much that TeamOne was able to achieve, and you're going to see here George farming away on T side. He was a very critical factor, even though he goes down to mobs in this situation, but it was towards the latter part of that dominance for Triumph on their T side that George started to get great entries on over to the sites. TeamOne did fight for their lives and managed to salvage 6 rounds on CT side, but at that point it was too little, too late, as they only got 1 on their T side.
Yeah, not enough. And realistically speaking, TeamOne, a little underwhelming. They got bullied by Triumph for the most part. This string of rounds towards the end was great, but it wasn't enough, and Triumph winning that core spy on round number 2 really shut down TeamOne and put them into a box where they were never able to get out of. Triumph's individuals, the team play, the coordination was really there for Triumph. Just something we questioned coming into it was how well to be able to play as a roster because of the shuffles they've had throughout the last 3 months. I mean, you look at their stats from 3 months ago, it's a different roster almost entirely than what they have right now. So This is a great sign from Triumph. The calling was there as well from Zixi, and they looked very much the better team today.
I'm honestly glad that they stayed together as a team and that Zixi was able to rebuild despite the departure of Rizu, along with Cynic. Rizu just decided that he didn't want to play Counter-Strike anymore, and that's why he left the roster. And Cynic, as mentioned, poached by Party Astronauts. So not something that they can really do anything about, right? It's just these things happen, and they tried to build around it and pick up some solid talent. That's exactly what they did when they got Hate and Exceed. So, and you saw Hate, he was incredible there on Overpass for them, 25 plus frags. And yeah, I'm just overall impressed with their mechanical ability, and they showed it off against TeamOne. But not only that, like you mentioned, Zixi as an IGL, I mean, he's looking strong.
Yeah, can they carry that over to maps other than Overpass, though? That remains to be seen. Overpass, I think, is almost one of the easier ones to IGL because of how good you can rotate around, and you can really toy with your opposition as long as you have the right ideas and the right information, which Triumph did. They got into those positions to get the information, and they took full advantage of it. So props off to them. For TeamOne, you can't count them out either. You can just call that one just a bit of a sloppy start, perhaps, to the day. But TeamOne, they're always going to be a team that you can expect to have a great performance. And when we get towards the later matches for them too, I don't think we'll see the very same sleepy TeamOne that kicked this one off. We'll see more or less that TeamOne that we saw in their 5-round streak to end off that first half.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, TeamOne is not going to get deterred too much by that loss. They are going to bounce back as they always have, and I'm sure they're going to find their way back into their rhythm here.
Yes, indeed. But folks, we have another matchup coming at you. Another BO1. It's Extremum taking on ATK. That'll be in just a moment.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites going into the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Now they're pushing
awful head. Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. By that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Bringing the fire, baby. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya.
We're back with our third best of three of the day. Welcome, folks. It's the RMR point leader for North America, Extremum, taking on ATK, the South African squad, at least majority South African squad, with MOTM being the lone outsider there. Boggs joined by JRT. This one's going to be an interesting one, particularly because of a lack of action for Extremum.
Yeah, they haven't played for quite some time now. I mean, they played once at 1BO3, I think, in September. That's it. Maybe a little bit more than that. But either way, it's very surprising to see them so inactive. It's such a star-studded roster in a lot of ways, and some ex-Renegades players there, technically ex-100 Thieves. I don't know. We don't really know what to expect from them given how inactive they've been, but on the ATK side, they've been working hard trying to win Advanced, and Godsent, of course, is getting in their way as they just lost to Godsent 2-0 over in that Advanced bracket. The thing is, MOTM's a player I wanted to talk about. He used to be on Triumph, who we just casted, of course, and they came out with a nice 16-7 win, but he decided to leave that roster in order to join ATK for actually the second time in his career. He joined the previous ATK roster back when they were up and coming, and then this one he decided to go up with as well. So I don't know, he might have a knack for playing with South African. Anyway, whatever. I don't know what I'm
ZA players, as they
There you
say
go.
over there.
Ugh.
But here we have some vetoes coming in. Ancient and Nuke removed for ATK. Wise call. They don't like Ancient, and Nuke is not their best showing, so they're going to get rid of those off of the bat. Extremum, I think their bans are a bit... we don't really have a lot of info in the last 3 months. You don't have a lot of active data on this team. A lot can change, especially meta-wise, in 3 months' time. So their bans come down to it, and ATK end up banning Vertigo to get it to Inferno. Extremum, they haven't played that map since June 28th, John. There's a lot of time that's passed.
Absolutely, and if you look at how ATK has played here on Inferno so far this year. It hasn't been too shabby, 4-4, but if you look at who they've played up against recently, it's Godsend, who just beat Furia yesterday. And they lost to them here in the BO1, but they beat them in a BO3 yesterday in the winter IEM qualifiers to qualify for IEM Winter. That match went to 15-19. They pushed Godsend to overtime. So for me, that's a good benchmark, at least for the ATK side, to show that they are ready to rock here on this map.
Yeah, and before that, last month, Nero lost to Bad News Bears and to Third Impact as well, so they do have a knack for going the distance. They are definitely T-setted on this map, though, and you can take advantage of a very weak CT side for ATK. That's one thing that you're really going to have to keep an eye on if you're watching this match. If things start off on the T side for Extremum, they have a very good chance to get off to a huge lead. Let me double check here and see what side. Actually, there's going to be a knife round. I keep forgetting this is a BO1, not a BO3. So we do have a knife round to decide the side. So if knife round does go the way of Extremum, that T side, or rather, the knife round goes the way of ATK, they'll probably choose to start on the CT side, as everyone does. That T side for Extremum can get out to a very early lead.
Yeah, if they can kick things off, as you mentioned, well on their T side, then maybe it's better if they start on T side, right? To get that momentum early on, then they only need a few rounds on CT side to close out, assuming they do well, charging forward against this Extremum roster, which, as mentioned, will not be easy. These are very seasoned players on this roster, and even though they haven't played much, I can guarantee you they are still very much threats.
Oh yeah, they're the one team that's actually rested coming to this one, John, as most of these teams have been playing map after series in the multitude of qualifiers and tournaments in the North American region. Extremum, they've taken a break and they're coming in here fresh and ready to go. No kit for the CT side, interestingly enough, but full belts of util, nade, smoke, flash for Bentet and Liaz. ATK though, they like to go for the mailbox boost over on Inferno. Now you see MOTM crouching on top of the head. It can catch off aggressing CTs if you're not expecting it. And, well, Gratis is going to be the one to get that opening kill onto Fady, just walking in through apartments. So, how do you do? Extremum, first kill on the board, and good nade damage onto Banana to boot.
JK, tap a few shots towards Banana and then fall back to the B side proper. Now he'll get overloaded by MOTM, but Bentet is there to get not one, but two to his name. It's going to end at that with Mistem dropping him. Although it looks like ATK is going to get the bomb planted here, it's still at a man disadvantage, and with Gratisfaction heading up Banana, Mango's going to be in a world of hurt unless he uses that smoke to his advantage perfectly. Oh my goodness. Liaz and Azer go down. Gratis, the last one standing, and he's just going to have to deal with 2 1v1s and a bomb defusal without a kit, so time is against him. Looking towards new box, gets Mistem. Now knows there's one more, likely aware of the positioning. Again, 10-second defuse here, so he has to hold it. Does he have time here? It's going to come down to the wire. We'll have to wait and see. Extremum trying to take this first round. I don't think he's got it. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, just barely. He does get the bomb defused down to the very last millisecond.
That's an early peek then from Mango.
Yeah, he didn't have to.
I think he thought it was done. Either way, Extremum, a narrow margin of victory in that round. That's going to give ATK the bomb plant too. They're going to go for 5 Galils. Their utility is going to be a little light here. Only 2, 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs. But Extremum, they're going to full invest as well. A swing round early on to try and see if which team can hold momentum or get momentum back. That smoke play from Mango is absolutely impeccable though. Fantastic work to get ATK a chance into that round and really give them a chance to secure things. But Gratisfaction getting some nice satisfactory headshots with those USPs. Satisfying indeed to see those USP headshots. Always clean, and the sound is great too. But it's going to be J. Kim forced on this B side, but J. Kim gets a dry peek from Blaze, and he's going to win that one for free. Bented taken down quite low as they retreat back to the B site. A pressure from Fady, but it's not really going to be all too much. Liaz drops into mini pit. Wherever they want, ATK. They have a lot of time, but I think they are still going to pressure onto the B site. They're going to use Fady's lurk to try and keep these rotations over towards that A. No, they're going to go back. They're going to go back towards A now. It's a bit of a limbo play here from ATK, where they're going to end up making a decision one way or another with lack of information. But Now with the over-rotation from Azure back towards B, this is going to give them a good window of opportunity, especially if they can get that initial. He has in the open! But he's going to win that instead. It's Gratis actually to help him out, and they don't clear him out. But he finally falls to Mango. MOTM picks off Azure, and now it's a 3v2 in the favor of ATK.
ATK are not out of the water just yet. Oh, maybe they are. Extremum is just going to go for the full-on save. They don't have the utility to go back into this one. So the South African roster is going to get their first round on the board up against Extremum. As JKame and Bentet want nothing to do with this retake. Given the economy that they have, it makes perfect sense to want to keep these rifles up and running into the next one and give yourselves a better chance at surprising this ATK roster. But a great force buy coming through from ATK off of that bomb plant at round number 1, and they bolster their economy even more with this round.
But the save from Extremum is going to give them more of a fighting chance in this round. They're going to have to force buy anyways into this one. Might as well do it with an M4A1S and a FAMAS around those deagles. It's going to get them more utility too. I think that FAMAS is going to fall into the hands of Jacob. He's going to have a flame. Liaz saving for the op. No, he's going to buy up full as well. Gratis will save for the op himself. He's not going to let anybody else be a bank for him. I do like the Molotov purchase there from Jacob though. It can help stall a push if it does come early. ATK ready for aggression. They throw the flames in towards bedroom and through halls. They are clearing everything. Aware of the potential of these pistols, especially on Inferno. They're very deadly. But I do like how ATK are continuing to play their typical game plan, just slowly but surely working their way around the map, never really giving anything over towards Extremum for free. They're not going to give them any openings. And now they start to smoke their way into brackets. On the mains T stairs. All going to come down to the opening pick. Did MOTM get a glimpse of the head? He just spams perfectly onto Jacob. That's the FAMAS now into the hands of Azure. But an opening pick for ATK as they're going to try to explode on towards this A-bomb site. Bomb recovered. And Mango continues to pressure, but he's still going to go back and forth, knowing rotations can come through from arches.
Here comes ATK on their execute, charging down truck side. Azure and Liaz are waiting with a crossfire set up. Azure and Liaz doing the damage. Mango and Blaze managed to get a couple though, but it's a 2v2, and don't forget, Extreme only walked into this round with a force buy. The two rifles are left here. It's going to be an A1S frag by Bentet over on Fady. Blaze, the last one standing, and it seems like either team can't really find their footing in the early goings. The force by coming out with the round victory unless Blaze can get this one done. He gets one, not the second. Indeed, the force by comes out with the win. Bentet is the last one standing to give Extremum their second.
And let's see if ATK want to force back into this. No bomb planned for them. Means they're probably a little more hesitant. But AK gone for MOTM. The Eagles starting to show. It looks like they're going to go for a half here. Use the hero AK of MOTM. This is something that ATK actually are very prone to do. Hero full buys on one player, then let the rest go on pistols. It does have minimal success. It does come to catch off teams guard. And with this fledgling CT economy, it might work out, but Bentet gets himself a nice roasty kill. And that nade's going to go do further damage as Jacob will continue to aggress down Banana. A nice pincer from Extremum, leaving Gratis out towards Boiler to watch them walk up through middle. So much damage dealt, however, that the MP9 is going to have a field day of cash gathering. Gratis goes and does a little more damage, drops the Molotov, and now prepares for the veggie wrap on towards A site. Bentet comes in through CT spawn, making sure they can't wrap to B. It's all going to be a matter of time before Extremum grab the first string of rounds in this series, although Beatty does manage one on the Deagle. It's still very, very unlikely for ATK to pull this round back. Yeah, there's the next two from Bentet.
There we go. Bentet mops it up. He's got the ace on the anti-eco, so nothing doing at all for ATK. 3-1 in favor of Extremum, as ATK will be buying up into this round, it seems. It's not going to be the strongest of buys because they have to settle for a Tech 9, but at least they have two AKs and the two Galils to round it out, and about half of the usual utility. Here we go. Round number 5 underway. Extremum so far, despite the fact that they have not played much CS in the last few months. Doesn't look like the rust is impacting. It's not against ATK. J-King spamming away through the smoke with that M4. And he continues to try and keep ATK at bay, but now he's fallen off it. He wants to join up with Ben10 on the B site proper and set up a crossfire. In the meantime, Liaz, pushing up in the apartment, sees the AK rounds rattling on through that smoke and is aware of at least one position for this ATK roster. He's got 9. It's a dangerous spot to be, and yeah, he will go down, spammed by Fady through the smoke to give a man advantage edge to ATK as Gratisfaction pushes into Boiler Room. He get a nice little flank here over on Fady. Fady's not expecting it. He continues to push up into the apartments, and that's the easy one for Gratisfaction, who will also upgrade to an AK. The rest of ATK are trying to make their move now, but they've lost their player in the apartments, which means that Azer only has to look right ahead of him. Missed him. Gonna go down. So does Mango. Azer going for this wide swing, and he does finally get dropped. But Blaze takes so much damage that Gratisfaction gets the easy trade. Only one left standing. It is MOTM, and the American will fall to JK.
Nice easy mop up there from Extremum. Got a little messy, but still overall very clean from them in the end. Timeout forced out of the hands of ATK. No coach, though, again, in the RMRs to talk things over with the squad. It's all down to the IGL, so missed them. We'll have to rally the troops and figure out what they want to do here differently. Extremum, though, holding down the line. The experience. It's just overwhelming on Extremum. Oh, yeah. And they are showing no signs of rust, really, John. They are coming back from whatever ATK throw at them. Even if the timings go against them, they counter timing. That nice little walk up through apartments comes to mind. And even with the MP9s, these guys are making them act like rifles. Azer's play from back sight comes there in that round. And now a technical pause comes through. So perhaps a sound issue or something of that sort is still plaguing the players. Just gives us a little more time to admire how well Extremum are doing in terms of the individual duels. That 2v1, or 2v3, I believe it was, between Bentet and, I want to say, Liaz coming back onto the A site. That was just so well executed, comes to mind as well.
Yeah, this Extremum roster, if you're looking at the history of them, 4 of them, ex-Renegades, and then ex-100 Thieves. The only one that isn't part of that group is, of course, Bentet, who used to be on Zylu. So that's a pretty good pickup, I think, for the Extremum side. And yeah. We're seeing early on here. Oh, go ahead, Austin.
He didn't win to Gen G, so he actually has technically won the last LAN held in North America.
Oh.
Funny little note there.
Nice little tidbit. As, we're just waiting for things to get going once more here into round number 6. Might be a technical pause called here. Had a couple of those today. But yeah, I mean, look, ATK, as mentioned, they're doing pretty well for themselves in advance, and I think a lot of the teams in advance weren't exactly too pleased by the fact that they had ATK and Godsend coming in there and really making life difficult for them overall, because ATK is a strong South African roster, of course, coming towards this NA side, and really did do a good job of dealing with their opposition overall in the regular season. It was just when they faced off against Godsend that Godsend flexed their muscles and wouldn't let them pass. But I have a feeling that ATK, regardless of whether they get into Premier by winning advanced or, of course, through relegation, they will be there one way or another into Premier.
Oh yeah, 100%. They are just a little bit above the rest in terms of advanced teams, and having both ATK and Godsend to deal with is definitely no fun time for those guys. But if you cannot handle the best, you don't deserve to be in Premier. So that's the way I see it. They just got to learn to adapt, and it's only going to make them better in the long run. Godsend, that other advanced team, it's weird to say these two teams as advanced teams.
Yeah.
It's just, they don't belong there. They belong here, obviously, because they qualified for it. So, ATK, what can you do against Extremum, though? This is a team that has spent time in the top 5 as core. It's a lot of experience and a lot of LAN experience at that amongst them all. ATK. It's almost like a bunch of kids playing against like an U18 roster up against a full-on pro team, as it seems, because just looking at the gulf of difference between the Extremum roster, guys like J-Kim, Ben, Ted, and Az are veterans of the scene. And then over on ATK, it's got to be a fun match for them. They're going to learn a lot from this one, regardless of the result. Yeah, it looks to be a sound issue here, so that is what is holding things up as we stand on Inferno. T-side Inferno, though, is not exactly the easiest stage of things, so if you can get 5-6 rounds off your T-side, I think you're more than happy with it. And you can also get those CT sides into that downward spiral of economy, that snowball effect, where you just keep on having to reinvest, you keep on having to save, you keep on having to reinvest, and it just becomes very difficult to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. I think one of the most important things on T side is to really narrow down the map for the CTs early on, whether that's by taking bracket control quickly or going down banana and winning that utility battle. Because once you do, you force the CTs to start asking questions. Where could they be? We don't now have any visibility on banana. We can't peek through because we could just find our heads being ripped right off. Or vice versa. If you take bracket control, that's so much space that is opened up for the Ts to move on forward. So, well, I mean, we'll have to see how ATK moves forward after this. And not to mention, even if you do win those battles, you are up against Extremum, who have a ton of pro-level experience. So, you know, at the end of the day, ATK is going to be happy to gain the experience playing against a team like this, but it is going to be very hard for them from beginning to end.
Well, folks, we're going to figure out if ATK have a counter. After a short break here, we're going to give them time to fix up whatever's going on.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer.
Tech issues have been resolved. Players are back in TeamSpeak, and we're ready to continue the action here between ATK and Extremum. It's time to see if ATK's pistols are going to be able to do some damage to the CT economy, or if Extremum are going to be well on their way to a very strong economy here in the early going. A 5-1 lead, 4-round lead. Unlikely for them. Glocks out the Mist. Punished by Jake and make it 3-4. He's just gonna knock them all down towards Banana. 4 kills like it's nothing. For the last one, Fady will say no, denies the ace, but Gratis is right there for the easy trade. 5-1, clean round. Extremum very well on pace for a good half.
Yeah, not much Extremum could do there. Not much ATK could do there, excuse me, against Extremum. They didn't have much to work with only the pistols out on their eco. And J King farming away with the AK as Extremum take their 5th on the board. ATK, as we mentioned, they need to find a way to crack on through here on their T side, only finding success in the early goings. 4 players are charge down Banana. They're trying to win this battle on Banana, as mentioned. Start. J Came is going to swing around from sandbags and get absolutely nothing done. That said, Azer is going to get a 2K. Makes it a 4v3. Even though ATK get first blood, it's Azer to strike back and make sure that his team would maintain the edge. Gratisfaction dropping Fady. We have both Blaze and ATM. ATM? What am I saying? That's like a mix of ATK and MOTM. But MOTM is the last one standing here with Blaze.
Well, he doesn't have a lot to withdraw from the ATM after this round if they lose, so they have to, at the very least, get this bomb down. They're going to go to the less protected site, where only Bentet holds down the line. Smoke goes out, and Bentet will continue to hold. But now, Azer is going to retake. He's going to rotate back and help bolster the B site. There's a lot of time, and Extremum do not want to get caught out. They do not want to allow ATK a free entry. In comes the utility, though. The Molotov is not going to spread. He's going to be able to sit in dark unscathed. Slightly singed, perhaps, but they're not going to clear. There's no way they expect their Molotov to miss. And now Azer can pop, and Ted has the next. And ATK fall again on the gun round. Extremum well on their way to a 7th now. It's going to be a half once more from the T side. And that Molotov, that's just unlucky right there. But even then, they still have to deal with Azer, and I don't think they will be able to from that position. He had those aim duels down to rights.
Yeah, Extremum doing a good job. Azer, as you mentioned, taking care of business. And ATK still unable to get another round onto the board. 4 Deagles and the P250 on their side. Back onto the pistols. Gratisfaction with the AWP. Down towards that T-ramp. Doesn't spot out anything. And now it's going to fall back. Join up with his teammate next to Cubby. Yes. Tossing that smoke into the Molotov and ensuring that ATK won't have an easy path to these apartments. Azer going to swing around and he gets the 2K on MOTM and Mango. Gratisfaction drops, missed him, and this pistol buyup going about as you would expect here for ATK, with only Blaze left standing.
Blaze is going to have to hit some fire headshots to be able to have a chance out of this one. I think he's just going to try and do some damage, maybe a consolation kill, but Azer denies. Nice little headshot from the vet. Still swing out top middle, dome the player in towards under. 7-1 the score. Extremum continue to just dominate here. ATK will have the op for MOTM yet again, but we haven't really seen him be able to do too much with it on the T side of things. Not Inferno, that op can be very difficult to get activated. Gratis, however, has had no problems getting activated. 9 kills to his name, just shy of Bentet's 10 mark. But overall, Extremum just look to be dominating this game so far. And ATK get back into it. Some good little nade there by Extremum onto Mistum, and that's going to be good for them. Unconfirmed damage, but damage nonetheless, and Blaze is going to take some 2 more damage being exchanged. And now Liaz will pop Fady's head open. That's the opening pick. Extremum were knocking down the door to find. Nice Molotovs coming through. So impeccable from Extremum. Benton will mop up the next player to come face his way. ATK is going to rotate back to A, but John, there's a 3-stack here, and Gratis is arches with an op.
They just can't win these duels at all on ATK's end. And there's, like you said, an op here. Crossfire. Azer on one side, Gratis on the other. There's Gratis. It's just waiting for the contacts to come through. ATK still have a lot of time on the clock here, at least to work with, and 3 smokes. So they could smoke off Gratis and then try to go in, but oh my goodness, they go for the flashbang and it makes absolutely no difference. The timing perfect for Gratis. He re-peeks it even and drops Mistim. Extremum not fussed at all as Azur will mop up MOTM. And Extremum already have an 8th round victory. That means they'll have the lead regardless of what happens here in the remainder of this first half heading into the second one.
Timeout called again by ATK to try and stabilize things here. They're almost getting to the end of that rope. Extremum 2 rounds away from double digits, and the money is heavily in their favor. Get to watch these sweet kills from Gratis yet again, just going back and forth, and then Azur with the last kill. Perfect little pop there, playing in conjunction with Gratis, and that's just the team play and coordination that comes from a roster that has been together for quite some time at its core. Not to mention the overall experience that just overflows from them. ATK, are they going to go for an investment here? It doesn't look to be the case just yet. Yeah, I think they might go for a half here, John, but overall, I don't think they're going to go for a full buy. It should get Extremum onto a 9th. Nope, in comes the hero. They're going to buy. They decide to buy at the last second after that timeout, but it's still only a couple players going for an investment. This is bizarre, and that's a bad start.
ATK already lose their first, as you mentioned, not the greatest of starts. MOTM. There they go. A couple of AKs. Gratis does get flashed out, but Azur is right there to drop MOTM. Liaz gets Mango, and again, nothing doing for ATK. Azur looking for another one to his name. He will finally get dropped by Fady at the very least, but Gratis is right there for the insta-trade. Blaze, again, the last one standing here in a 4v1. These rounds are so fast and furious, and not only good for ATK, of course, on their T side, as Blaze will get one on Bentet at the very least, but he goes down to 7 HP, and well, unless he pulls off a heroic effort, I think this one's going to be over. He does manage to tag Gratis down to 50 HP, but he's still got a very tall hill to climb without the bomb even on his back.
His health makes it all the more difficult too. He's going to continue to walk up, just keep on checking his corners, but it's only a matter of time before he's finally finished off. Extremum will get themselves to 9th round for sure now, and the economy for ATK is going to be in a very bizarre spot given the heavy investments from Blaze and Fady. Not so sure what they're going to have into it. Gratis finishes the job with the AK swapped over, and he's actually going to leave that op on the ground because look at the money on the CT side. It is overflowing. Almost 16k for him. He'll grab the op after purchasing it once again. AK tossed over. Azur has the least amount of money at $8,400. But there's another buy-up from ATK. They're lacking utility again, though. And this is something that I don't really think has come into a factor, is their utility or lack thereof. They seem to be getting out-utilityed by Extremum, who have the perfect lineups almost every single time. Mistim takes a little bit of damage there to kick things off. And Gratis, he might get flashed in towards middle. Now he'll just smoke it, play the safe angle, and instead go in towards Boiler and keep an eye on window.
Liaz is doing a really good job in these apartments, holding off the pushes on the ATK side. Mistim has managed to work his way up and down. He's got 2 players with him as well. Bentet, the only one here to defend. He was just tossing utility over, and Mistim catches him off. So that's the B site taken here for ATK at the very least. They do have a player on the A site lurking as well. Mango could do a lot of damage. He's not spotted out by Gratis, and Mistim as well. Azur, takes out MOTM, but Mistim trades him out immediately, and Mistim will now fall to Jake Hill. It looks so promising for ATK here, but unfortunately it's all falling apart. They couldn't get the bomb to the B site. Mango gets dropped by Gratis, leaving only Blaze standing, who's in a blaze of his own here, burning away down to 20 HP. And, well, he's just going to have to try and hightail it out of here, but he cannot. No save, no round, no nothing here for ATK, as Extremum is up by 9.
9 on lead, and it's been a nice string for the CT side. They haven't even needed to go for double ops either. They've just been consistent on the rifles. Gratis continuing to do what he does best with that sniper in hand. And ATK going for another full investment. Galil's on 3, AK's on 2. But overall, there just seems to be no entry for ATK on this T side. And while that flashbang will keep them alive for now, they're going to walk over into Bented's domain. But that's a good crouch swing from Mango. They drop the first point of contact. Bented's still here, though. That was Jakim. They fell early on. Smoke goes out. Trying to gain more time. They've not mollied him off, but Mango hits 2 entries, both headshots, and a chance for ATK to get this round. But the retake is starting to come through as they're working through the smoke. Swings in from behind, but Mango has 3. He's continuing to dominate here in this round. Maybe the Energizers and the ATK needed to close that gap a little bit. Looking for the 4K, goes away as Gratis misses that shot. Liaz is able to pick up the next one too. Gratis creeping forward against Mango. Neither connecting the shot, and the Tech-9 out for the Opper. Finds the kill. You know exactly where Beatty is, and Beatty's gonna fall too. Liaz flashes himself through, and there's no way Extra Mom win this round, is there?
Yes.
It's all down to Blaze. He's swung, and he's fallen. Diffuses here in time, and they make the retake work. Oh, that's painful.
Unbelievable work by Grad. He's got 18 frags on the board, and he's only died twice. Over 12 rounds. Oh my goodness. Now Bented, of course, rocking the op as well in this double op setup. ATK, unbelievable, honestly, because it looked like they were finally going to get a round on the board, but like you said, Extremum were able to shut the door. And let's see if Grad's got more of that in his back pocket, as he's going to toss a flashbang over towards mid. Bented drops MOTM 5v4 in favor of Extremum right off the bat here. I think Blaze will lose his life too. He does. He tries to clear out sandbags to his credit, but JKM is just ready to take care of business. 5v3 now. ATK, just, again, it's in the early goings too. They try to go for these pushes for the aim duels early on, and they just cannot get anything done. Missed him in Mango. Stranded in the wind, it seems. Have some bracket control, but to what end? Because Az's right here, and he will pop around to get the head of Mango, leaving only Mistem. He's going to get naded down to about 64 HP. There it is.
He doesn't last long. It's a nice little mop up there from Jakim. And Extremum up to 12. ATK is still sitting at 1. Pistols will be back in their hands since they're not going to full invest here. Nice little shot there from Bented on the double op. This banana hold has been great. Really, there's been no weak point in this Extremum CT side. And even when there has been some slight sight control for ATK, it gets wiped out by Extremum. The retakes are there. The retakes are furious and flawless. And now, pistols are out again for the T side. They're going to try and rush B. Utility's gonna chunk him down, get 1 kill and a half onto Blaze, and now Mistem's gonna get mowed down by the AK. ATK are bleeding once more. Seem to be getting blown away. So they were floating on the wind, John. They're getting blown off their feet now.
Yeah. I mean, they keep trying for quick hits, and okay, that's something. Blaze gets 1, Mango gets another. 2 Wandies come through. Bented and Jakim are dealt with, and the B site is opened up and free for the taking. You have Grat, Liaz, and Azer. Gonna come around here. Azer dealing with Blaze potentially. Blaze misses the shot. Good little jiggle peek coming through from him. Blaze gonna reset. You have to imagine that Extreme, given all the money they have, they are 100% going to go for this retake. Especially considering the retakes have been pretty good. Blaze does manage to take down Azer. And we have 3-2. ATK are trying to hold on to. Grat comes around the corner with the Tech-9, trying to do the damage. Finally, Blaze shuts him down. A 3K for Blaze on the round. Could we see a second for ATK here? Liaz is running out of time on the clock, and yes, ATK will finally get a second round on the board. They're still losing the bodies. Multitude here.
It was the pistols that got it done too for ATK. The Deagle entries up banana. The headshots came through and they hold it down in the end. I don't think Extremum are going to be too mad about this loss. They still have a 12-2 lead and they can get another buy up once more. Bent it back on the AWP. But ATK, they have that second round. A little bit more confidence coming into this last round of the half before they move on to the CT side. If they can get that pistol round, there's a chance they can start to string some rounds together and get something good going. I think a third, though, definitely a necessary boost to their mental. Not to mention their overall scoreline. Grat gonna fall away back towards corner. Fady and Blaze taking a little bit of nade damage in the early going. And there's going to be no real aggression from Extra Mom this time, learning from their previous over-aggressions towards Banana, and try not to overextend too much and just seal this one off as fast as possible.
ATK. Once more looking for that early Banana control. This time they're going to get it. But you still have Bentet waiting right at Coffin, supporting him. JK. Bentet opens it up despite being flashed. The timing in his favor. Missed him. Walks into that one. You have to. If you're ATK, peek a little bit after the flashbang so that doesn't happen. Second time, they've struggled to go up against that off in those types of situations. That said, the bomb might be planted here. Good eye from Blaze. Spawning out Azur. Trying to get onto those flower pots. MOTM also gets the op shot on Liaz. That makes it a 4v3. Still got Grat, Bentet, and JK up and rocking. Bentet, the CZ, peeks around this corner. Pulls out the op now, and he's trying to engage with MOTM, who knows that new box. And MOTM gets tagged through the box by Grat, but he will get the trade on forward. JK charging through, will get one, but he gets shot by Blaze, leaving only Bentet. And Bentet will fall. At least ATK finish off this half with a third round victory, but it's a very tall hill to climb as we head into the second one after this break.
Face myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will.
Converted. Mistim holds on to the kit, has the double flashbangs as well. There's a good amount of utility for the T side, however, and they're just going to run towards B. It's a good on maneuver from the CT side, but Bentet, he's got the first and the second while blind. Fady and Blaze traded back, but Blaze is isolated in towards Newok. He still manages a third before he's eventually run over by Jacob. Rat will eliminate Fady as well, leaving it all down to Mistim. The IGL has to stand tall. The smoke has faded. He's been found, and he's been dropped. A chance for ATK, but Bentet shuts it down. In Extremum, they grab a 13th.
I mean, I kind of like the idea for ATK to charge down mid and try to catch Extremum off guard, but Bentet appears doesn't matter if he can see anything or not. Flashbang twice, I believe it was, and just firing away with that Glock and hitting the heads of ATK. That's what good crosshair placement can do for you. As Extremum are on to 13, they only need 3 more rounds to close out this BO1 and move on to the next match. MOTM, he's going to get flashed here with the scout, a force spy coming through from ATK. And now he gets tagged with a nade down to 58. JK going to take this opportunity to move on forward. A deagle being fired away from Arch side forces him back a couple of steps, but he's still going to hold his ground. He's got reinforcements right behind him. 4 players working both alt mid, and now the entire team for Extremum are dedicated towards this A hit, at least for the time being.
The Deagles have shown potency for ATK, and the Scout could get some tags. Fady has a pop. He's got 1 headshot, not going to get the second. But he's going to swing for more. Still forced away, but Jacob gets tagged down by the Scout of MOTM. And actually gets finished off too, so 2 picks go the way of ATK. Fady's on top of Cold Box. He's going to spam though, and only find damage. Small consolation as Mango actually only able to get 1-2. It's a 2v2 now. The retake from ATK is going to come on through. Liaz and Azur still holding. Blaze, though, a disgusting shot on the hit player. Leaves Azur on a 1v2. They're swinging together, but he can isolate. However, Blaze continues to crab walk and hits the headshot. Forced by 1 by ATK once again. That was how they got their 2nd round on the board. It's how they get their 4th. They're going to buy up once more. Extremum forcing up again. He won't have a lot of utility. But if ATK can do it on the pistols, so can they.
Blaze is pretty much the only reason that ATK even have rounds on the board here. He's been implicated at least very heavily in 3 of those round victories, and right there, some wicked shots for Deagle, especially the one from Moto. Blaze charging up, completely blinded by Azur, and Grat will take down Mistim as well. They're charging down with a force buy of their own, and they've taken this B site. Oh, goodness. After such a hard-fought victory for ATK, to lose B this early on in the round and have no one nearby to try and counter this bomb plant, that's just a tough pill to swallow. Grat's waiting here now in church. He will look at the trigger discipline here. He's waiting for more to come through. Gets 1, and a nice flick by Mango to at least take down Grat, and gets JK as well. So still possible here for ATK. Honestly thought that play was going to be the end for them. But the bomb is taken away. Mango hunts down more targets, spots out Liaz at new box, and tags him down to 30. Extremely, some very good patience on this side. Mango finds his 3rd. MOTM gets Bentet, leaving only Azur standing. Mango goes to the sidearm, firing away, but he will not pull it off. It's Azur again with his 16th and 17th frags of Inferno to bring Extremum up to 14 rounds.
Even if he did get that kill, he unfortunately ran out of time. So that other part of the game would have ended his luck in that round. But still, valiant attempt there for Mango. Very close to, at the very least, getting all the kills needed. But it's going to be pistol forces once again from ATK, UMP and an MP9. The SMGs in hand for ATK up against pretty much full rifles on Extremum. Liaz will hold on to a MAC-10. Has a little bit of utility as well. But overall, Extremum do definitely have the advantage in terms of utility and firepower. Fady, however, probing out towards window. Not going to catch anybody off. Lucky to stay alive, though. There was a player ready to take him down. And they're going to make their way towards B, at least early on, but Mistim is holding here. He has MOTM with him. Swings, but he's caught by Grat, who goes down both on the entry up Banana. It's a free B site. And ATK have to make a very difficult decision. Do they save and play 15-4? Or do they go for it and basically ensure they have no money into the next round if they lose?
Well, looks like they're going to go for it, and Leaz will be first contact. He gets one, Bentet waiting a car, and he wraps up the rest. So, Extremum make it look easy once more. 15-4, they are on to match point, and they have 11 opportunities to wrap this one up. As you mentioned, though, Austin, ATK are broke. They will only be able to bring an SMG and pistols into this round. They have a little bit of utility, but given the way things have gone, I really don't think this is going to be enough at all. Grat is on to 23 frags, followed by Bentet at 19, and pretty much everyone's popping off here for Extremum at the right times. Push here. Oh my goodness. Just a slaughter. Just an absolute slaughter. Azur gets a 3K. JK drops Mango. 8K, that quick push. Well, it's going to be their last push of this map because it's over. 16-4 in favor of Extremum.
Did kind of go as we would have expected, John. It was very much Extremum's match to lose and theirs to win as well. ATK, a valiant effort. We saw a lot of glimpses of brilliance individually from the squad, but they just did not have enough to counter whatever utility quite literally threw at them from Extremum, and overall, the firepower was just heavily in the advantage of the Aussie and New Zealand squad too. So, overall, ATK, good try, but Extremum just a cut above the rest.
Yeah, I think it was mostly Blaze that was the one popping off there and impressed me for ATK, going toe-to-toe with some of those Extremum members time and time again, especially with the AWP when they were over on their T side to shut down an attempted retake. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. We're going to hit a quick break, but we'll get into more analysis about this match in just a few moments.
book their spot in the major. John, they just put on a masterclass of Inferno utility, and overall, their aim was there to back it up.
Yeah, everyone was popping off. As mentioned, Grat was leading the charge, especially on the CT side. You're going to see it probably throughout this highlight reel because he was shutting them down left, right, and center. As Bentet as well. Oh my goodness. Quite a joy to see these guys play once more. And honestly, it was just, there's really not much to say. Extreme and more dominant from beginning to end, and ATK couldn't really test them too much.
Yeah, they got a couple good individual performances, particularly out of Blaze and Mango. Blaze had some naughty shots on the Deagle and was very instrumental in a couple of those rounds that ATK won. And they did adapt very well towards the end there too. They did not allow themselves to get shell-shocked, which is something that's really good to be said about this roster, making the move from South Africa in towards NA and still having to battle through the advanced competition in North America and beat out a lot of premier teams to make it into this qualifier. So for ATK, it's a great learning experience, a very tough opening matchup, but I believe the matches are seeded high versus low in terms of rankings. So, you know, you got the hardest one out of the way. Time to move on, move forward, and see what you learned and see if you can apply that moving forward.
I think ATK are going to be competitive with pretty much everyone else in the group. It's just that Extremum is on a different level. There is no doubt in my mind. It's really impressive what they brought to Bor here, and yeah, they're definitely going to make it into the playoffs. There's no question for me.
Yeah, and you know, I was having my doubts. Basically, 7 maps played in the last 3 months. No real consistent Counter-Strike being played. They didn't show much rust at all. They just came in, played their game, and they never let ATK really have too much of a leg into it. So, they dominated overall. That's what you can expect. That's what you wanted to see from them, especially if you are questioning their lack of activity in the last few months. So for Extremum, they don't look worse for wear. In fact, they look good from a refresher point. And now it's just only up from then on and into the playoffs because, yeah, they probably will make playoffs, which only the top 2 from each group make. So getting into that top 4 spot for the bulk of those RMR points is not going to be easy, but Extremum, they set themselves up nicely to accomplish that feat.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to our next matchup that's going to be coming up here. Furia up against Triumph. That one should be very interesting indeed, especially considering Triumph just took over that match against TeamOne.
They really did overpower TeamOne. And folks, we're going to have Triumph versus Furia after the break.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air, and now they're pushing
In the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. Fighting us down. We will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever.
Keep on hoping for the break, no matter how lost. Need no light, no spark, come and light more. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother.
Lost that one.
Now it's time for Fury to take on Triumph. We saw Triumph have a very strong performance against a different Brazilian squad in TeamOne. But now it's time to take on squad number 2 of the day. And Furia, they're a different beast.
Yeah, they definitely are. Obviously, a team that's been in Pro League for 5 seasons now, looking to make it into their 6th, hopefully for their sake. And yeah, I was really impressed by what I saw from them against every single Brazilian squad they went up against in the IEM Winter qualifiers. They ended up losing to Godsend, though, in the grand finals, so they don't get their ticket to IEM Winter. But they're here in IEM Fall. They had a chance to rematch against Godsend earlier on today, and they won that one 16-11. So they're happy about that and did quite well for themselves in Mirage. But now they're facing a Triumph roster that, as you mentioned, upset TeamOne in a big way, 16-7 win. Maybe they can pull off similar results against Furia, but I think it's going to be a much taller task on Inferno.
Yeah, but it is an Inferno that has had middling results for Fury, especially going back to that best of 3 last night, where they did lose to Godsend 16-12 after 16-1ing Pain on the map just the day before.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, they did lose that series against Godsend after getting a 16-1 victory on Vertigo. So I think sometimes Furia are getting in their own heads, right? Perhaps the overconfidence was built up at the beginning with that 16-1 win on Vertigo, leading to the loss in the BO3. But as mentioned, they bounced back in the BO1, and they're looking to, well, for their sake, go up 2-0 in their group. But the same could be said for Triumph. I'm actually really excited to see what 6E squad can do here because, yeah, their overpass strats were solid.
Yeah, the overpass strats were solid. Inferno is a bit more of a difficult map to call on T's side, though, so we'll see if he has the depth for it. If you really want to get into forcing the rotations around, it's against a team like Furia, too, where they can take the aggressive opping of art and really get a lot of information. It's going to be a difficult one to get over. But, you know, for Furia's sake, they also want to get an Inferno win on the board here. They want to break that streak. They want to go up 2-0 in this group and start to solidify their spot at the top to make their spot into the playoffs here so they can have a chance to qualify for the major. They sit at 3rd in terms of the overall points, behind Liquid and Extremum, who sit at the top. So overall, Furia, they have a lot to prove here in terms of that eventual qualification. The BO1s can always catch them off guard.
There's no doubt, but at least they've been performing well up to this point. And the thing is, jumping onto Inferno, talking a little bit more about that, over 2021 on the Furia side, they've played it 30 times. They've gone a perfect 15 and 15. I shouldn't say perfect, perfect 500 at 15 and 15. 424 rounds for, 407 rounds against for a plus 17 round differential, and that's against some very, very tough competition. You have to keep in mind that's ESL Pro League level every single time. And over on the Triumph side, they're also 500 on the map at 6 and 6, and their round differential is at minus 18 though. So they've had some rough goes on Inferno as of late, but the team has built up some chemistry. You saw the results of that against TeamOne. Maybe we're in for a surprise here on Inferno as well.
Yeah, if they can continue that sort of form, I would not be surprised if this goes very deep into it, 16-12, 16-13 scoreline, perhaps even closer. And at that kind of scoreline too, it's really anyone's game as to who grabs momentum and who wins those swing rounds that can completely change the tide of a matchup. So for Triumph, I think the name of the game is just to keep on playing your game, have your individuals activate as per usual, work around the map, be fluid and free, and just don't get caught out by Furia, because when they do push, they hit hard. And you got the guys like Queserato and Vinny anchor down a site too, so there's really no opening on this Furia side. It's going to be a little bit more different than facing off against TeamOne here. It's another level for Triumph to step up on as we step into Inferno.
Yep, jumping into Inferno, of course, and like we said, Furia is a very different beast from TeamOne. They're a very structured team. When they do go for the aggression, it's timely and they don't over-aggress. They're a very disciplined team. We'll see how Triumph can put up with that. We're jumping right into the pistol round here. Triumph starting on the T side and Furia on the defense of CT side, and there's some of that aggression on pistol round. Queserato dropping 2. And Triumph are kind of stranded. They're pincered in now. Hate's gonna manage to get one, but I think it's over. Drop. Getting B-Wills. Hate manages to get one more for himself, but it's Art, Yuri, and Vinny up against only Hate.
He might be able to get himself and if he does, there's a bit more of an opening, but they're going to double swing him from bedroom, and he's going to get flanked on by Art. There's really no escape for him. Art just going to slowly follow him up, finally put him to bed. There he goes. I think he might have been waiting to see if he stopped to go for a knife kill. Either way, though, Furia, clean pistol round, no bomb plant goes down. So they should now have a decently easy time to win this second, unless Triumph go for the Force. And of course, they're going to go for the Force. What am I saying? Tech 9s on Inferno. They're going to want to close the gaps. Hate gets a Mac 10. We can just watch this nice little display of individual prowess from the Furia side, though. Just about headshots all across the board. And Hate, he was the hero of the T-side pistol against TeamOne. He's the only one who gets anything done in this one now.
A lot of utility being tossed down mid by Furia. Exceed jumping up to balcony and into window room. Pistols across the board here for Triumph, and they're looking to work mid and alt mid. Furia still gonna use a lot of utility here down banana. They're convinced that someone's there. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Vinny's just gonna farm away. He gets 2, Yuri with 1, George falls, and 60 and B-Wills are stranded here. They're gonna try and come out, but I don't think Yuri and Vinny are gonna let anything pass through here to the A site. With only B-Wills left, position given away with the Mac 10, pulls out the Tech 9, goes through close range engagements, and he at least gets 1. Maybe a second, yes, but that's all he will find. Queserato wraps it up, and Furia up 2-0.
If those kills came a little earlier, perhaps the tide could have been turned and there would have been a more opportune bomb plant perhaps, or even some more kills that came from the open space, but Triumph are unable to get those kills until the very end, when their doom had already been sealed. Furia now, rifles on 3, MP9s on 2, ready to mop up the pretty much full eco of Triumph. A couple upgraded pistols, Deagle, PG-50, and the Tech 9. 2 flashbangs for them too, but it should be a very clean round on the CT side. See how Triumph can respond. Gets started 1. Drop goes back for more, and he drops 2. B-Will's the last alive with the block in hand. Not going to be able to have some heroics, I don't say, this round, and well, he gets spammed down by Yuri in the end. Easy 3-0 start for Furia. This is where the first test comes through, and if they do lose this round, Triumph have themselves a window to tie things up at 3 if they can win that second in a row.
Furia. We'll see what's going to happen here. The first rifle buy-up for Triumph. be able to put a dent into the armor of Furia. Furia setting up on bring them back down to the bottom. Molotov's being exchanged over at Banana. It appears as though Furia are winning this economy battle, utility battle. George, gonna move up mid, Molotov towards drop. And, well, a smoke diffuses that. That was from the player underneath drop, as there's that double stack here on porch. And it will be vacated because there's no more visibility through that smoke down into mid. George trying to gain some space into Boiler, but as it stands, still a stalemate until that nade connects on Hate, taking him down to 27. Vinny and Yuri doing the damage once more in a crossfire. This time, it's going to be from Arch side and porch, and only Sixy and Exceed are left standing.
Exceed's a very strong player, so is Sixy, but it's not going to be an easy task for these two remaining Triumph players to have to bust in onto a site, and if they do attain the control, hold it against the retake of Fury's Heart. Dry swings are not going to work against him. Sixy falls first. Exceed blinds himself on the cross, and he'll tuck into the smoke and go back out. But Art does not need to over-aggress. He has a teammate coming up from Banana. That's going to be Yuri. And so, bomb may very well get planted here from Exceed at the very least. So there's some small victory, but overall only one kill went their way. The bomb plant too. Disappointing first gun run for Triumph. Buy up once again here. But Furia's economy, it's already incredibly strong 4 rounds in because they really haven't lost any players on these rounds they've won.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the deaths here, in fact, Vinny has not died yet. 4-0, only looks like 6 deaths combined on the Furia side. That's in 4 rounds. Triumph have not been able to do much of anything. George and Sixy were quite effective against TeamOne. Can't do anything here, and Yuri, as he was jumping to get away, hits the headshot over on George. And now it's a quick 5v4 once more. Fast-paced action today on Inferno for the maps that we've casted here, Austin, as Art will get Exceed trying to poke his nose in towards that A site. Hate does manage to make his way in towards Boiler, but how much will it actually achieve? Because Art is here, and this crossfire before was extremely lethal. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be again, especially considering that Hate is by his lonesome. Triumph are trying to work their way up Banana in the meantime. A couple of players down there. They will have to deal with both Queserato and Drop, and we know how dominant Queserato can be because he had 83 frags against Godson in one of their BO3s over in the IEM Winter Qualifiers, and in one of the maps, Overpass had 42. Unbelievable. He carried the team on his back there, so we know that he is extremely dangerous. And, well, they're not going to face off with him just yet, Austin, because they fall off of that Banana hit and lean more towards A.
In towards A they'll go, where Art awaits. Yuri's going to rotate back as well. And perhaps, no, they're just going to set back and throw more utility. Moto smoke comes through. Molotov in towards Pit as the smoke is dropped on the lane. Art's going to rotate around, still has a teammate up on the balcony. That is Vinny, and he's going to take down Hate for the first of the 3 Triumph players. Yuri goes up and sends 2 more down. Nice headshots there. 5-0, the start of flawless anti-gun round. And Furia, yeah, he said that we've seen some pretty quick ones on Inferno. Furia are definitely shaping it up to be another very fast win. They are looking to absolutely obliterate Triumph here in the early going. And the gulf between these two teams seems to be very similar to the last matchup we saw.
Yeah, similar to Extremum up against ATK. Well, we'll see. I mean, I think Triumph might be able to get back into this one. I know they have the individual talent. But maybe Furia really is just that far ahead of them. Drop. Gonna get needed down to 54. And a more passive hold this time by Furia. 3 of their players leaning more towards Pit. And I think Art just wanted to have a look and make sure that no one was coming from those apartments or truck side. And he retreats back to library with the big read gun. Exceed. Beacon once more. In from Boiler. He will be the lurk here for Triumph as it appears to be a hit towards the B side.
They have a couple flashes still left to throw onto the side. A nade as well. George will be tossed over a little bit. Utility for Triumph. perks of the nade dropping system, but actually no, now it's 60 with the flashbangs, and they decide to not stack all the utility on one player. So they'll move around again. Queserato still holding back towards Pillar as a teammate. They drop it, they'll swing. Queserato has 2, make it a 3rd on the spray down. Drop has yet to reveal his position either. Queserato on the sidearm now gets a 4K, and Drop catches 60 burning alive in his own Molotov, and then finishes off the job there. 6-0 the start for Furia. But the guns are back out for Triumph. They're going to try and get back on the board here. Actually, get on the board. It's kind of crazy to say the Triumph haven't done anything whatsoever. But this defense from Furia has almost been too hard to crack. And when they actually do have the guns to deal with, it's the utility from Fury that really zones this Triumph roster out early and does that early unconfirmed damage. It makes life so much more difficult on the offense.
Well, as opposed to ATK up against Scream'em, who are just continuing to face early on in the rounds, Triumph are at least going for some executes. They have the utility thrown in good spots, but the counter utility, like you said, for Furia is just really strong, and Triumph don't have an answer. In fact, still on 0 frags apiece are George and They have 2 and 3, but yeah, it's just been a story of aim duels here, and Furia on top every single time that Triumph have tested them. Yuri now going to be tucked in towards those 2 apartments. And he peeks around the corner, screened by Hate, and Exceed, and ends up wall banging Hate down to the ground, and then falls off this position. He has exactly what he was looking for: information and a first.
Damage taken by Yuri, but they still have that man advantage, and he's going to get the op from Art. So he's going to rotate around, look for that smoke towards Arches, and see if he can catch off a lurking 60. Smoke will fade, the swing comes out, and 60 will win that duel, bringing it to a level scoreline in terms of manpower. There's still a lot more work for Triumph to do. Vinny's still on site, Art as well. A is very difficult to take if you don't have the proper utility, and Triumph do not have anything left. One more flashbang in the hands of Exceed. He's not tossed it out yet. Art's not going to be blinded whatsoever. They're going to walk in. Vinny and Art actually fall after only getting 1, however. But Furia, they're not going to be afraid here, John. I don't think they're going to try and save. They're going to go for this most assuredly. Queserato and Drop, they're actually, are they going to save?
I mean, there are 4 players with 10K in their bank accounts. It's not really necessary at all, but they will anyway. All right. I mean, Drop is a little low, I guess, in terms of money. Thought they might go for it too, but at the end of the day, it will be Triumph's first round on the board. So they do manage to finally crack some frags onto the board and crack the scoreboard as well with their first round.
On victory for Triumph, the 8 works out. Despite the lack of utility, it's the aim that pays off for them, and the bulk of T's just pushing on to that site. The 4v4 gave them a little bit more room to work with. Good opening kill from their GL and Omper 60. And now Triumph are going to try and build upon this. I think if they can get 5 to 6 rounds on their T side, they'll be more than happy to go into that CT side with a decent enough chance at being able to pull off this map. But Furia, they have so much money still after reinvesting. Art has the op and still has 7K. Queserato still with $10,000 in the bank. And while the utility damage still seems to be going back the way of Fury, I mean, Art tagged down by 11, it's not too much to really write home about. It's not going to make a difference in the eventual outcome, but there's the nade damage from Furia. A nice half HP dunk onto George.
Art sees that Molotov toss forward at Banana, so he knows there's some presence here. He's lining up crosshair, and he hits the opener, falls off of it. We'll go back towards that B side. There's another shot just for good measure through that half wall. Hoping to connect for another frag, but it doesn't come through. It's not yet. He's going to continue to be patient over at the B side. He's by his lonesome, but he's managed to drive off all of Triumph. It's Vinny. Sprays Exceed down with the A1S and makes it a 5v3. And again, if Triumph walk out for mid, they have that crossfire to worry about, both from Porch and Arch side. They do decide to double back. B-Wills and 60. Down Banana now. They leave one behind. That's Hate. to have a look and make sure that their flank is secured. But no path is easy here, Austin.
There is no road of least resistance, because the side that has less players has the op, and it also has Queserato. Arguably might even be a little bit more difficult than the A side to take, considering the players are here. And well, a dry peek into Art is usually going to end in your death. Boost could come up from U-Box too, but Art's just going to hold. Oranges, B-Will does so, and falls in due turn. Leg shot onto Hate, and it's all down to him. No more time.
Oh,
and
no.
I love this idea from Queserato. In comes the right click. Not quite a backstab, but he doesn't even need it. And they're going to keep the AK too. They got more than enough money to get the op in the hands of Art, so Furia are not troubled whatsoever, and Triumph are not going to be able to get a full investment into this round unless they limit themselves to Galils and a lack of utility. But again, dry peeking into ops, John. We've seen this theme on T's side, at the very least, in our first and now our fourth best of 3 of the day. Somebody's going to have to break that streak on Triumph. They're going to force up as well. It's a very dangerous road they are laying for themselves with these forces, with the lack of kills going back their way.
Look at this utility as well by Furia. They just battened down the hatches at both Banana and Window Room, and now Art, with the players, fed in towards his crosshairs. Manages to get Hate, falls off. Yuri takes down Exceed, just tried to come down through that smoke. 60's going for a fight as well, and he does win it against Vinny, but he loses his life anyway. From the grave, Vinny burns him to an itty-bitty crisp, and it's a 4v2 for Furia just like that. Queserato watching from library. He's going to get some contacts here. Sees one, can't connect for the shots. We'll need to fall back. Maybe wait for the reinforcements to come through, as they're going to be rotating around from that B site.
The utilities burdened down again from Triumph. Another backstep on Queserato. That's going to bring it to a 3v2, a doable opportunity here for Triumph. They run back towards B, because look where Drop's gone. He's gone down to the bottom of Banana, but he hears the noise on Speedway, and he's going to speed up Banana and try and counter this play. Will they expect Drop from what's usually a T position in towards Cubby? I don't think they will. They're going to have to stick that bomb down pretty quickly, too. They nade in towards New Box. They're going to clear things out and plant safe from Banana, or from CT, excuse me. As all the Furia players are marking up Banana, George, he's going to swing in, and he's going to die. Nice little angle there by Drop, and B Wills has to clutch this up 1v3, but there's no utility, and Furia have all the advantage here. Smoke goes out to close off one of the angles. They might smoke off CT as well. Flash is yet to come through. Yep, there goes the CT smoke. Flashes should come in, and they're going to try and retake this one. The time is actually low, though, so an opportunity for B-Wills. But Art with a USP, John, is going to push him in.
Yeah. Furia just stomping all over Triumph at this point. Triumph does get the bomb plants, so that'll put them in a much better position to buy up here. They should be able to get pretty much full utility across the board, along with 4 AKs with that AWP. Maybe Hate will be a little short, and Exceed as well, but it's the buy-up Triumph need. Now it's up to them to try and build upon that one lonely round they've achieved up to this point. Here they go, as Furia look to be setting up 3 players on that A site, as Art goes for the early pick into mid, flashed out, so he has to fall off B-Wills and 60. Meanwhile, Banana.
You know, John, if Furia win this one by 16-1, it would be their third 16-1 win in as many days.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but if it does happen, that would be absolutely wild. Triumph have other plans, though. They need to get that second round on the board. We don't... Another 16-1 would be absolutely wild. Alrighty, George, going to spam through that smoke, and Drop appears to have things under control, but there's still a minute left for Triumph to work with. No, he just wants to go up against the edge of it. Smoke fade might favor him, but it's just a really tough position because you don't know where they're going. He backs off. Oranges, and George gets another one for himself, and a third. George, who only had 1 frag going into this round, now has 4 with that 3K. There we go. That's the George we saw against TeamOne, going for those entries onto the sites. And Yuri and Vinny I mean, again, they have a lot of money, but they just, I guess, don't want to give Triumph any weapons, even though they don't need them. Like, they already have 4 AKs and an op. I don't know.
I think it's the fact that CT economy only lasts about 2 buys before things start to get really dire.
Yeah.
So they just want to make sure they have the best possible scenarios going into this one.
You're right. It is a tough retake, right? 2v5.
Yeah.
Very unlikely you're going to get anything done. So I get it. You know, you're saving money at the end of the day, and it makes sense. I just think that they're so skilled that they could probably make a run for it even in this type of situation. Anyway, we're going to get their second, and no 16-1.
No 16-1, so Furia will not be gifted 3 in 3 days. But Triumph, they still have an opportunity to close this gap relatively quickly. This half is far from over, and it could end at an 8-7. However unlikely that may be, it still is possible. A 9-6, I think, is about par for the course here, and Triumph would be very happy with that, especially considering their lackluster start. So for Furia, they're almost going to want to necessarily shut this down as soon as possible and keep Triumph on the downturn, on the back foot. Art, he's not going to catch off anybody, and in fact, the nade damage goes back and forth. George and B-Will's artillery strike down to 4 and 7 HP. That is massive damage from Fury, and that's really what we've come to see from them so far on Inferno. Just an incredible ability to decimate these players without even seeing a glimpse.
Boosted up here, just having a look over that half wall after the smoke blooms, and he could spot someone, but that flashbang's really good. Both 60 and B-Wills can't see anything after that, though. B-Wills recovers his vision and also gets a frag onto the board. That said, look at the damage that Triumph have taken. George and B-Wills only 11 HP combined, and a full HP player, and 60 gets opt down by Art. Vinny could get a couple here, only one, but it still is enough to at least keep things even. Now B-Wills strikes to get Art. Op versus V-Op duel goes to B-Wills. Furia, this time around, are going to get a lot more aggressive trying to go back to that B site. Flashbang going to get thrown. B-Wills turns away from it. He's leading the charge towards this site.
And power favors Triumph, but the backstab from Yuri levels it at 2 apiece. And Queserato smoke spam eliminates Hate, with Yuri continuing up banana. He finishes off B-Wills in the end. And Furia, they might have looked down, but they were certainly not out of it. They get back into that round. They take it cleanly. They get 2 AKs for their trouble. And now they're going to have to shuffle the money around because a couple players are getting, at least low for them, around the 5K mark. But
look
at that nade strikes so much damage in the first part of it. B-Wills, that low health from that early engagement is really what helped Furia win this round at the end. If B-Wills has more health, there's a decent chance he could actually pull that off, given that he is one of the best clutchers, at least in ESCA Premier. So, for Furia, their nade damage helping them out a little more than they realize, and not just the early damage and the fear instilled in the Triumph squad, making them play a different style because of the health, comes into that 2v3 retake for the Brazilian squad. A-site now going to be the take, though, John. They're going to work their way up, slowly but surely, and work through their utility.
Art and 60 going to engage in an op-v-op duel once more. It's just a matter of if, not even if, when 60 pushes through and peeks out banana. Probably going to get a flashbang to support him. Exceeds line up. There it goes. He peeks. Art misses his shot while he's blind. 60 does connect, but it's through the box and onto a leg. So Art down to 37. He will retreat to the cover of his teammates. No, George with the Glock takes him down. And now Triumph have control of this B site. Queserato, though, has something to say about that. He drops George. Takes a lot of damage to the engagement. But he gains an angle, and he sprays through the smoke to spot out B-Wills, who really cannot do much of anything in that situation. Still, Triumph have the bomb planted, they have the man advantage, and Furia, well, they're going to keep pressing this time. Nade flies through, Drop doesn't connect for any damage on it, but he catches Exceed switching weapons, And that means a 2v2 retake is now on the board. They're going to continue pressing. They still have time with those defuse kits on their backs, but they need to push up now. Sixy gets Quesarato, leaving only Drop by his lonesome. Drop trying to spam down Sixy. He does. Flicks around to try and find the last one, but time has now run out. He will likely die with the bomb unless he can hightail it out of here in time, and he just barely does.
He'll get out of there with an AK at the very least, and Furia do have enough money to reinvest into this one, but their bank is starting to run a little low with this reinvestment. Art will be dropped in op. He's down to 1050 left over. Everyone else, actually Vinny. So Vinny and Art are the ones who are pretty broke here if they lose this next round. Triumph, though, they still have not been able to find consistent successes. They need to be able to do something to counter Furia. They can get that 6th round, John. It's a different ballgame. But if it's 10-5, 11-4, things are going to get a lot more rough for this Triumph squad when the sides swap, especially if Fury are able to win both pistols. I like the banana aggression from George, though. It's always a dangerous entry, and if Triumph can find a way to get him into spaces, then he'll be able to open things up for them. Sixy boosted up. Smoke is not going to catch anything off. 3 stacked over towards B from Furia. Art playing with fire if he decides to go around the corner. He's close to the half wall as well. Spotted by Sixy and hit, but he hits a headshot instead. The Molotovs are going to come through, but look at Yuri. Notice there's somebody underneath him. He capitalizes on it. Quesarato's actually killed Drop and Exceed trades it out. We've now devolved into a 3v3. This has gotten a little messy for Fury, and now an opportunity for Triumph has arisen.
Xi gonna grab that bomb right off the ramp. Beewles and George await his arrival. Looking at the utility situation, they've got a decent amount. 3 smokes should be enough to at least isolate Quesarato on this site. It is still Quesarato. He can do a lot of damage. He's gonna actually probably wait in the smoke. Reinforcements are gonna come through. Rotating in. No, he charges through the smoke and tries to do the damage, and George is the one again on the entry into the site to find the frag. 3v2, now it's an op and an M4 left here for Furia. I love the flashbang for Art, but George was waiting for him to peek around the corner and gets the headshot before the flash even becomes a factor, leaving only Vinny by his lonesome. And now Triumph are stringing together something very interesting. That's, I think, 3 rounds in a row as they make it 9-4.
Yeah, it is going to be 3 rounds in a row. So for Triumph, they're starting to find their stride. They're starting to adapt to Furia. And they're starting to come up to the individual level that Furia has been showing too. They came into this one perhaps a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too overzealous. But now, this is where they really can get into their groove. 9-4, 9-5, 9-6. That, again, I keep harping on it because it is so important for this Triumph squad. They get that 6th round, they win the pistol, it's a tie ball game, and then from there, anything goes. Do they get an op out on Sixy? Don't seem to have... Well, no, they do. Okay. It's just being blocked out by a player model. So, Sixy will have his op again. Drop is limited to an MP9 and new utility. Very rough buy coming here from Furia down to the bottom of their economy. And Triumph, if they win this round, reset Furia going into the final round of the half. They'll have max loss, but that means only Art will realistically be able to get an M4 and armor with any bit of utility in his hands.
Oh, Art going to get the opener here over on B. Wells, as he's done time and time again at Banana. Hate does manage to gain some space into Boiler. No one's really watching this time for Furia. They want to take a more passive approach and pass the hold on A. Vinny does peek around with Yuri from balcony. And they're going to toss a flashbang and an incendiary down there to hold off the aggression for the time being. But it does open up a bit of a gap near Moto. Art, though, at the B site is still hitting the shots that he needs to as Hate takes down Vinny. Man advantage. Fury is trying to work with Red. Oh, that was an important battle over in CT. If Exceed wins that, it opens up so much space and a pincer attack onto B. But because he's down, Art only has to focus on the banana hit that's coming through because he knows his flank is free and clear. Does miss the opening shot and gets tagged down by Sixy to 19. Still being alive is the most important thing. carrying that off because the AP doesn't matter at all. Just need that one shot. 60 manages to get a trade on Queserato, but, well, he's going to have to do a lot more here to win the round.
Do a whale more, and his time is running short. 17 seconds. He's faking the plants, but they know he has to stick at some point, and the flank's coming through, but now he's out of ammunition. He fakes it again. 5 rounds in the chamber. He spams out ARP, but he goes back again. The third peak is what does him in. 60 narrowly missing that clutch. Just unfortunate they're not expecting the third and final player to swing. And Furia to finally secure the 10th round of this half. Triumph, they can still get 5. The 9-6 that was so good ends up to the wayside. That was that kill in CT spawn that really helped him out, John. Without that, Triumph had the pincer, a more free B site, and a much better chance of winning the round. Unfortunate for the Furia team, but oh, that's even more unfortunate. I think he took a step instead of crouching, and Art's gonna live.
60 was so laser focused in that 1v3. You saw it in his face on the cam. He was ready to flick and get those frags. He just came up barely short of clutching that out. Credit to him for making it a fight. But Furia now onto double digits, looking to make it 11-4 as Triumph have won the utility battle over at Banana. Queserato, though, boosted up on top of Flower Pots, dropped by his side. Drop just wanted to throw that smoke, and now he's going to go on to the B site and set up a crossfire with his teammate.
Art starting to aggress, peeking around, will not go through the mid peak, however. It'll be a nice rotation from Yuri, though, reading the play very well. The utility's gonna start sailing in toward the B site from Triumph. Another smoke will hold them at bay for now. George is closing the gap. He is the MAC-10 player, so the first one probably the first one to die. Does not clear Flowers. Is blind as a bat. Does not know where he died from. And Queserato is yet to be cleared. He drops down, now has 1. Hate trades, but he goes 1 for 1. 6Z is gone as well. B wasn't Hate trying to salvage this round, but time again dwindling, and Yuri makes it even harder. Hate, he has the bomb. He's going to try and plant this right around Yuri. The smoke fades as Hate's gotten around this. Oh my gosh. Hate, how are you still alive? Art finishes it off in the end. 11-4, Furia salvage this half. It looked incredibly good for them that they were going to run away with this map. Triumph made it a little more messy down the stretch, but Furia do finish things off well in the end. 11-4. It's going to be a rough one for Triumph to try and recover. Pistol round will play a big role in this matchup, and we're going to get to that one after a break.
right now, they could come out and still find a way to get their 12th on the board. Triumph, of course, get that 5th round, build a couple off the pistol. You're up to 11-7, and it's a whole new ballgame.
Well, Queserato makes it a lot easier and makes it a second on a B-Will, spots him just before the smoke blooms. And Drop has eliminated Exceed. It's all down to Hate. He's a Glock monster, but can he convert it with a USP? Drop is holding the angle, and it's not going to go well for Hate. Both pistol rounds the way of Furia. And that is more or less what we expect to see out of Furia in Triumph. They gotta be feeling a little overwhelmed here, as Furia just seemed to be aim-starring on the pistol round, aim-starring on the gun rounds, and the utility is there to back it up. But Triumph are gonna go for the Force. They like these Force-buy rounds. They have Deagles on 4, George on a 5-7, and a good amount of utility to try and nade strike Furia and get them down low. In it comes, and it does a grand total of 19 damage, aside from that Molotov. Rough right there.
Just cannot get momentum going their way, despite the fact that it looked pretty good towards the end of the first half. That is a tough pill to swallow. Queserato, along with Art, do get lit down to half health apiece, but the same could be said for both B-Wills and Exceed on the Triumph side. They're going to try and fend off the advance of Furia here. They're leaving only Drop to kind of scout ahead here at the B site with the Galil in his hand. We'll see if they have any sort of answer to what will be a B execute here on Furia's side.
If Vinny opens up this A side and discovers it's clear, though, they might just rotate back towards A. They don't have a lot of time, though, so he might just split towards B instead. There is a player watching for it, that is Hate, and they are going to bump it on towards the side that is stacked, but Art, it's not first. George, the back, however, this is a little more difficult to take. It's not the Molotovs anymore, but with Art entering in with the Galil, it's going to be so much easier. Drop gets another. Art has a third. And Exceed, he was the lone A player, the one guy who wasn't here to help stop this push. And now he's the one man who can make this round a victory for Triumph. The bomb goes down, and Exceed's health is about half. He needs a couple one-hits. Pick up Galil instead. He sprays away with it, but it's not going to do a lot of damage on the Drop. He'll throw the front square smoke, flash out as well, and Vinny peeks into it. This is doable now for Exceed, but his health is a big factor. It's so low. Needs clean duel first. Needs to not be traded. This crossfire is well set up by Fury. Exceed's going to take the clean one first, but no. Art does the overkill. One Deag comes through. 13-4, and Triumph are broke coming into this round.
Oh, goodness. Force buy doesn't yield anything, and you have to wonder if they want to force up again here to try and get something done. I mean, yeah, you have to see the 14th round. You need a proper buy-up to go up against Furia and have those A1Ss in hand, but... Well, speaking of hands, this one's getting out of hand, because it will be a 10-round lead for Furia. Queserato, throwing that all the way to the top of Banana, and given the fact that Triumph doesn't really have much utility to challenge, Furia can just walk up Banana and take these fights if they want to. Nade stack comes through, and B-Will barely gets out alive with 6 HP. Hate actually gets the opener here on Yuri, and he gets a second on Vinny. Okay, this round is now far from over. George, does he get the Zeus? No. Oh, man, that would have been crazy if he found that. Queserato and Art do pull things back, but look at the HP. Queserato at 24, Art at 13, and 60 hits another Wandig. 3v2. Triumph have been unable to recover any of the rifles, but they do have both Furia players isolated, unbeknownst to them, but they're going to find out soon.
Soon enough. Hate still lurking down middle, but he's spotted out by Drop. That's going to make things so much easier for a Furia here, especially as Art. So little HP. The A site is abandoned, and they're going to figure that out soon enough too. Art's going to go out first, presumably speaking. 6Z and B-Wills. At the very least, they do have Art with a one-shot from the USP, but Drop is going to be a very hard one to deal with. He has so much utility too. Molotov smoking a flashbang. Nade out here for Art if he needs to use it. The rotations will only come once that bomb goes down. They're going to gamble on the B take. I actually say that, but they're going to start working over towards Banana, making sure it's clear, and probably going to rotate through middle. They have a good idea that it's not going to be B anymore. They're going to take the gamble worth the time. And Sixie's picked up an AK. Deagle into the hands of B Wills. And now things get more and more messy for Furia to clean up. The nade, though, from Art. I keep looking at that. Looking at B Will's health and thinking how easy it would be to just chuck that up lane. Maybe get a kill. B Will's is going to get through apartments, though, and it's a good idea. Try and not go through the standard site take. Go for a bit of a split here. Sixie reveals his position. Smoke goes out. Sixie has to swing, but Drop is still holding. Art has the first, and Drop will blindside him. Furia, they stabilize it in the end. Despite the best efforts of Hate, Triumph & Co. cannot convert the round. They will have the full buy here, though. Let's just watch the second shot from Hate again. I don't think he was full moving, but if he was, well, that's just Eagle magic. Also the Zeus.
If that Zeus comes through, that round is nuts. I mean, I think Triumph take it. It's a shame that they can't come through and find the round victory, but at the very least, it's some damage to Furia. Still, it's a 10-round deficit, and they do not have the op in Sixie's hands. They have to settle for M4s across the board. Furia, well, those AKs have really been ringing off for them.
Lots of nade damage on the Drop and a little bit onto Vinny as well, but it's not going to really do too much as the take commences from Furia. They're not going to play scared. They don't need to. They're up 14-4. Hate in towards Arch is going to be a big player to deal with. Sixie walks right into Art's crosshair. It's going to level things to 4v4. Hate, though, swings out towards Moto. He's going to punish Art for his peak. 4v3 now back in the favor of Triumph. Molotov goes, or actually it's a smoke. They don't have Molotov for that library area. He's still going to in this position, but Vinny will finish. The Spigot player of George. He just needs to bide his time. Hope that Exceed can do his job from pit. They've gone past him. And he has to rotate around. Yuri's head almost shows above. He holds crouch. Good Molotov from Exceed to force a Queserato out, but that's just weird. That's where the Molotov came from. Turns around. This becomes a 9-1 situation for Triumph. There's a gap in the smoke. They've been spotted. Yuri drops to sight. And as time ticks down, the chances for Triumph lead further and further away. They're going to have to save here, John. There's really no chance for them into this round. Now, 15-4. What chance do they have left in this matchup? That makes it even more difficult. And B-Wills could get caught in the end.
B-Wills, well, at least he gets one, but it's a consolation prize. 15-4 in favor of Furia. They are on to match point. And they have 11 opportunities to close this one out. I don't know if they'll need all 11. But at the very least, Triumph will have to be able to scrounge together another decent buyout for themselves, 4 A1Ss and the MP9, along with full utility on George and Sixie. All right, backs against the wall. Maybe something magical can happen for Triumph here. George going to go towards that B site. He is supported by B Wills. Well, they're at A, stacking themselves up truck side, maybe expecting a quick push from Fury in that direction. But as it stands, Art is the one that's going to gain space up Banana. He spots out the arm of George and goes for the smoke, but I think Art, I thought he might try to push through it, given he could have the advantage there, but he isn't aware of what is on the B side. He doesn't know that no one is there in support, so that's why he's being cautious, and you can't really blame him, of course.
No. Furia, they might be up 15-4, but they're not going to give anything over for free. They almost scared Godsend on Inferno coming to a similar scoreline, so they don't want to let anything similar happen to them. Dropping Yuri, though, getting those initial 2 kills. Hate will have one more, but I don't think Yuri wants to face. He knows there's a couple players. Hate might even aggress on this, and he's going to get that second kill, bringing it to a level 3v3, and the bomb is down in middle. There's a chance it gets dropped out into the open as B-Wills and Hate will push down. Queserato has to be very wary of this. Is AK's out, though, and he hears the footsteps. He's just going to back away. Drop is going to come through and help out. The first one crosses, the first one's killed. B-Wills, however, gets another, and Exceed drops the bomb. It all rests on Art's shoulders. Now there's a lot of time, but the time, it might seem like a lot considering Art's position. it may not be nearly enough. He has to isolate these 1v1s. He can do that, but if he doesn't expect both players to be from the alt mid side of things, it's going to get rough if he goes back to clear towards T-Apps. Bomb goes away. The first kill comes. The swing from Exceed. And it's going to be a 5th round for Triumph. What a mid-push.
Art thought that Exceed was waiting at ramp. That's why he was flicking around. And then he sees him out of the corner of his eye, peeking exactly from where he just found the frag, but it was too late at that point. So at least Triumph, hey, they pick up a round. They got a 5th. Need 10 more, of course, to push this one into overtime. Seems like a tall task, but it all starts with 1. Here they go again. Same setup for Triumph on their CT side. 2 on B, 3 over on A. This time, though, the A players don't stack up front side immediately. They're going to set up a to attack, eventually pushing towards mid. Look at the damage done. That nade damage towards Banana. They don't get a frag, though. Quesarato's the one to strike first on B. Wills. That softens up the defense on that B site, and as a result, you see rotation happening from 60. The thing is, Triumph can't over-rotate here. That frag by Hate will help to at least even out the manpower. Triumph still have to be cautious about how they play this in the mid-round. Oh, what is
drop to
Sorry.
60's got to be
Yeah.
careful. 8? He's all the way up T-Apps? He's going to get caught on his rotation away. 3v3, a little over-aggression there from Hate, perhaps. But at the very least, he did level it. Furia, from this sort of situation, so dangerous. They can go wherever. They have so much time. And look at Triumph. They look nervous. They look confused as to what's going on. And they're abandoning B, John. They're gamble stacking A. And Drop is starting to clear things out towards the B side. 60 swings. He's finished off by Yuri. That A site becomes weaker, but will they expect all 3 remaining players on the A site? I don't think so, especially now that they're going to rotate towards B. That's a great idea and a great read, expecting that rotation to come over regardless. George, though, could catch up Yuri. He watches the right way. No, he turns towards alt middle. And Yuri hits the headshot. It's all down to Exceed now. And a 1v3 Yuri and Drop. And Quesarато all low. But actually, he does have a Molotov, so there is something he can use to get a kill there. No nade. The molly, if placed right, can get him a kill. He knows somebody's over towards New Box. Drop will still hold that position. Does Exceed throw it, or does he choose to not reveal his position? He looks to be going slow and methodical in towards Church instead. Molotov out from the safe angle. He'll go with it up the Blue Flowers. Tosses the flashbang out. He's countered by another flame. He's going to go through it. He's going to burn, and he's going to fall. Drop with the headshot, and Furia finally secure it 16-5.
Yep, that's nice and easy there for Furia in their second matchup. Much easier than the one they had against Godsent that went to 27 rounds. And, I mean, look, Triumph had their moments, right? We saw some magic moments from Hate, Sixy as well. This team is good. They're just not Furia level good.
And Furia level good is top 20 in the world. So
Yep.
It's a tough, tough team to go up against. And I think Triumph might have been a little overconfident after smashing TeamOne around. So bit of a wake-up call and a bit of a knockback to reality for Triumph, but, you know, they do still finish the day 1-1, so altogether not too shabby.
Yeah, not too Inferno once more, like you said, Furia didn't few and too far between on their side. Furia just on their CT side did such a good job. The pistol round push by Queserato really did set the tone for this first half. And then, well, you see the highlights coming through here. Yuri was popping off. And every time that Triumph tried to challenge towards that A site, and even B, I mean, B was of course just Queserato popping off every single time. But at the A site, Yuri, I think it was also Art, had a nice little crossfire set up. And that was it.
It was Art was over on the B side with Queserato. It was Vinny's boost.
Yeah, sorry, Vinny.
Balcony. That was so well played. And really, Furia, their CT utility was impeccable as well. They did so much damage to Triumph without even seeing these players. And then when they got to T side, it was just aim star Alpha Furia hate with a nice play. Eagle play. That was great. Little glimpses of brilliance, as you said. And that last round too, where he did go aggressive, that was a good idea, but he just got caught out, maybe a little too overzealous there, and Furia pulled it off in the end, which you did expect Furia to win this matchup, probably not by such a dominating score line, but still in the end you did expect Furia to take it home. For Triumph, a little bit of adjustment to be had there, definitely, and also for Furia, they've been playing a lot of different competition on Inferno rather than Triumph just stuck against the NA Premier side of things, so it do have their experience factor and their Pro League factor, but also they've been in Europe, they've been playing a whole bunch of different styles, and Triumph just weren't ready for it.
Yeah, not to mention they ran the Brazilian gauntlet against Godsent and Pain throughout the weekend, so yeah. They were ready to rock on Inferno, there was no question in our minds, and they showed that, they still have that potential to dominate teams on that map. But next up, we've got Team Liquid up against ATK, and I really don't envy ATK at all because you have to face Extremum and then, oh look, it's Liquid. Like, oh my goodness.
It's like, well, one, you already just took off one of the top teams in the whole entire tournament, not just the group. And then number two, oh yeah, don't worry, it's just Liquid.
What can you do?
Do your best. Show up, play your game, adapt as best you can, and learn as much as you can. It's these types of games that are so invaluable for these younger rosters, where they can learn so much from playing against these squads, how they react to certain situations, and you can fix up a lot of holes that you had that you didn't even know you had because of how these top teams move. So for ATK, they just need to take these two first maps as a learning experience, get into the last three with whatever they have, dig in, get stuck in, and do what they can to get a win or two or even three on the board.
Yeah, but that being said, we're gonna head on over to a break. After that, we are going to see what ATK can do up against Liquid.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Now they're pushing
Pressure makes me fall. And if I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls.
Well, folks, it's time for Liquid against ATK. And we mentioned it before we went to break, but I did not envy ATK either. This is a rough draw, Extremum, and then into Liquid. And then looking at the map too, John, it's a map that Liquid beat Astralis on most recently. So, ouch.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even think the map would have mattered here. I feel like Liquid has the edge no matter where they end up, and for ATK as well. Yeah, we're going to see the bans come through here. What do you really ban if you're ATK? I guess whatever kind of fits your mood at the moment, as Overpass got taken out, and then their ban after that one, well, we'll see in just a bit. But either way, I think that Liquid, yeah, there's Dust 2. I think Liquid were going to have the edge. Probably, I'd say ATK just wanted to stay off those Puggy maps, because honestly, Dust 2 and Mirage, I really don't feel like you have much of a chance of coming out on top against Liquid there. And you see the decision being Vertigo. I like it, I guess, for ATK. It gives them some sort of a chance, but like you said, Liquid just beat Astralis here.
Yeah, they had to win over Vitality as well, and a very close matchup against Gambit, so this is going to be a rough map for ATK. They did have some success on it, beating RBG in the qualifier to make it into this tournament, but still, Vertigo, it's a map Liquid love, it's a map Liquid enjoy. At ATK, it's going to be a hard one. You know, if they can get some rounds off of Liquid, though, I think they'll be very, very happy with themselves in the end. Because this is now a taller task than Extremum. This is Liquid, currently at 12 on the HLTV rankings. So, a legendary North American squad, all you can do is play your game.
Yeah, absolutely. And they had that heartbreaking loss in Pro League up against Heroic when it looked like they were going to close it out, and Inferno ended up losing there and finishing 5th to 8th place in the 5th to 8th place slot. Oh, man. That's just, it's so rough for Liquid because they were looking so strong. But at the same time, like you said, recently the trend has been very good for them. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to put up here. I mean, obviously, they should be able to dominate the group stage. Once we get to the playoffs, that's when things will get quite spicy.
Oh, indeed, but we still got a lot of time before we get to the playoffs.
Yes.
Each team has to play each other once, if I'm not mistaken, so we have a lot of matches to get through. And this is what, BO3 5 of the day so far? So we still have another one to go after this one.
BO1, you mean?
Yeah, BO1.
Yeah.
Yeah. BO5 5 of the day. I don't think that's...
Godsent and Extra Salt.
Yeah, I think that one went about 7.5 to 8 hours, so
yeah,
that was a long one. But this one probably won't be a very long matchup between these two teams. And then for ATK, it's just get stuck in and go into the next couple of teams in your group. So just get the hard ones out early, I suppose. Rip that band-aid off.
One player I'm looking forward to seeing again that I haven't had a chance to cast in a while is Grim. He was poached off of Triumph at the time, and he was so good for that squad. It was a big loss for Triumph at the time, and of course the roster has changed completely since that point, since Shake is now on the Bad News Bears. But yeah, he is a rifler and a half here for this Liquid squad, and we're jumping into things on Vertigo now.
Slotted in nicely alongside the likes of Naf, Elige, and Stewie. Of course, you got Ulfon on the AWP as well for this Liquid squad. Vertigo, it's kicking off here between ATK and Team Liquid. Flashes in hand for Fady. Molotov into smoke for Mistum. Fallen has some utility. Grim has a kid. Elige is swinging out wide, looking to get some damage at the very least. MOTM B-hops off of a head, and Grim has now fallen off the map. Well, welcome back to our voices, Grim.
Oh my goodness, he started laughing and he put his head down after that. He realized what had gone down, and now he's gonna get the headshot over on Mango. MOTM holding his own though. Stewie and Fallen are trying to come back in and get control of things, and Stewie will indeed do that with a 2K. Only Fady left. He does manage to get a fadeaway shot, appropriately enough, over on Stewie 2K, but Elige is going to calm things down, and that will be the round in favor of Liquid. But still, I think the highlight had nothing to do with the frags. It's Grim falling to his doom from the 51st floor here.
And that could have gotten messy too, particularly because Grim is the one with the kit. So if that got down to the wire, Fady bought enough time, there would have been no kit available for Liquid to get that defuse off of, and well, let's just see what this mishmash of plays is. Grim, I think he's blind there when he takes the
You see him? Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, great production crew.
Oh my goodness. Poor Grim. But his team still got the round. And I'm sure he'll definitely find his way out of that -1 hole that was built up. You don't see that very often.
No, not at all. It is common on Vertigo-ish, if you can call it common, but
yes.
It's like the one map where you would expect to see it anywhere. Ooh. I like this force from ATK. It's already done some damage here. They don't have really any utility. 3 pieces to be exact. 2 smokes and a flashbang. They've taken Stewie down on that ramp sandbag. He's going to be forced back onto the A site, where ATK are going to continue to push up. They will have to win most of this with their game. They're not going to have a lot of leeway in terms of utility and space gain because of it. And the rotations are already coming in from Liquid. The bomb yet to go down as well. But in comes one of those 2 smoke bullets. He's already on the flank, John. He's ready to punish here. 1 and 2, clean for Elige. And he's just going to fade away while the rest of his team will hold down this A site.
Fallen through the smoke. I mean, ATK are trying to get onto this A site, but some perfect utility here on the Liquid side to molly off default. Now a smoke's gonna get thrown on top of the planter. Ball gets planted regardless here. Fallen get an engagement. Naf drops Fady. Fallen hops up and down on the boost spot. Blaze gets one and a second for himself, but he finally goes down to Naf as Grim takes down his teammate. So, although another bomb plant does come through for ATK, it will be a second consecutive defusal for the Liquid side.
Two bomb plants though for ATK, not too shabby. They're getting some damage done on Liquid as well. Grim has dug himself out of that -1 hole. He has a 0-2 scoreline, although he has 1 kill to his name. FAMAS will be in his hands, M4A1S for Naf and Fallen. And ATK are going to go for a half buy here, a deco from the looks of things. No armor purchased up. And MOTM just going to stay on the clock. So he's going to go for that omp. I'm just going to do whatever damage they can in this round. They're going to take a lot of damage, though. A good nade early on. We'll chunk them down considerably. They have no armor. Another one will go down towards ramp. But Elish, he's got the first one to missed him. Now out towards middle. There's a couple players here holding from Team Liquid. Naf is one of them, Fallen just behind. A walk's going to come through momentarily. This is where Farm City begins. Naf only actually able to get one. Good trade by Mango on the Deagle. Fallen has him back again. Fady now on 1 HP. It's going to be Blaze, though. Blaze has been very good on the Deagle. We saw it against Extremum.
Yeah.
So, good looks from him. They've recovered the bomb, and they're going to try and go back towards A. But let's see where Stewie is. I think he's pushing down ramp. Yeah, he's just holding it very aggressively at the very least. Molotov in hand. He doesn't need much to finish off Fady.
Yeah, he heard that Eagle round rattle off. Throws the Molotov so that they can't push up and gives him a chance to fade away behind the cement bags here. And he will just hold that and wait for ATK to come his way. But it looks like ATK decided they don't want anything to do with that A site anymore. They're doubling back to the B stairs, where they will have to fight against, I think, only Fallen. Yeah, so it's just Fallen defending here. I say just Fallen, obviously. he's a handful in himself. And Lee just comes to support. Lee gets the headshot. Bomb will get planted for a third consecutive round, so at least ATK is keeping their economy under their feet. But Liquid clean it out once more, and they find the round.
They consistently get a couple kills. They consistently get the bomb down. So right now for ATK, things are definitely going well, considering. Blaze has picked up an op. He'll toss it over to MOTM, who is the primary of the squad. AK's across the board. Fallen has his big green gun, though. And I'm going to expect him to take a nice little aggressive info peek early on in this round. Try and get some early advantages for his squad. ATK, though, they seem like there's a lot behind the squad in this game. It seems like there's a lot of potential for getting around. Just maybe one more kill going their way can spur things in that direction. Elish, though, he's aggressive out towards ramp. He's going to be holding a nice angle. He spots out one, sprays away for a little bit of damage, and he'll just fade away. That's what he's done. Here comes Stewie, though. Galil in hand. Only one. Traded by MOTM. And now Fallen. He's holding towards Ivy lanes. Could be run over here. MOTM flashed away, though. And ATK still not able to take control of the site. Still walled off. The Blaze. Been a headshot machine. Gonna be pushing forward and Fallen singed a little bit. Goes back, though. Fady met by the op. He's going to reposition back towards ramp now. Spots out the idea that there's somebody in towards sandbags. He knows exactly where MOTM is now. Molotov and Flashbang will come through, but Grim's picking up Mango. MOTM shows just a bit of a knee. And Fallen punishes Blaze. He's wondering what just happened, because they had some decent successes in the last couple rounds, and now it's just a complete and total wash.
Ay. Well, it's just how strong Liquid is. 4-0, ATK, they just show a toe. That's all they show, and then Fallen makes sure that it's as far as MOTM will get. Just to talk things over, settle each other down, because obviously they're probably a little starstruck right now going up against Liquid, right?
They'd be a little starstruck up against Liquid. I don't see how you could not be. It's their first head-to-head matchup. Don't know if they've scrimmed against each other before, but aside from that, this is their first official against Liquid, and it's gotta be tough going up against the squad. You know exactly what they're capable of. And you just got bullied by Extremum, too. There's got to be a little bit in there too. I mean, a little bit of Starstruck going up against those squads as well. So for ATK, just continuing to get their damage done, continuing to play their game, continuing to get some control of map and some control of sites is going to be the name of the game right now. And how they adjust to this Liquid squad is going to really be the telltale sign of how much they're learning in the early going of this map. Leash still up close and personal. It's a faster ramp control from ATK, which I like to play from. They're keeping an eye on the different angles that they've been punished from as well. They're starting to adapt to these different situations. Nice little Molotov that comes in. MO team not going to get blinded by that, but Blaze domes a Liege, and a man advantage for ATK is only there for a moment as Stewie takes the headshot onto Mistum. There's still a good amount of utility for ATK though to get back into this round with, and they're committing towards a site. MOTM would look to entry up, but Stewie still working around, trying to get him behind.
Really making a name for himself up against these top-tier squads. Stewie 2K, though, will deal with Fady and Mango. Fallen drops MOTM, and Blaze finds another one for himself, but the problem is he's all by his lonesome. He has more frags combined than the rest of his squad. I should say he has more frags than the rest of his squad combined.
Yeah.
And, well, maybe he can pull something off in this 1v3. 37 seconds left, has the bomb on his back. But he's going to have to win some very tough fights against both Fallen and Naf, not to mention Grim, who's going to be coming in from the flank more than likely. Blaze. Calls. He goes against Naf and will lose immediately. Liquid still keeping ATK at 0 rounds on the board.
It's never really gotten too close aside from that pistol round. Liquid continuing to build the pressure, to continue to push the line, continuing to keep ATK off the scoreboard. They're not going to invest too heavily, are the South African squad. They'll have a bit of utility, a bit of pistols coming into it, light armor, half buy coming through. This actually could equate to a decent opportunity because they could just go full push in towards it. They're looking like a B hit from the early going outside of the stairwell. They're walled out by a smoke, but Mistum's going to push forward. Fallen, though, has the first kill. Grim's still waiting here on towards B side as well, taking that stairs peek, looking for the next head to peer over, just show itself. Nice little boost comes through, but I don't think it's going to catch Grim off. He has to be aware of this position. And ATK are stalling for time now as nothing's really going their way. In comes some utility, though. They're going to bust on the site, but Grim is yet to peek. He's still holding. Stewie flashes. In comes Grim's time to shine. Stewie with one flash assist, making 2 kills for him as he's about to mop up MOTM, who did get one onto Grim, but in the end, 6-0, scoreline for Liquid. ATK still unable to come up with anything. They're going to get a full buy, though, up again in this round, John, but it's still looking dire for this squad. They're getting bullied by the aim of Liquid, and some nice flashes as well, like that one from Stewie.
Yeah, Team Liquid don't look fussed at all right now. Just, at the moment, going through the motions. ATK, it's up to them to challenge, right? To try and find a way to make Liquid sweat a little bit. Fady is waiting over at those B stairs, looking for an opening while the rest of his team is trying to punch through on the A ramp. Stewie's been there and doing the damage whenever they tried to come up with those rifles, and of course he's supported by a Legion, usually Fallen. 120 on the clock here. The Liege being right next to scaffolding, and he doesn't know that ATK's pushed up just yet, but once he peeks around this corner, assuming ATK don't clear it, he will likely get one, perhaps two kills. And Blaze Bolt check at the same time and look away at the same time, meaning a Liege will be able to get 2 free ones, and now Stewie can come into support as well. He does get one and go down, but it's a 4v2 edge, and a Liege knows there's more presence there thanks to the information passed along by Stewie.
MOTM, the timing. If he stayed there, he might have been able to catch out Fallen on the creep up towards Ivy. But instead, it's still going to stay 4v2 in the favor of Liquid. Half up on top of sight boxes, going to spam away. Going to take more damage than he delivers. And MOTM, a crisper onto a Liege. Fady's going to push the issue here, continuing to go forward. And now another opportunity has opened up for ATK with Naf. He shuts it down, and he gets a deagle headshot onto MOTM for good measure. And look at the emotion on Naf's face.
Yeah.
It's
full of
another day at the
excitement
office for him.
It really is like, yeah, okay. Next. Next round. 7-0 for Liquid. And ATK, looking at their economy, they could force up here. I think it's just going to be a half buy, though. I see the Tech 9s out, 4 of them, and the Deagle. Vertigo is very ripe for the picking when it comes to those quick executes onto either site. And it looks like it will be exactly that. Towards mid, Fallen and Naf are waiting to grade all 5 players. Naf's going to get 2, Stewie gets 1, and it's all left up to Fady, who's charging up the B stairs, and, well, it's over. Just like that, in the first 20 seconds of the round, Liquid has already secured this first half.
8 in a row for Liquid. There's been a couple scares, but overall they've been able to recover quite nicely. And ATK, their bomb plants they were able to achieve in the early going have not even been something they can try to attempt. They just keep on getting mowed down by Team Liquid. For ATK, they've not only called out one timeout. Granted, it's kind of hard to adjust when the opposition seems to be another level, but missed them, just forced away by the flashbang. Narrowly missing the opportunity onto Stewie. Fallen's going to come in toward the deep ramp off of the sandbags. He's going to get a free kill. Stewie doesn't catch anything, however. Elige has one onto Mistim. Fallen's still sticking around. Very aggressive. He's going to get the next one. Goes back to the Deagle and back to the Op. He'll swing for more. And Fady, he's all alone now. His teammates are gone. He spots out Grim. And Grimathy will just swing out and finish the job there in the end. 9-0. Continues to be a good string of rounds for Liquid. And another timeout is called by ATK.
Wow. Fallen, look at this. He's just abusing ATK towards that A ramp, peeking and re-peeking again and again. As Liquid are going to jump up to a 9th. One thing, again, Blaze at the very least looks like he's up to the task of playing against these players. Yeah. And good for him. I mean, who else can say that they've gone up against Grim, Naf, Elige, Fallen, and Stewie 2K and managed to get frags against them, right? So at least he's got that going his way. But ATK as a whole, there's not much to write home about yet.
I did say when we were in break in the pre-match in the green room, essentially, that I thought ATK had a chance to get 3 rounds on the board. I still hold to that. They've had opportunities where they could have swung things back into their favor. But the more and more they let Liquid get loose and fast with it, the more and more they let Liquid get away with these aggressive peaks, the less of an opportunity they are going to have to get some rounds on the board. Stewie with the punish early on. Look at just pounding this ramp now. All just aggressing down. It's spraying away. And with this kind of confidence, it's going to be very tough for ATK to be able to get something back into this one. Stewie continues to spray down. Missed him? He might just go through the smoke and try and smoke criminal the smoke criminal. That is not gonna happen. Fady picks off Grim, however. That opens up a bit of a lane somewhere else, but Stewie, he's got other ideas. He finishes off Blaze too. Naf finds Fady. And Mango, he's just waiting his turn to be plucked from the tree. One more kill, I think that would be nice, but the low HP Naf has the angle outside. 10 rounds straight for Liquid. ATK, again, struggling to get anything on the board.
111 casual ADR there for Naf, and Stewie sitting at 112. Everyone actually hovering around the 100 mark, except for Grim at 78. But Grim obviously holding his own, no problem at all. Saw him smiling earlier on. He's feeling good. Obviously, the whole team is. They already won their first matchup against the Bad News Bears. It actually ended up being pretty close, of course, at 16-9. So this time around, yes. Go ahead, Austin.
That was a 6-7, or was it 7-6 and 1.2, so
yeah,
that
exactly.
game did get out of hand at the end, but it was a very close start.
Well, ATK trying to slow down the pace a little bit. They have 3 members sent in towards mid. That's Mango. And, well, no longer Mango, no longer Mistim, and perhaps no longer MOTM soon. Because Fallen just farming away on the anti-eco. Naf takes out MOTM, who managed to sneak through over onto Plat, but not for very long. Last one left is the player we've talked about the most up against both Extremum and Team Liquid. That is Blaze. He's got the Deagle in his hand, looking up perhaps to pop ahead here. Either Naf or Grim could be his victims. Saw that he is certainly up to the task with the Wandigs. Blaze. Creep up the stairs. Oh, he's got 3 players facing. What can he possibly do? And, well, nothing at all. Fallen gets a 3K. He's only died once so far in this half, and Liquid up 11-0.
Another buy is going to be here from ATK, but this is just a nice display from Fall on getting those initial 2 kills. Naf holds the line as well, Grim picking up another. Overall, cleanup duty for Liquid again. And if you look across their board, their deaths combine for 15. That's incredible considering we've played 11 rounds. This is going to be our 12th. And the entire team has died just about 2 more rounds, about 2 more times than Stewie and Fallen have kills.
Let's not beat ATK into the ground too much here. They're already down 11-0. I'll have some sympathy for them. Okay, here we go. Missed him. Gets a nice little headshot on Stewie. Team Liquid caught being too aggressive. Fallen goes down as well. Here we go. Could be the first round on the board for ATK. 5v3 at Liege. Almost gets caught off trying to go for the retreat here. And here comes Mistem. They're pincering on in. 4 players up. Mistem hits a Liege. Only 2 left. Naf is down as well. And Grim is gone. ATK. They've cracked the scoreboard with some excellent shots. Team Liquid may be getting a little sloppy, a little overconfident. And ATK finally able to punish.
Some good headshots hit by ATK as well. They counter the aggression well. They wait for the smokes to fade. And they know exactly where these Liquid players have been playing because they've done it for the last 5-6 rounds in a row. So ATK, they adapt well. They get their round on the board. They break the goose egg. And they will not have to say they got 16-0'd by Liquid. Now, they can try and string some rounds together here. If ATK get a couple more, I think they're going to consider this a good time. So, they're going to go back towards A ramp, continue to look for more. But Liquid, they're not going to go so overzealous this time. They've been stung. And they're not going to stick their hand into the beehive once again. I say that and Fallen pushes down. Okay, he's just going to drop a smoke.
Yeah.
See, there's no way he swings through that smoke and continues to advance. Right? Okay, they think better of it. He gets one, but Traded out missed him. Cannot escape from a Liege, however. And this is the trade potential that Liquid always have. The buddy system lives strong with this one. And that is exactly why you do it. Because even if you do get killed, there's a trade right back.
Mango has managed to make his way up mid. No one spotted him out yet, but oh no, Fady trying to pincer in with, well, inevitably Mango who will be going towards Plat, but both him and MOTM are gone, and Mango just tries to get up to Plat too. He says, "What do you think you're doing?" and takes him down 12-1 in favor of Team Liquid.
Round number 14 about to commence. Another buy-up from ATK. But they don't have the offer ammo. They have utility, however. But where do they want to go? Trying A ramp to very little. They've tried middle. They ran into Fallen and net. Tried B, and Grim was there for the hold. A will be the play against the ramp. Scrim is definitely something you expect on Vertigo. He from navigated, drops the bomb at his feet too. And now he's a friend. He's really swinging down through the fire. He's gonna get caught off by Mistem. The Tracer's revealing position. And Mistem has 2. He's picked up Fallen as well. There's an opportunity for ATK to get a second round on the board here. Now over towards Ivy. There's still a player lurking. That is a Liege. He is yet to be found out. But ATK, they might just try to pressure back towards B. At the very least, pressure in towards middle. Fady's poking the bear around that area, but Grim is going to cap him off. Missed him with a 3rd this time. Naf up on the boxes, though I don't think Mistem is going to expect this. No, he does not. And Naf will reposition, grouped up with by Grim. Both these players are here for Liquid, and both the players for ATK are up on A as well. So much time on the clock, ATK could have gone back towards B if they wanted to, but they are going to commit to this, and look at Liquid just wrapping around from behind once again. They are reading this incredibly well. And making it so ATK have no idea what to expect. MOTM goes back to check, and Blaze is finished off by Grim. 13-1. A good chance given to ATK by Mistem. The IGL starting to pop off here, but it was not enough to close things out in the end.
At least missed him, making things interesting again, right? Getting those 2 entries. He's looking good at the A ramp at the very least, but look, we're just trying to grasp onto some small things here for ATK. The big picture is 13-1 in favor of Team Liquid heading into round number 15. At the very least, ATK will have a full-on buy-up here with full utility, aside from Blaze is missing a flashbang. Oh my goodness. Just realized, look at Liquid. They got the quad ops. Now they're having a little too much fun. Liege is going to get Blaze over at the A ramp. And Fallen, look at Fallen! He's just behind Fady! And now he's gonna knife him. Oh, goodness gracious me. Have some sympathy, Fallen. Stewie, going to be lined up with the op here, waiting for Mistim to peek out. And Mistim knows he's going to peek into something very dangerous. So he's just standing as still as a statue. Flashbang gonna fly over here. And the ops are just getting the job done. There's the peek from Mistim. He goes on to Stewie. Okay. MOTM does manage to take down a Liege, but Stewie, boosted all the way up, will take down MOTM, leaving only Mango standing in a 1v4 to try and get another round on the board.
If he could manage a couple kills here, he can get himself a plant. Stewie is definitely making his presence known. He overswings. Mango, the one able to connect the headshot. Just a body swing from Stewie, so no headshot can realistically be confirmed. Mango now is out in the open. They know exactly where he is. They're going to collapse in his position. Naf's going to swing with the rifle, and Liquid will win the 14th. This one kind of has gone how we have expected here on Vertigo. Liquid versus ATK. We'll figure out if Liquid can close this one out cleanly after a break. John, ATK. This is their chance to get a second on the board here if they can get this CT pistol round. Maybe try and make this scoreline a little closer. It does seem like an inevitability that Liquid will win this one. But still, the pistol round can make things a little more interesting.
Perhaps. I mean, if you're ATK, you're probably a little demoralized, right? You went against quad ops. You got knifed by Fallen trying to go up the B stairs. And, yeah, things just really aren't going your way at all. But anyway, ATK, like you said, get a pistol round victory. Maybe build off of it. Okay, Mango! Very nicely done. 3 headshots, make it a 4th. Mango looking for the ace against Team Liquid. That would certainly be something to brag about. He jumps down, gets the frag, and Mango does indeed find the pistol round ace against Liquid. Well, it's only a second round, but Mango's probably feeling like a star right now.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mango, that's gotta feel really good for him and the confidence. I'm sure the team's gonna get a big morale boost off of that one as well. Liquid, they didn't even get a bomb down because Mango did it all himself. And Liquid are not going to force into this round, John. They're going to go with straight Glocks, a couple flashbangs, and that's about it. They're just going to go for the save round, play a very conservative angle. Run boost for Elise! Oh, he just narrowly gets on there, but Mango's blind. He's been picked off by the Glock. No. There's a chance for 2. No, but Stewie has another. 3v2 in the favor of ATK. But there's an opportunity for Liquid to, at the very least, get the bomb down. The rotations are here, however. Missed him coming in. UMP in hand. There's a flank coming through. That's bottom. It's all down to Stewie. Nothing doing. 3 rounds on the board for ATK. But Liquid will be buying up into this one.
Liquid almost did it, honestly. If they, I think it's Elige. If Elige gets that frag coming in on the run boost, then I do believe Liquid would have had 3 players up with some SMGs in hand. And, well, ATK at least get a 3rd, like you said. And now the rifles are going to come out for Team Liquid. 4 AKs and the Galil. Naf going to be heading towards elevators, while the rest of his squad will be leaning towards that A ramp. That's Fallen and Elige. Throwing some utility up there, making some noise, and forcing ATK to pay a lot of attention here. And in fact, ATK being perhaps a little too over-aggressive, peeking out here. All 3 players looking for frags. They're hungry. They want to try and power their team back into this one.
There's an opportunity gifted to them here to close the gap a little bit. And if they can pick up this round, they'll reset Liquid once again. I do like Mistim's position. He's going to keep an eye on things down towards the bottom of ramp. Gonna fall away though, getting a little antsy. Now in comes Fallen, rips the head clean off. Opening pick for Liquid. Mango taken down incredibly low as well as Stewie continues to fight out towards B. Mango falls as well. The pincer is on for Liquid and they'll go back towards A, just leaving Stewie as a thought in the back of the minds of ATK. In they walk and up they go. Fady will fall as well towards Ivy. It's all down to MOTM and Blaze. Blaze has had some nuts eagle shots. Can he have a similar opportunity with the MP9?
Bomb has been planted.
Blaze, like gonna jump on the boost spot here. Bomb is taken away. I don't know. Looking at their economy, do you save and give up a 15th? Yeah, they're not going to even get that opportunity. Naf takes down Blaze, leaving only Modem with the M4A4. Just going to try and carry this over. He won't. My goodness, Liquid. Have mercy. Not even letting them save the guns in the next round. 15-3. They have 12 opportunities on match point here to wrap things up.
And the buy from ATK is going to be far from ideal. Double FAMASs, triple Deagles. The utility is going to be lacking overall. I don't think they have a kit either. If it did come down to a defuse, no, they don't. Liquid, they're primed and ready to mop this one up and give themselves a 2-0 start to the day of this RMR. It's the last RMR before the major. You know, Liquid are going to be looking for all those points to book themselves a spot. Fady, however, has a good flash assist from Madam. They pick off a Liege. Mistim's down as well, and Dome's fallen. Perhaps a fourth in the cards for ATK. Liquid have to stabilize from down 2, but the bomb is about to be recovered from ATK's positioning. They're going to notice that it's down, but here comes Dewey. A chance for a few kills, but he miffs that spray. And that's going to be a huge opportunity now for ATK. Just Grim and Naf alone for Liquid in a 2v5, the bomb at the feet of the CT side. They do have a nice positioning in towards the back of A, but the bomb is not in their control, and that's the objective after all.
Yeah, ATK don't want to say quit here. Managed to get the job done on a forest buy. But, well, Liquid, they are moving as a unit here, just trying to recover the bomb. Gonna have to get a couple of frags to do so. That's Grim. He's at the tip of the spear. 32 seconds left. Time ticking away. Molotov drone forces his modem to peak, and he will get one. Grim burns him to a crisp. Grim continues to fire away, but he's taken... Excuse me, not Grim. Naf fires away. Grim got that one from the grave, and Blaze will find the final frag. So ATK get a fourth on the board, but Liquid should still be able to buy up into this one, and they absolutely will. AKs across the board for them, and almost full utility as well.
Yeah, not too shabby for ATK. I think they'll be definitely happy with 4 rounds against Liquid here, and there's still a chance that they can get some more. Liquid, plenty of utility though. Let's see what they can do with the rifles in hand. Fallen going to chuck some utility out early on. And a mid-play perhaps on the cards from Liquid, at least for Naf and Grim, who seem to be partners in this sort of situations. There were the 2 left for Liquid in the last round, going together as a unit. They're going to be the ones marching up through middle. Fady, though, aggressive, spots out a couple players, plays at green, going to swing. Grim drops down, though, that throws off Fady's aim. Mango, he's just going to sit behind that smoke. Has something on his back. He's going to hit 1 headshot, make it 2. Only 2, though, as Grim and Liege come back with 1 taps of their own. It's going to leave MOTM in a 1v3 against Liquid to try and stay alive in this map. In comes another smoke. MOTM knows at least 1 player's back towards site. Grim just ducks through, though, and MOTM runs right into Fallen. Unfortunate there, but ATK, I think they'll be happy with 4 rounds, John. I think that's more than they really could have expected.
Look, yeah, I mean, you got 4. I kind of feel like Liquid might have been feeling a little bad for them at the end and said, okay, here's a round. No, I'm kidding. They definitely earned that. Mango, that ace, that was beautiful. I mean, if ATK played like that for the entirety of the match, then, well, maybe it would have been a little closer. Maybe not. Either way, Liquid, the predictable victory here, 16-4.
Well, we're going to analyze this match, what we have to analyze of it, after a short break, folks, so stay tuned. They finally put ATK to bed there. 16-4 was the score, but Mango made it interesting with an ace on the second half pistol round, among some other things. John, any thoughts overall on that matchup?
Look, you got some takeaways for ATK, some good entries for Mistim a couple of times towards that ace site. Mango with the ace, and then Mango at the end as well, almost offending. There's one takeaway for Liquid, Grim killing himself at the beginning on the pistol round. But that was all good fun for Liquid, who were having fun the entire time in this first half of action, just fragging away time and time again, not to mention that they ran the quad op to success without much of a problem in round number 15. Yeah, what else more is there to say? Team Liquid were the favorite going in by far, and they proved why.
Yeah, and for ATK, they got 4 rounds out of it, so I think they should be very happy with themselves as individual performances, and, you know, there's a lot to look forward to from the South African squad. So, yeah, there's the ace. Mango styling on him with the USP. And overall, yeah, ATK, they have to be happy with this result. Getting 4 rounds off of Liquid. I mean, going up against Extremum and then Liquid as your first 2 matches of this tournament, not exactly an easy day. And for Liquid now moving forward, they're 2-0 in their group. They kicked it off with 2 wins against Bad News Bears and ATK. That's a great result from them. And now it's time to see if Liquid can come out of this with a flawless scoreline.
I feel like they can. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but they are looking quite strong. The Bad News Bears match was a little shaky at the beginning, like you mentioned, but then they quickly got things under control, and Pierre was never in doubt for Liquid. Now, what will be interesting to see is if TeamOne has anything to say up against EG in the next one. This could be another very one-sided affair, unless TeamOne can pull off some of that magic, perhaps, that they had in the playoffs in Premier of Season 37, which gave them that berth to Pro League.
Yeah, TeamOne is a team with a massive peak potential, but can they hit that peak up against Evil Geniuses? We're going to take a break, folks, and when we return, we'll wrap up today with EG versus TeamOne.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming in the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Now they're pushing
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster. I
change. 'Cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars without forgetting who I was or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
against TeamOne. John, we saw TeamOne earlier today. They didn't exactly inspire confidence.
No, they did not. A 16-7 loss to Triumph on Overpass. That one was not very easy for them to deal with, of course. And, well, you're looking at it here, ranked number 33 overall versus the number 17, a top 20 team in EG. Now, look, TeamOne, as mentioned, they've gone to Pro League twice. They've been able to get through Premier and promote themselves to that point 2 times. But each time they get there, they just cannot find a way to win a map against their European competitors. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if that storyline will change. But the problem is, of course, they just ended up losing to Triumph.
And by a pretty handed scoreline as well, and an even map between those two teams, at least statistically speaking. So, for TeamOne, this is going to need to be a big struggle all too much here in this matchup, John. It is going to be Inferno, not a map that we saw TeamOne play earlier, but still, it's probably going to be a lot more difficult for TeamOne. They do have a couple big wins against Bad News Bears and Pain as of recent, but for EG, they're a team that regularly goes up against the likes of Fnatic and Na'Vi and Mouse over in EU, and they beat FaZe on this map.
I think this might be a similar situation to, of course, what we saw in the previous one, where the map really doesn't come into the picture too much because of what a difference there is in terms of skill between the EG and the TeamOne roster. But if we look at their performance, we talked about this already, TeamOne playing over in Pro League, but when they went up against NIP, Furia, and Gambit, there were some close maps that they had against them. So maybe TeamOne can channel into that time, kind of bring it back a little bit, and perform well here against an EG squad that certainly has come to try and take the crown.
Yeah, we can see the vetoes coming through here. Overpass, an ancient band from EG. Vertigo Nuke Dust 2 from TeamOne. They wanted to go for a more puggy map, and I guess they wanted to take their trials with the aim. They wanted to be able to see if they can out-aim the squad, because Mirage and Inferno, 2 of the more puggy maps in the pool. Granted, TeamOne don't really want to play Dust 2 all that much, so that's a reasonable ban from them. And EG do take, I think, the wiser course of action by going to Inferno. Mirage is a big equalizer, and it can lead to some very big upsets, especially in the 1BO1 scenarios.
Yeah, and, well, look, on Inferno, though, Extremum and Furia both had a field day against their opponents, and, well, I don't know. Maybe that's going to change here. Maybe TeamOne will have something to say, just because, again, they have had that Pro League experience, which ATK clearly does not, and of course Triumph didn't either. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, indeed. I'm not going to get my hopes up too big for TeamOne yet. If they can show up individually, looking at Malbs and XNS in particular, I'd also like to see Maluki get activated with that op early on. Then TeamOne can string some rounds together and make it a game for themselves. But for EG, I think they just need to stick to their guns, play their game, and overall they should have the advantage very heavily into this series. So, TeamOne, you're coming in as the underdogs this time, not the overdogs like you were against Triumph. How are you going to play with a different mindset after losing that one too? It's going to be a big question in my mind.
I think they're also going to have to deal with the fact that EG's likely going to try and bully them. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see them go for the aggression right off the bat, and it's the way TeamOne responds that will determine the flow of play here. As we're jumping into the action, Inferno again! For the 3rd time today. We've already had 2 very, well, one-sided affairs here. Is it going to be a 3rd? Or can TeamOne show us a little bit of magic? Some Brazilian magic.
Brazilian magic would be called upon here. EG, they don't have a lot of utility. TeamOne, however, do. And a pistol round victory would be a good start for this TeamOne squad, looking to get out of the gate here early and onto the board quick. Not allow EG to settle in comfortably. Mihu's the only one holding out towards B, has a kit and a nade. That nade could do some damage. And it does only land onto Malbs, but it still chunks him down a considerable amount. No rotations, though, from EG. They're still going to hold steady and let TeamOne walk in towards this underdefended bomb set. Now with the information gain, perhaps the extra rotation will come through. They drop Mihu an extra nade. That could do more damage and maybe even make TeamOne think there's 2 players here. They're going to have full control of that B bomb set, at the very least get that bomb down.
Obo, along with Cirque. Going to be jumping right into the action towards that B site, going for this full-on retake. Smoke going to get thrown for Banana, so that forces TeamOne to charge back through it. Stanislaw could farm some frags here with the headshot from USPS, but he's flashed out. Mihu tries to come in, and he can't do anything at all. XNS will frag him, and Maluk drops Stanislaw. All of a sudden, TeamOne are just getting everything done. Breeze, the last one standing. And this is excellent news for the TeamOne side, as they will take round number 1, and likely in a clean sweep. Indeed it is.
Wow, well, I guess we give TeamOne the underdog moniker, and they pop off the flawless pistol. So perhaps this series may not be much of a stomp as we've seen lately, and in fact may harken back to that initial one between Extra Salt and Pain. That would be a welcome change of pace, John.
Yeah, it certainly would be. I mean, I'd be excited to see a very tightly contested match here on Inferno, but hey, look, we can't get too excited. It's just a pistol round, and those often don't necessarily dictate the flow of play. Cirque, forcing up with the rest of his squad. He is on the scout. We got 2 Deagles and 2 5.7s to round out the buy here on the EG side. Maluk. And Maluk K is waiting around mid, while the rest of his team will cycle on ahead. Molotov dunk down onto Porch. And that gives XNS the space he needs to move up here. Breeze looking for a Wandig, and Cirque wants to spot out that scout headshot. He will be smoked off here. Perhaps gonna fire a shot through the smoke. He does. Won't connect on anything, at least not yet. And first damage does come in here. XNS is the one to find it truck side. Charges onto the site proper. Knows there's a player in pit who will be isolated, but Breeze hits the headshot. Pesa charges on through to get Cirque over in Library, but Breeze is still standing here. He's trying to make life difficult for TeamOne at the very least, but at the end of the day, TeamOne will clear things out without too much of a fuss.
Pretty clean round there from TeamOne, only losing 1 player. They will not bother about that all too much. EG lose the 4 spy, so they will be on pistols here coming to this next round. Maybe a little bit of utility as well scattered across the team, but overall, it's going to have to be the USPs to get something done. Perhaps a stack towards B is on the cards from them, as all 5 players initially positioning over on the B side. Instead, they'll just send 4 and leave Stan as a lone man towards A. Double Mac 10s for TeamOne, though, as they look to press this round. If they don't read into this quickly, they might get punished.
Opener here, but here comes a swing. Can they deal with it? Yes, they can. Yeah, look, TeamOne walked to the stack and didn't lose a single player. That's 2 rounds in a row that they've had, or excuse me, 2 out of 3 rounds that they've had all 5 players up and running, which means their economy is nicely built up. They have a bonus round coming through here. But here's the real test, Austin, right? The rifles are out for EG.
And look what Cirque has in his hands. It's his magic wand. The big green indeed. No utility for him, however. But he does have the op. He's got the B spawn too. He's going to take that over towards Banana. Try and peek on down. See if he can get some unlucky sap over here. But Pesa's blind. And he domes Cirque. That is about the worst possible scenario for EG to kick off this round, and it just got worse with Mihu taking a nade down to 49 HP. TeamOne, however, not going to go towards B. They're going to run up on A. Breeze has 1, but only 1. He's blown over, and Stanislaw unable to come up with anything from Mini Pit. Mobs has the double entry over on the A site. Plant comes down. They're going to have to save EG. They might be able to recover the op, but TeamOne off to a furious start. 4-0 to kick it off.
What is going on? What is happening? TeamOne look completely lost on Overpass against Triumph, which are definitely no EG. I can say that with a lot of confidence. And now EG down 4-0 against TeamOne, unable to do much of anything. They've only gotten, what is it, 3 frags? 2 frags in 4 rounds against TeamOne. Mihu's waiting here to throw a Molotov should a player come near him. And I think he spotted the leg, throws the volley down. He could die in turn, and he does. Molly won't do much of anything. Obo gets tagged down to 8-0. He is done and dusted as well. TeamOne are up 4-0, and the economy is now broken for EG.
Broken and a free op for Maluki. The economy on TeamOne, too, contrast that to EG, is overflowing. They can have a cornucopia of nades, a plethora of weapons, although bolstered mainly by CTM4A1Ss. The nice setup for Team One to this round. It's going to be a half buy from EG, though. A little bit of investment over across the board. Cirque has the Scout, Deagles, and a P250 with armor and light utility purchased up by the CT side. Cirque's going to be hop around back towards Arches after he swings through middle, finds no information. In the meantime, though, Team 1 are defaulting around, sniffing out towards Banana, passive towards alt mid, making sure nobody's pushed through deep middle.
Okay. Rocking the brand new op from the Mirage collection. That one's a beauty. Just firing away. Down Banana. Malbs leading the charge here. And now he will tuck himself into Cubby, gets a smoke thrown his way, and they're just going to leave him here to create a distraction, a diversion, and try to draw some more EG members towards that B site. As of right now, EG are still holding their ground. Oh, could we see a rotate here? The smoke comes through, and indeed, well played for Team 1. They've drawn everyone off of the A site except for Breeze. And he's only got the Deagle in his hands. Of course, it is just an eco round here for EG, so you understand why they would take that risk and rotate around. What's Team 1 doing? They're now walking back into the B site that they baited EG towards. This could spell a lot of trouble.
They're probably expecting EG to probably rotate off, and that's exactly what happens. Catch him in the rotation. Malbs with make it a third, as he's just swinging around with that M4A1S, and Breeze, he's all alone with a Deagle in hand, looking to get something done with that fancy Vaporwave looking thing, but maybe one onto Malbs, not even one. 4 kills for Malbs, and Team 1 a flawless anti-eco, gonna boost their economy significantly. And again, they still have those M4s saved over from that first gun round. And there's not a helmet on EG aside from Stanislaw, and Cirque lacks the utility, he lacks the helm once again. If he peeks towards Banana and he dies one more time, I think they'll just tie him in towards a site. But he's going to go towards A this time, has the A spawn. Perhaps a mid play, no. Maybe into apps it seems, but either way. Team 1, they have a 5-0 lead. And they're going to look to really establish dominance here on the server, as they're going to default heavily towards the A side, only leaving Malbs to make sure nobody's really going to push down Banana, throw a little bit of utility to keep them occupied, as the rest of the squad walks up brackets with what looks to be a very fast change of pace. Smoke's coming in already to the minute 26 mark, and they're already walking in towards Arches where Cirque is posted up in Library.
Oh my goodness, XNS tearing the head off of Stanislaw. Where is this coming from Team 1? And he gets Cirque as well. The op is down. Maluke, Pesa, and Malb still have not died, and XNS dropping the 3-piece. Breeze and Oboe, the last two standing. We thought this might be a little one-sided, but in the other direction. Team 1 are impressing right now. Oboe does manage to take down Malbs, who's been the star for Team 1, not only in this series, but overall. He gets a second for himself on Maluke, but Pesa responds, leaving only Breeze standing, probably on a save, because he's got $0 in the bank account and everyone else below 700. Team 1 are up to 6 on their T side of Inferno.
I am going to make a Premier League reference. It's a soccer football reference if you're from anywhere but Northern America. EG has a partnership with Wolves. I'm a Wolves fan. I know this team inside and out. They never start off well. In fact, they let their opposition get the better of them in the early going. But that second half Wolves team definitely does have a lot more bite for its bark. Maybe EG are picking up on some of that, where they start off slow, they can come back into it later on. As it stands, though, EG are struggling. They'll save the op for Cirque at the very least. They can half buy around this, even if they want to force. It could work with shotguns and SMGs on Inferno with the op in the hands of Cirque, and a decent spawn towards the A side for him. Not the best, but it could facilitate a mid-peak. They're going to call a timeout, though, and figure out what they want to do, and this is a good call. They've lost 6 straight rounds. It's the sponge timeout. And they're going to take this time to try and fix what's going wrong.
You better call a timeout. Absolutely down 6-0. Talk things over and figure something out. You've got the op in Cirque's hands still, and I think you should be buying around that. They could still go conservatively, maybe get some Deagles and 5.7s and hope that the op can farm away from Cirque, because he still has not gotten on the board here, which is extremely unusual. And another unusual stat that you really won't see very often is that Team 1, after 6 rounds, have fewer deaths than they do rounds 1. 4 deaths combined amongst them, and Pesa still has not dropped to the ground at 0. So EG do indeed go for that pistol buy up, a little more conservative. 3 deagles and the 5.7. The op is really the one they're looking to get those for. Oh my goodness. Maluke immediately drops Cirque, who went for that quick peek down mid. I think Cirque has died in the first 10 seconds of the round 2 or 3 times right now with the op in his hands. Anyway,
Yeah.
Stanislaw is going to find mobs. That's something here for EG, and the op has been recovered by Breeze. So it's not lost yet on the EG side.
Well, Pesa spammed down Stanislaw, who was looking for some damage through that smoke. TeamOne still ready to hit this B side eventually. And EG heavily positioned over towards A with the op in the hands of Breeze. They basically want to protect that at this point, I think. It was only a half investment for them into this round. They were looking for that op to really become that difference maker. But look at the rotation from Mihu. He's joining up with the A defenses, it seems. TeamOne, they're walking back into the stack. This is the second time they've done this.
Yeah.
They got out unscathed the first time, but with Breeze on the op and Deagles and armor, there's no guarantee this is going to be a free one. And wait, Maluki's clearing up towards B. He's not even going to clear it, though. Breeze has one. There's a double swing coming through here. Breeze with a second. The flank comes through. And this is why I said it's probably not going to be a free one. They walk right into the trap. The pincer has been initiated. The claws pinch down. And TeamOne are left shell-shocked. Maluki, though, can come back into this one. Breeze denies. And, well, that one did not go as expected.
It's perfect for EG. There we go. They're waking up. It's Breeze who's the one to get the frags with the AWP. XNS and Pesa were dropped, and then PRT ends up going down, I believe, to his teammates. So, EG are on the board. They have won. They won it without investing much into that round as well, which is even better because they can buy up here. Full on buy. 3 A1Ss. The AK saved over from the previous round. And of course, the AWP back in Cirque's hands. So he needs to make a little bit more noise than he has over the past 7. Jason walks up. He's got Oboe trapped here, but Oboe does manage to fight his way out of it, despite the fact that he's getting flashbanged to hell and back. And he will die in the Molotov, though. He didn't throw the smoke in time. Bit of a blunder there. Mihu has a smoke in his hands and he won't throw that dead ahead, but Mobs catches him off. 4v3, B site vacated of anyone on EG.
Bomb should be going down momentarily, but Stanislaw is there to try and stop this push. He'll spam through. The Molotov does not go deep enough for TeamOne. It will get extinguished. Maluki tagged down very low as well, and Stan singed a little bit by the fire as he retreats to group up with his teammates in T-spawn, or CT spawn. XNS, though, he's still over towards A. He can flank if EG don't decide to save, and if they do, they're going to walk right into his crosshair. Breeze seems to be ready for this. So they're at the very least, they are expecting the possibility. Stan gun out, runs though into XNS, who does get dinked down by Breeze in the meantime. More damage. Cirque's trying to zero in on the position 2. XNS finally felled by Breeze, who's been really the only breath of fresh air for this EG squad. Cirque will finally get his first kill of this game, was sitting at Secret Agent Man status up until that point. And TeamOne are definitely going for this hunt. There's no reason why they shouldn't. They have so much money they can play this and take these guns out of the hands of EG. It's so much more valuable than any money they could have. Cirque, though, will start to build up a little confidence with those 2 kills on the save. We go to a 7-1 scoreline, heavily in the favor of TeamOne on the T side of Inferno. EG's CT economy has been a bit of a problem, as we've seen throughout the course of this matchup so far. They never really are able to build up a bank.
Yeah, but I wanted to kind of echo what you were saying about Cirque there. Yes, he only finds the 2 frags on the exits, right? But it's still 2 frags. He hadn't gotten anything up until that point. So hopefully it's enough to get his feet under him and finally find the important ones. That's the openers. Before going down quickly to what has been a losing battle against Maluka. PRT. Charge out here. And I actually like the fact that Cirque has decided to take a more passive hold here. Flashed out. He will have the support of 2 as riflers and finds Mobs. A second one from Stanislaw, but the trades are good for TeamOne. Cirque, though, connects for his second on the round. 3v2. Maluke and Pesadello, the last 2 standing. Bomb not in their hands, though. It has been dropped at the feet of Cirque, who's waiting, flicks to get Pesa, but hits his leg, and he's down to 8 HP. He's looking for Maluke now, and Maluke goes down. Cirque and Oboe wrap it up, and EG do manage to strike back for their second over the last 3.
Confidence building for Cirque indeed. It's exactly what he needed to get back on the board, and he does respond in fine fashion. 3 kills in that round with the op, holding down the lane and making sure TeamOne cannot walk up onto his ace site. Nice little repeat there, and the final kill. Nice and poised, good flash from Mihu as well. Who does a very good job there to help out his opper. EG now 2 rounds on the board, and TeamOne starting to get to the end of their economy. Not quite there just yet, but they only have about 1 more round in the tank. Pesa should be fine. That Molotov should not spread to him out in the mailbox. Obo might aggress off of the back of this. The Molotov goes on the car. Molly Obo out of the area. They swap to utility, but Mulbs has traded, and he might just go back for more. Cirque, though, barely spots him out and has that next kill. Maluki's looking for a trade back, but Mihu's not going to cross. He has the idea that somebody could be still. Molotov will force him to the open, and it's going to be the kill. But still, 3v2 in the favor of EG. They have the man advantage. The bomb had to be recovered for TeamOne. Now the Brazilian squad have to make their play, and it does not look like it's going to be towards B.
That's an opportunity to bring this round back a little bit. Spots out the player at pit. That's Breeze. Can't get the shots to connect, though. Flashbang tossed over. XNS still hungry. Wants to get the job done here. Nice nade from PRT. Might force Breeze out of position, and it does. XNS finds it, but Stanislaw waiting right there for the trade. An excellent one, in fact, and the follow-up as well on PRT. EG now have 2 in a row, and they are starting to find their rhythm.
That's a good, clean round for EG. Don't take too many casualties there. They'll be able to reinvest heavily into this round of all the utility. They'll keep the op for Cirque. TeamOne have now bought down to the end of their bank accounts. They have a Galil on XNS as well. The op for Maluki once again. But it hasn't really had the same impact as it did in the earlier rounds. EG playing a bit more of a passive style the last few, but they're going to mix things up. They're going to go aggressive down middle, and Maluki has to run away, knife in hand. And Cirque holds down the mid push. The bomb is still safe for now. But the fact that that initial mid push ends with neither team getting a kill is kind of absurd. And there's been a lot of damage exchange between these two for the first 25 to 30 seconds, and nothing's really been converted one way or another just yet. However, Obo goes aggressive, gets legged off by Maluki, and he's going to have to run away, but they're staring at that corner cross.
Yeah, Cirque hasn't died since getting that 7th death. He's got 6 frags in a row. Maybe that save round, as we were mentioning, is what he needed to get on going. Bit of a stalemate right now, though. No frags coming through from either side with 45 seconds left in the round. XNS jumping out here from window room, and he's just going to watch the flank for his teammates who are going to be pushing onto this B site. They have a little bit of utility left, a couple of smokes and 3 flashbangs. One of those smokes will need to be committed for CT, and that's what Maluk is doing. Not sure if they're going to use the other one for coffins or if they're going to save it for a post-plant situation. They will need to clear out both Mihu and Obo from B, and Cirque, well, they don't throw any flashbangs out for Malps. He is just literally peeking dry. Mihu, as a result, gets the easy frag. And now TeamOne, 10 seconds left. What are they doing? They have to be perfect here on their execute, and they are! Wow! Leaving not very little, no time at all to spare on that hit. XNS spots out Stanislaw, and Breeze goes down as well! How is this going TeamOne's way? EG had everything. The time, the positioning, and TeamOne still take the round and the half with those 8 rounds.
Oh, EG, of all the rounds to lose for them, they get that initial kill on the take, but XNS holds things down in towards spawn, and well, it's just going to be a nice take from TeamOne. They have a good amount of firepower on the squad, and I think I mused towards it earlier on in the pregame. If TeamOne's individuals can step up and play to what we know they can, they will make this a game. I like this mid-rush, though, from Obo. He's got one great flash from Breeze. Maluki's around the corner, but Obo denies. Looking for a third, does half damage, but now it's coming back and forth. XNS holds the line on the backside. It's all down to Stanislaw and Breeze with the deagle. 3v2 favoring TeamOne. Still decent damage done by EG on this mid-aggression on a pretty much no investment round. Minimal pistols and utility purchased up, and that's what you want to see from EG. You want to see them being able to have some successes from basically nothing into these rounds. And with this 1-1 split and Breeze over towards B, there's still a chance they could still get the round. Breeze is going to send that one down range and fall away. This TeamOne will recover the AWP and march up Banana towards B. Breeze rotating in towards A, however, thinking he might have scared them off perhaps. Nope, he hears the footsteps up on Banana, and he's going to rotate back.
Breeze buys lonesome. I mean, he will have Stanislaw coming on the flank, who does upgrade himself to a Deagle instead of the USPS. Maybe he can hit some headshots, a la Obo, who opened up this round with quite a bang. Stanislaw coming in. It's being watched, and now he has no one ahead of him. He is the last standing member with XNS spraying down Breeze. Stanislaw might just post up at logs and hope that someone gifts him a rifle, as this round is likely lost.
A 9th round on T's side Inferno, John.
Here's the thing, Austin, right? TeamOne, full credit to them. 10 seconds left, going for your execute. Extremely risky. You literally have to be perfect, and the odds are greatly against you in being successful because you have to rush everything. EG, all they had to do was wait for the right opportunity to pop around those corners and deny the bomb plant. They don't even have to take the fights. They just have to deny the bomb plant, and it's over. I don't know. It's just a questionable play, honestly, and I know it hasn't exactly been the best of halves for EG, and I don't want to take anything away from TeamOne, who have been playing lights out, especially Mobs, who's sitting at something like 130 ADR. But still, I expected more from EG.
I expected more from EG too, particularly given their performance against 00 Nation. But TeamOne are performing adequately themselves, and that hit, I think, just goes to show how much confidence they have. It is a more delayed tactic, but they've been switching up the pace quite well against EG, trying to force the rotations away. They didn't win that battle. They don't win the initial siege now towards Banana. But still, I think TeamOne, it was a calculated risk, and they had the money to really spare it there, but look at this entry out towards A. It's going to leave it to a 3v3, and Pesa is still very low. But they're waiting for the push from behind. Oh, the timing. He stays there for another 10 seconds. Is a free kill onto Obo, who's now creeping up towards under and making his way up middle. This lane crunch could end poorly as Stan sits in mini pit. In comes this rock, though. They've not spotted him out. He's finished off PRT. He does not get anything else, though. Pace is low, and he still has the next one. The opposite in the hands of Maluki, though. And Pesa will not take that AWP. Maluk swings out onto lane, and he catches out Obo. Mihu, the last alive, might spot out Pesadelo. But Mihu is going to be caught by Maluki. 10 rounds to 3. When EG start to have something going for them, TeamOne batter them back down.
Jeez.
This has been a monster T-half from TeamOne. And EG-CT's side also kind of looks a little lackluster, too.
How do you break this down? Look, I mean, Malbs, who's on to 15, here's what needs to happen. This is TeamOne's path to victory, right? Malbs always pops off. You can rely on him to do that. He just needs one other player to support, and then TeamOne really do have a chance of just out-dueling you and coming out with those round victories. Not only does he have Pesa, XNS, who was critical, I mentioned it earlier, critical in that Premier run that managed to get them to Pro League in the last season. He's also contributing in such a big way. EG have been relegated back to the Nico round once more, and Malbs, well, who else but him at the tip of the spear getting the opening 2K. Now he's gonna spray through the smoke and hope to find a little bit more. Mihu getting cheeky! Comes out, finds Pesa, spamming through the smoke once more. Good flashbang thrown, actually, by TeamOne to their own teammate, but it's still Mihu unable to connect on any of his shots at the end of the day, and it's a 4v2 in favor of TeamOne. Now Breeze and Cirque on the Deagles, separated on the map, at least for the time being. Cirque is going to have to rotate on from CT and get into construction if they want to have a chance of retaking, but I'm not even sure that's on their mind.
I don't think they'll try and save, given their loss bonus and what they have left in the economy coffers, but I guess they just want to steal away rifles? An EG player. Do we expect EG to be the underdog in this scenario? However,
no.
Here we are. I mean, let's watch this again. In comes all of the utility. Mobs has the spray. Stanislaw gets forced forward, and Mobs will get the second. It's just... TeamOne now, with all this confidence behind them, there's so much momentum behind them. They're a boulder rolling downhill.
Well, I think we can confidently say that Overpass is not TeamOne's map because they just look complete. I don't know how you look that lost in this fight and they're going to do this to EG, right? Malves is just storming down Banana again. This time against the rifles. Mihu and Obo, just target practice for him. Throwing the smoke for CT. And now Stanislaw gets a response, but it's only one 4v2. Complete control of the B site gained by TeamOne, and Cirque is by his lonesome. The reinforcements are literally on the exact opposite side of the map. So Cirque has to wait for his teammate to get down Banana. That's going to burn time off the bomb here. And they're also at a 2-man disadvantage.
You know, I did say that Group B was going to be wide open, John.
Yes.
I did not expect it to be this wide open, man.
Oh.
This is incredible. Basically, I think anyone can literally win this group. Anyone can make playoffs. I think Fury has the best chance, as I believe they sit at 2-0, top of the table. Everyone else, though, is around 1-1, which completely opens things up, as Breeze is done for just a moment, and that moment is gone. 12-3. TeamOne's T-side Inferno was a masterclass. Can they come back and finish the job on the second half? Find out in just a minute. Reversed. But no, you are seeing correctly. TeamOne put up 12 rounds on T-side Inferno, leaving EG sitting at 3. They have to pull things back on their T-side now, John. They've gone for a decently heavy utility buy.
Yep. It's pretty much, well, it's been the meta for a while now to go for that utility buy. I honestly wish that everyone just buy utility, and I'm not even sure the armor matters too much at the end of the day. I feel like on T side in particular, in order to execute your strategies and maybe implement some sort of skill towards the pistol rounds and get rid of the RNG or eliminate the RNG of pistols to a certain extent, you got to get more utility. And I think at a minimum, 2 players on T side should have it up and running. And I think we saw 3 players do it in a previous BO1 that we casted today, which was even better. Either way, EG are going to be working their way up Banana. They absolutely need this round. It would be catastrophic if they lost this pistol round as well. They need that momentum right off the bat. They're down 12-3 against a team that they outrank, both in terms of their HLTV rank and, I was going to say before they started, in terms of their mechanical ability, but TeamOne have sincerely impressed me. Breeze going to be walking up here. And he's blocking. Hey, good on EG. At least they get the bomb planted, but TeamOne was playing this retake.
In they come. 1 headshot for Pesa and make it 2. Mop up towards Banana. Stanislav finishes off Mobs though, and that's a good player to take out. And he's going to get a second, but PRT has found Breeze in the meantime. Exodus pops up for another. And Obo, the last alive from U-Box, needs some new life for EG. And that new life, John, is extinguished like a Molotov in smoke. 13-3 in favor of the Brazilian squad. Of EG, they did get the bomb down, so they are going to force. But it's not going to be that big of one. I don't think they won't have, at the very least, a lot of utility because they only got 2 kills. Let's see what kind of rifles they want to go for. Cirque's going to get one as well. Obo on the MAC-10. Mihu might join him. Deagle for Mihu even. Yeah, just 3 rifles. The utility is scant. Only Mihu really having anything. Look at TeamOne's buy. Look at the utility on X and S, Maluki, and Pesa. So much of it. PRT as well. Gonna use a lot early towards Banana, and Pesa's gonna go down. Push through this Molotov. It's not that good. Have to know he's down here close, but this has gotta be something that they don't really have an idea of how to deal with.
I really like the amount of space that TeamOne has gained here down Banana and the information they have too. So they can keep these players posted up on A very comfortably, because unless unless Pesa goes down, of course, they don't have anything to worry about towards that B side. Now Pesa's going to cede that control, going to fall back to top Banana since he knows no one's there, and that will allow PRT to rotate and potentially help out here on an A side hit. EG, of course, forcing up into this round. 2 AKs, the Galil, the Deagle, and the MAC-10. The luxury of this type of force buy due to the bomb plant in the previous round. And now they're slowly but surely making their way up bracket. They need to find the frags. An opener must be found on either XNS or Maluke, should they choose to go towards pit side. But it looks like Arch side will be the play. And look who they're up against there. It's the top fragger, Maltz. He gets flashed out, and okay, Breeze finds the space that they need. They're probably going to cycle around to the B side here and pincer on in. That's exactly what's going to happen. TeamOne not really expecting a PRT trying to duck back to cover. Are they going to expect Pesa here? They do. He only gets 1 after Obo trades him. Here comes PG. Only 1 player left to deal with. It's PRT, who does at least ensure that his death does not occur without a frag in return. 2v3. Cirque is quite lit down to 17 HP. Very vulnerable as he's the one to plant the bomb. Nade going to be thrown here. Maluke taking his time, waiting for XNS to rotate around and support.
XNS is the utility to that. Nade could dunk on Cirque and drop him instantly. A flashbang is in his hands too. And, well, they're going to decide against this take. No aggression from EG means they're not going to get an early pick. And they think better of it. They're going to save these guns, go into the next round. XNS is an AK, so definitely want to save that. And EG, they're going to grab their 4th at the very least. Nice force by victory from them. Good read overall. And they're not going to go quietly into the night just yet. TeamOne, though, I do like this call to save. This is definitely a very mature one. And they're probably going to force up with the rest of these players. Perhaps have Maluki drop that SMG over to somebody else, so they can have more utility and armor here. And I want to see a shotgun come out from TeamOne if they do force. Send that out towards like Boiler or Apps. Oh, Chicken Massacre, Maluke.
Oh, Maluke.
How dare you?
Why?
What did the chicken ever do to you, man?
And enough chickens have died on Inferno. Let's be kind to them. They look so pretty now, too.
I say that, but I knife chickens every chance I can on this map.
You're a terrible person.
It warms up my flicks, man.
Mihu gonna toss a nade down, connects on Pesa to take him down to 75, and it is gonna be a force buy coming through here from TeamOne off of the 2 guns that were saved in the previous round, the AK and the MP9. EG are heading towards this B site. Malb's waiting there. He's very good with the Deagle. Say of the Brazilian teams, he's one of the best. Okay. You see a flashbang. He immediately just spams, panic spams, right?
And then he jumps and hits his head on the top of porch, too. He doesn't even get back around the pillar, which is his original intent. I do like this banana pressure still from EG, though. They left Oboe here to make sure nobody aggresses through that smoke. Nobody has. And Malbs, Pesadillo, the ones to hold this back. Malbs rotates back towards front of dark. Pace is in coffin, but Maluki's here. He's ready to go. Malbs dodging flashbang, spots out Stan in towards first oranges. Takes the first shot, floats for a second. Only does damage on the 2, but here comes Maluki.
No.
1, 2, 3! They're all gone! It's down to Cirque, and he's got at least one back, but the favor is not, or the tide is not in his favor. It has swung back the other direction. Another shot as they're taking 1v1 duel. Are giving this to Cirque to continue in this manner. Cirque, he's got the bomb. Not having enough time to rotate around. They double swing. They give him the opportunity. One by one, they peek, and Cirque hits them one by one. He shuts it down and secures a 1 versus 4 to basically stay alive in this map. TeamOne. That is a massive blunder.
Yeah. Look, TeamOne's been pretty good up until this point, but that's exactly right. An absolutely insane blunder by them. You have bomb control, 4 players alive, no reason at all to show face to Cirque, and they do it time and time again. Not only that, they don't double swing. It's just one at a time. Here you go, Cirque. Take 4 1v1s and win the round. Still, I mean, it's a good job by Cirque to ensure that opportunity comes through to him and finally waking up this time with the AK. But
he still never should have had a chance to win that, though.
Yeah, it was a very weird round, to say the least. Breeze, now with the AK in hand. It looks like Mihu, excuse me, is already down for the count. It's Malbs that connected on him. I mentioned his Deagle is scary. He's still got it in hand. Can he get another one? He does! Oboe through the smoke goes down. Malbs. There's a reason why he has that MD. Because he's surgical with the Desert Eagle. He's going to get a 3rd, maybe a 4th. No, finally goes down to Breeze. But Maluke's got a chance to get the bomb planter. He does. Only one left here. It's Breeze. Again, things falling apart for EG. This time against only Pistol. Breeze gets dinked down to 3 HP, and he's done and dusted. TeamOne have done it on the Eco. 14-5 in their favor. Oh my goodness.
What? I'm sorry. How do you lose that? Malbs gets so much damage with the Deagle. Surgical indeed. He's a doctor of death and destruction. But they lose it in the end to USPs without armor. This is becoming shambolic for EG. There's no way to sugarcoat this. You are a team ranked number 2 in North America. And you're letting this happen to you. And now they're on pistols again. X and F prime opportunity. It's a force up from EG, John. They lose this round. They're broke going up against a match point. This is horrendous.
I don't really have words right now.
Yeah,
I'm watching.
Bottom of the barrel here.
Honestly. I mean, look. They'll have some loss numbers coming from the next round, so if they lose here, it's still a chance, but oof. Luke decimating Mihu as he tried to come through mid. Utility flying on through. Maybe they'll have a chance to overload Maluke. They do, and they also find Pesadillo. Okay. Something potentially brewing here for EG. Stanislav with the bomb on his back. Going to try to escape the bombs. He's been pretty effective so far, but this time Stanislav wins the duel. 2v2. Obo is hanging on here from Library, waiting for the rotates to come through, but unbeknownst to him, they have rotated, but not in the direction of Library. They're going up Banana. Stanislaw probably expecting this because he's got the information that no one's on his flank. He will be planting the bomb by his lonesome. Doesn't wait for Obo to get in position to ensure a trade will come through. Now he's got a flashbang of his own. He's going to toss over here a couple, in fact. And that should delay them enough to let Obo get in place with the AWP. This could be an EG round victory. Flash being thrown. Obo connects on PRT, but it's XNS to spot out Obo. I don't know. He doesn't know where Stanislaw is, of course. He taps the bomb, try and bait him out, and XNS wins the 1v1. It happens again. TeamOne are able to pull it back for a 15th.
XNS. We called upon him to show up in this matchup. He has. Literally everybody on TeamOne has, though, for that matter. I mean, you look at the kill counts across the board. Everyone is doing fantastic, except PRT's at 9 and 9. He's still even. He really hasn't been tested all that much. That's the thing, too. When Mobs is mopping up everyone, Maluki's making things happen with the op. Pesa and XNS are destroying on the rifles. What more can you ask of PRT to find when his teammates are getting all the kills? But here comes Maluki down Banana. He has the first one, flashbang from Pesa. Spots the cross, but he's not going to take the shot. Instead, he'll peek further and get more information. They're going to go back towards A off the back of this, though, John. We're going to walk into a 4-stack from TeamOne because Mobs is rotating back here. A double up in pit, too, with no real ability to clear it out. They're going to run into a stonewall defense on this A site. It's only a matter of time before EG fall in this one, unless Stanislaw and company have other things to say about the aim. He who falls to Pesa, Breeze and Cirque pushing down, but Pesa has another. Stanislaw trades, but in comes PRT, and this time his phone is the one that's ringing. He has a nice little pop flash for himself, does not over-aggress from it. Stan spots back the gun, though, and he's not going to expect this. Stanislaw needs to lead by example on the IGL, the squad, but he cannot hit the headshot. Maluki finishes the job, and TeamOne 16-5 return the favor against EG and get a little bit of Brazilian revenge on top of it all.
I don't even know how to break this one down. Look, EG were listless. They honestly couldn't get anything done. I love the way TeamOne played. They just took advantage of all their opportunities. XNS was a beast. He helped Mobs and supported Pesa as well in their efforts, and really there was nothing that EG could get done, even though they looked like when they were coming back in some of these rounds, especially when they were down, I think it was a 2v4, and they managed to pull it back. Just couldn't close it out. Anyway, look, TeamOne, full credit to them. They get the 16-5. And they find their first victory on the day after losing to Triumph earlier. The way they played here, though, Austin, I was going to say, I don't know why they lost to Triumph.
Yeah, I mean, Triumph played incredibly well in that series. And you might say they overperformed in that one, but TeamOne, this is the TeamOne we can come to expect. This is the TeamOne we know watching this team all the time in North America. And EG just did not have a counter to it. This was TeamOne, though, at its peak. This is the TeamOne that is most dangerous, that can challenge pretty much anyone. The TeamOne that takes teams deep in Pro League. And this time they finally beat a team that does end up finding itself in Pro League more times than not. And they do it in such a decisive fashion on this map. This is going to boost their confidence so much and open up Group B entirely. If I'm not mistaken now, that means Group B is pretty much all at 1-1. I don't think we have updated group standings, but it still means so much for that group. I'm going to go ahead and take a peek here, see if there is anything. I mean, Double Zero Nation and Godson are the only teams that could potentially go into this one at 0-2. But still, that's such a wide open group where anyone can literally snag that second spot. I don't know if anyone's going to topple Furia the way they're playing right now. Oh, we got the group updates. Look at Group A, it's still very wide open as well, with Pain going 1-1, Extra Solid, Extremum. So, wait, that means Extremum lost to Pain.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't see
Extremum lost to Pain.
What's happening today? I don't even know.
What is this series? What is this tournament turning into?
You know what?
It's only the first day.
It's just Brazilian CS, right? They've come to play here. They've come to upset everyone else in NA, and they got the Deagle advantage, I guess, as you saw from Mobs, right? Oh, goodness gracious. I'm happy to see it so close, though. At least it's been competitive.
Yeah, it's really good to see in this BO1 format, so you can't expect things to be very close early on. But again, it's still the first day of this tournament. We still have a bunch of games to get through. And as it stands, only Liquid and Furia stand unscathed at the top of their scoreboards, at the top of their groups. And, you know, I'm really wondering what is going to happen moving forward, because while those top spots might not be up for grabs, number 2 in each group is going to be, and there's still going to be a 5th place decider to see who gets the last of those RMR points, which would be more than enough to catapult some of these teams into the playoffs and into that major qualification cycle.
It's going to be really interesting. I'm curious to see what the Group B, what Group B is looking like, which we will get in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot up for grabs here. A spot potentially in the major. You know, I personally wouldn't mind seeing some extra salt stickers. You know, I'm a bit of a fan of the logo anyway, because it looks pretty cool, and I'd like to get a holo of that. But at the same time, you know, it needs to go to the best teams. Liquid, of course, has to get back there. It would shock me if they got defeated, at least in their group. But everyone else is showing vulnerabilities. The EG you just saw against TeamOne. Furia, maybe not as much. I don't know if Furia's lost yet. I'm curious to see it.
No, they're 2-0.
No, they're 2-0. See, so there you go. So Furia hasn't really had many kinks in their armor, and it's just been a few surprises at the very least.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for us here on the B stream, but Godsent versus 00 Nation is about to commence on A. So if you want some more NA RMR action, head over there and they'll bring it to you. The wonderful folks on A will take nice care of you. Thanks for sticking with us through tonight. On behalf of JRT, I've been Boggs and all of our production crew. We'll see you tomorrow to see what more craziness happens here at the NA RMR IEM Fall.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.